Hello everybody and welcome to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open for the America Shard. My name is Boulevard and joining me is a face that many of you probably have not seen before, an Aegis competitor within Legends of Runeterra many moons ago, and my actual real-life brother, Ryan Miles.
Wow, you're just going to dox me like that? You might as well tell him my real name if you're going to go through all that information. But what's going on, Boulevard? Happy to be here today.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a melancholy send-off here for the Legends of Runeterra competitive scene. I did APAC a couple of hours ago, and then of course we had EMEA come through, and now the Americas, as always, going to be the last shard that we go through, and that means that this will be the final esport for Legends of Runeterra. This is it. After this, we're done, and, got to phone a friend in to do this last one. So, all of you watching, I assume this is not the first time that you've tuned into a Runeterra Open. If it is, you've picked a hell of a one. So we're going to kind of skip through some of the pleasantries here. There's no prize pool, so there's not much to talk about there. Many of you know the format already, but we are into the top 64 single elimination round, so we're going to go ahead and just jump straight into the bracket and show you the players that have qualified for this final tournament. So we're going to take this as usual quarter by quarter. You can see, the main character of Legends of Runeterra himself, Majin Bey, the first seed 9-0 coming into this, as well as many other worthy competitors. But Majin, of course, fresh off of that win at the LoR Invitational, does put them on a little bit of a terror streak here. And I think a lot of people are very excited to see who's going to take this last one down. And Majin's certainly a favorite both in the community sense and in the play sense. Getting into the second part of the bracket here, Ryan, I don't know if you want to tag in at any time. I don't know how many of these players you do and do not know. We have AJ the Pro, who famously you asked me who won the event, and I said AJ, and you were like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. AJ, one of our back-to-back winners here. Real Prism Sword, who I'm sure will be continuing on in LOR within the Path of Champions. Big lover there. And Squallywag, a ladder titan coming back for the final event. And of course, I guess Aikato's down there at the bottom.
Yeah, and definitely got a pretty interesting mix here. You definitely know these players better than I do, but it looks like we have our feature match on this side of the bracket. It's going to be Spids versus the Horseless Horseman up at the top. Some other familiar faces that I do know being Emotional, Rico Rex finally making it over here on the Americas. But if you want to talk more about who else we see on this side of the bracket.
So the one that stands out to me is Gucci Flak Jacket. Not because I recognize the name, but I think that's just a really cool name. And then we have Sir Hirsch here actually dodging out on his production responsibilities to play in the top 64. We have Frozen Thrall versus Yost with the most. Yost and Mo are on a terror campaign against me, where I constantly bring up this narrative that Lurk is a terrible deck and has never won a major event in Legends of Runeterra. And they are both coming in determined to let it win the final Runeterra Open just to spite me.
That would be one heck of a send-off. I'm not sure if that would be good or not, or appropriate. It feels bad, so it feels appropriate in that way, but I'm really not sure how I feel about that overall, so we'll definitely see how they end up doing. I think that Lurk is generally not good enough that we won't have to worry about it, but, in these quick and dirty brackets, you never really know what can come out on top.
It's made it to top 4 a couple of times, and given that this is the last event, we talk about the meta, what we expect. That's not super pertinent here. A lot of players are just bringing, hey, this is my favorite deck of all time. If I'm going to only get one more run on it, I really want to do it with the decks that I enjoy. For example, Frozen Thrall did top with Thralls, which is not a deck that is meta-relevant, and they're up against Yost round 1. So, like, if Yost has to play Lurk into Thralls, depending on how many Avalanche are in the list, Yost might be really happy with that. So I'm a little worried that this might come to fruition. I might have to eat my own words here, and while I'm trying to do an emotional send-off for the game that I love, I'm gonna have to talk about fucking Lurk, especially if it's Mo, dude. Like, if Mo wins the last seasonal with Lurk, I'm cooked, because one of my favorite things to sort of rack on Mo for is the fact that they brought Lurk to the 2021 Worlds qualifiers and unironically thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, and I think he also has a tweet where if he doesn't win an event in 2024, then something bad was going to happen. Don't recall quite what it was, but this is his only shot really to do it, since there's not going to be any more. So he's got Lurk and all his money on the table for it.
Yeah, I think he's got to get a face tattoo of Noxus symbol. That's what I remember anyway. Maybe, I think Noxus on one cheek, Decimate on the other. So, Mo, you better pick it up. But we're going to talk about now our feature match. We have Spids versus Horseless Horseman. We're going to get into the decks there for you in a second. Spids, of course, was casting with me on the APAC side. A hell of a competitor, constantly casting the APAC side and then going and playing in the Americas. But we're going to kick things off with an absolute classic here that I hate to see in Jax Ornn.
Yeah, Jack Soren, just a staple throughout the entire past year. I know you talked extensively about it in your breakdown of like the entire totality of 2023. And anything interesting here with this updated list, or is just kind of stock standard Jax Orin.
The one thing that stands out to me is I was talking with Aikido on his stream about Jax Orin, and I mentioned Buried in Ice, and Aikido just went, nobody plays Buried in Ice anymore. And I went and checked the event that he won with Jax Orin, and like the second place player, the top 4 player, played Buried in Ice. So I don't know if it's just coming back into the meta because there's so much Galio other Morgana, which would make sense. So it's just like a tech option to keep an eye on as a lot of people move more towards the Wild's Call Ferocity version to play more aggressively. We still have that control tool. Then over here we've got Teemo Yuumi. Just good old-fashioned elusives. Yuumi was nerfed, so what? The health doesn't super matter, I guess, and we're just playing this one fast and loose.
Yeah, pretty standard decks there, and then his final one going to be the Poro King. Pretty typical, pairing it with Targon to get Zolani the Bloodweaver in there. Anything special you see out of this list?
The only thing that's really standing out to me is the lack of Yuumi, because it is pre-committed into that Teemo Yuumi, Piltover and Zon, Bandle City elusives, and the lack of Yuumi in a deck like this can come back to bite you, especially since you only have one champion for the colorful snacks to give a random keyword over to each champion in your deck. It only gives it to the Poro Kings. It's not as relevant, and Yuumi was just a great secondary tool to try and slam it down onto a Daring Poro in the hands where you didn't have those Poro snacks. But on the sides of Spids, we actually have an old favorite returning now with a bit of a boost from Morgana in Aatrox Vayne. The Quinn no longer relevant. Morgana has come in as the new Demacia champion.
Yeah, and that makes sense. If you're not using the Morgana somewhere else with your Elder Dragon, then having it somewhere in your lineup's great. And Vayne Aatrox is just a solid mid-range deck. You know, you only need the one copy of Aatrox, and you could go Quinn, but Morgana is just that premium 5-mana Demacia champion. And even after the targeting nerfs, it feels like this is a deck where it's not going to feel that as much. You're going to be able to get those 10 targets off no problem.
Shouldn't be an issue with all the weapon cycling. It's the same problem we had with Akshan. Spid's also coming in with this Karma set. The one thing that I'm noticing here is the 2 copies of 9 Lives. Usually that's a one of, but when I was casting with her in APAC, we were talking about how one of the players just wasn't running 9 Lives at all. And I guess that's inspired Spids to be like, okay, well, if they're not going to run it, I'll run that extra copy for them, just come in with the 2 of. But outside of that, we're looking at pretty standard Karma set here.
Yeah, not sure how that logic checks out. If a different region doesn't run it, you get the second one. But moving on to our second deck, it's just Echo Jinx, and this has been in Runeterra for a very long time, but haven't seen it that much recently. So what's the call with this? What is this trying to target?
This is absolute comfort. The first time that I saw Spids, she was one of like 5 Echo Jinx players in a top 32, and she was the only name that I didn't recognize. And Echo Jinx is such a specialized deck that you could tell every event who was going to bring it and who wasn't. So when I saw this unknown Echo Jinx player, I was like, all right, who is this? Looked into Spids a little bit more, and she just absolutely loves this deck. It's no Sivir Akshan. I think she's just a big Absolver fan, but with that card rotated, Echo Jinx is definitely something she still just got in her wheelhouse, has infinite reps on, and with how well it performed in APAC, it's really coming in to target these mid-range decks, right? You can sit there and trade your board into theirs and then go, oh yeah, here's a Chrono Break. I actually just have my entire board back. And it's a similar vein with Control. A huge issue that is going to be posed to them here is that Buried in Ice in the Jax Orin, because it doesn't kill the units, it obliterates them, and so the Chrono Break will be completely invalidated by that.
Absolutely. Do you think that the Jax Orin is going to be eating the ban here, or do you think perhaps the Poro King just being the even bigger mid-range deck in the longer games, or even the Elusives just going under the 2 mid-range stuff that Spids has going on? Where do you think the ban lines up here?
Elusives can certainly be problematic against what Spitz has brought, but so can Poros. We talk a lot about Poros as like this anti-control deck, and when you've got Karma set in your lineup, you don't necessarily want to leave those Poros open because it only takes a snacks or 2 for them to completely run away with the game. Some things that we would need to talk about and look specifically at the lists for these players is like how many quicksands are in the Echo Jinx, because that could, okay, we're just not even going to look at the bans. We're going to get straight into it. We've got Karma set up against Elusives here. Round number 1, game number 1, top 64, Fates Voyage Beyond Runeterra open.
Getting right into it. And it looks like for game 1 we got Spids over on the Karma set versus Elusive. So Elusive not eating that ban, probably going to use the set Karma to try and prey on one of the slower mid-rangey strategies. But this is probably not the matchup you want to see coming out of the gate for Spids, if I had to guess.
It's not ideal. I don't think there's any deck where you're like, yeah, I would love to play into Elusives right now, but I will say with the double 9 lives, this gives Spids the option to actually play incredibly aggressively against Horseless Horseman. If she goes for the Miriam to get the spell mana here, then she can 9 lives into an open attack, 9 lives on the next attack token, and because there are so many like 1 attack units, specifically in the Piltover and Zon version of Elusives, they don't make for great blockers against all these 9 lives coming out. Spids might be able to push through a lot of damage. It's a question on how the stabilization plays out from there. This Beard the Bellringer offers up a very safe block onto one of them, and maybe that's just a good way to stall out neat resources from Horseless Horsemen to stop them from developing while Spids gets down Sunken Temple.
Yeah, Spids are really thinking on this action here, maybe looking for playing the 2-3 like you were saying, but maybe just taking the Mystic Shot at the Acorn, not letting that mana discount. That feels like a bit spicy, but nope, just going to go ahead and updraft for spell mana, actually.
It's always weird when you're looking at this Acorn and you're wondering, like, okay, like, how much does it actually matter if they get this one cost reduction? How tight on mana are they going to be playing for the remainder of the game? Is there, like, a big spell that I'm really worried about? Because a lot of times when Acorn came out, it was, like, these glorious evolution decks, and they'd get to play it a turn earlier. Here, it's like, yeah, my Eye of the Storm is slightly cheaper, which, obviously not ideal, but Mystic Shot is such a premium removal tool that using it on a 1/1 that hasn't had any other cards committed into it, like the Eye of the Storm or the Yuumi, is a little aggressive.
Yeah, and definitely just going for the spell mana here to set up for the 9 lives next turn, like you're saying. And then this thing here kind of tells me that maybe we are thinking about the Mystic Shot still, but nope, it's just going to be a pass, and that's probably going to be all she wrote for this turn.
Gotta go take a look at the Karma set list actually here from Spids to figure out exactly what we're working with in terms of like double pings. Not a lot of people are on the 2 mana sort of slow speed static shock, and Spids is also not on it. Rocket Barrage is the only sort of big cleanup spell, not even a Caustic Riff available. Does mean that these 1 HP units are going to be a little bit stickier than intended.
Yep, and picking up an Explorer off the top, definitely good. Going to be able to shut off some of these elusives, and I imagine that's the one we're going to go for. Almost an argument for the heal, but I feel like the disable keywords is definitely where we want to be.
Disabling keywords once the Yuumi comes down is going to be really important, but actually Spids goes for the heal, says I'm not worried about Yuumi, and that means that next turn this could be a 4/6 Explorer coming through at Spids' Nexus, which she has tag out for, but I feel like Spids was very reliant on the Sunken Temple, and now that there is an Explorer down for Horseless Horseman, going to be very cognizant of the fact that that is no longer a viable plan A.
Yep, and it looks like this heal 2 would have negated the same amount of damage as a silence on the Yuumi target. Actually more because you can block the whole 4, so we'll see if this ends up being the correct choice, but definitely thinking about options right here. Has the 9 lives to burst out a blocker in combat, but these elusives are just going to be getting through unless she gets a high roll.
There is, I was talking with Ruben about this at Worlds, where Ruben actually thinks that 9 lives is constricted to your region combination, which I think actually gives you a pretty high shot of rolling an elusive, at least a temporary one, because Navori Blade Scout will on summon become an elusive. But when we were watching this earlier today in APAC, I don't think a single elusive was ever rolled off of the 9 lives, and so Spids just kind of thinking here, do I want to go for the tag out now, get this Yuumi out of play before they even go for an attack, or just wait, and it is going to be the wait, and 5 damage, not a whole lot, but not sure what Spids would do with their mana otherwise this turn, so 9 lives going to come out, see if they can roll an elusive, and that is just not going to be the case.
Nope, but a Sparring Student, not bad. Going to be able to represent a lot of damage if we are going for that beatdown plan. Like you said, the Bell Ringer is still kind of getting in the way of our 4-2, and it is going to be the Mystic Shot fired off at the Acorn. Maybe could have done that 2 turns ago, but no shame in doing it now, not letting these spells get too far discounted.
It's always a weird play where you're like, okay, well, I could have done this last turn, but now things have changed, and like, okay, I'm going to do it now, and like, yeah, I probably should have just done it earlier, but I don't mind when you are forced into a play like that, and you just say, okay, yeah, like, it is what it is. Here, okay, yeah, Spids holding back the 4-2, not wanting to trade into the Bell Ringer. Probably going to... I was going to say take the keywords away from the elusive, but again, that is just not the Explorer spell that she went for.
Yep, trying to maybe offer the ability to put some damage over on the elusive, but not going to take it. Obviously, a lot of damage-based removal in the Ionia PZ combination, and I think it's going to have to be tag out next turn on this Yuumi, because it's just getting way too big. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, Skip King of the Reef going to come and take the tag out. Spids can unlock it with the Aftershock, but I don't think this was the target that she really wanted to be using that on. At the moment, though, there is only one elusive threat on the side of Horseless Horseman, and Spids, you know, has the Concussive Palm to stall that out a little bit. The problem, of course, going to be that, one, Spids doesn't currently have any refill because Sunken Temple not ever going to actually find a chance to stick. Horseless Horseman probably never going to tap down below 2 mana while Spids still has 5 unit mana available. On top of the fact that Yuumi is going to level up sooner rather than later. This next attack will be 2 out of 3, and once Yuumi levels, there's going to be a spell shield on that unit as well. And so it's likely that we're going to get a tag out here, but that will just be another Explorer spell for Horseless Horseman and completely invalidate Spids' hopes of ever getting down a Sunken Temple.
I think something big here is that the prank or the skip there actually saw the Explorer spell, so now there was a sense where Horseless Horseman had to play around the ability to remove keywords, so would have had to play the game with open attacks and not playing units and then having the chance to get the keywords removed. But just by seeing the heal 2 in the hand, even though they didn't end up taking it, just knowing that it's there, now they can develop and then attack and just know that that is not completely an option at all. But it is going to be the tag out here.
Yeah, one tag out taken by Skip, a second one going down onto the Explorer. Eye of the Storm pre-committed onto the Skip, understanding that Horseless Horseman has pretty good hand information on what Spids has available. Here we can see the Yuumi snuffed at 2 out of 3, but it's just going to be a replay on the sides of Horseless Horseman, and Spids really needs to find like a formula into a set. That's one of the problems with Karma set is, you know, it feels weird to say, oh yeah, this is a very champion-reliant deck, because that is sort of the core of Legends of Runeterra, right? A lot of decks are very champion-reliant. But man, is this deck kind of champion-reliant.
In a sense, Sunken Temple gets to be your third champion just in the amount of value that it brings. It's not going to win you the game directly because it's not dealing damage, but the amount of cards that you get off of it definitely feels like you're playing 9 champions instead of 6. But yeah, like you said, we need to see either a place your bets or a formula here because Spids' hand has nothing in it. The Sunken Temple gets immediately answered by the Explorer card. You've got 2 Concussive Palms and then a cup of hot chocolate. Like, you're not going to be able to win the game with that, and there's just so much value on the side of Horseless Horsemen, even though they are being the aggressive deck, that I don't know, like, Spiz needs to find something soon to have any chance at this game.
We're going to get Yuumi's Prowling Projectile to just stop a little bit of the unit damage coming in from Spids, and it's still going to be a little bit of a hefty hit here, falling down to 9 on the side of Horseless Horseman, but still 3 turns away from turn 10, no Karma in sight, no way to draw cards in sight. Again, I think it's very unlikely that Horseless Horseman is going to tap down below 2 mana while Spids still has 5 available, and so the pass here should be good on both players. Horseless Horseman very happy to just bank that spell mana and continue to prevent this Sunken Temple from coming down. Spid's gonna get 1 draw here. I don't know. It's got to be some kind of like formula. Set is nice, but would have definitely preferred like a place your bets or a formula into the set.
We have the Concussive Palms. We're not in any danger of dying on Spiz's side here. The only real, like, there's a couple of incidental elusives that are going to be getting through, but the real problem, the one with the Yuumi on it, that's going to get stunned 2 turns in a row. And at 14 life, we're feeling kind of healthy, so maybe this set can start picking off the board. So we have bought ourselves a little bit of time to find those card draw engines and start getting some real gas going. Definitely feels like we might be looking for second Sunken Temple, but with the Explorer back in the hand, like you said, it's probably not an option. We're just looking for raw card draw and really finding that Karma here in the next 2 turns.
It's really, it feels like it's got to be like card draw, like formula into Karma plus place your bets, and then kind of hope from there, because the moment, like, Set isn't even doing that good of a job in terms of stabilizing the board. With Skip being the threat that has the Yuumi under it and being too large for Set to actually challenge, Spids can't get access to that tag out that has been locked under this unit. You can clean up some of the incidental, you know, 2 attack, 1 attack units here. Curious to see if Horseless Horseman is going to commit something for the damage, and it is going to be the Bandle Tailstone into the Heroic Refrain, and see if they can force out yet another Concussive Palm from Spids. No, it's Eye of the Storm, actually.
Eye of the Storm, yeah. Does it ever end up being the Heroic Refrain anyway here? Just try and push as much damage as possible. And yeah, you give Spids 1 turn to get the Sunken Temple down, but with 3 cards in hand, is that really, like, the opportunity here to do more damage feels really high when you already feel like you know kind of that there's not too much going on in first Spids' hand right now?
I would definitely be a little concerned if I was Horseless Horseman. They're in a situation where if Spids can find a Rocket Barrage, there are enough 1 health units in play on the side of Horseless Horseman that is going to do some damage to their action economy, and just the amount of damage that they're able to put through on Spids. They're also looking at the life total, right? You are down, currently putting Spids at 8, you have 5 burn damage in hand. If you can get through that Bandle Tailstones, you are setting up for lethal.
Yeah, I even feel like there might be some blocks coming out of Horseless Horseman next turn. You know, you don't just want to take all this damage for free, and even though we know Spids has the second Concussive Palm in hand, I think that, you know, the fear of the Rocket Barrage might have Horsemen just blocking with some of these 1 health units, you know, assuming that they're not going to get into damage later on in the game.
Nothing would feel sillier than letting Spids hit you a little bit, and then she throws down a Karma, randomly generates a blowback, and then clocks you for 6 as you get into your turn 10 attack token, right? So you definitely, while it feels weird to say, oh yeah, just play around random generation, there is a level of random generation that you can play around, and now actually with near perfect information on the hand, thanks to that prank. Yeah, gonna prank the coin because we all know that the Sunken Temple's not actually an issue. Horseless Horseman probably gonna feel very safe, doesn't have to leave too many of these units around. There is the Karma we were talking about. Now,
okay,
there is game for Spids, kind of. Probably not really, because Blowback's probably just going to kill Karma, actually.
Yeah, no, we're still 1 turn off from leveling up. I was hoping that maybe we get some value out of the end of turn for Karma here, but definitely not going to happen. What can we do about this board, though? We can definitely just send our team in and hope that the blocks line up in our favor, but because I don't think that Hor's in a position to block with the Yuumi, so we can just kind of clean up a decent number of the board here if the blocks come out. What does that look like?
I believe Spids can go Karma, Coin, Sunken Temple, and that will level Set. And give Set the Showstopper, which will clear out the Skip and 2 of the other elusive units. That will also give back a Tag Out. And then you're still very low versus a lot of burn. You are probably still losing the karma to that blowback. You are losing the Sunken Temple. Like, you're losing all of your cards to just... Oh no, coin into Sunken Temple is actually not going to work. It's one shy.
I was wondering if we had 1 coin or 2 coin there. I wasn't quite sure if the math was going to work out, so I don't think we can actually get the Sunken Temple out. If we use this coin, we're just kind of eating our spell mana and staying at 4. So
and I believe that's
like
only
that'll
going
be
to
available.
Yeah, I think that's only 11 mana spent as well, which is going to be 1 shy of actually generating the Showstopper. So this is just like an incredibly unfortunate situation for Spids. 1 mana shy of even having a hope at trying to fight back into this game. You know, we could talk about, oh yeah, maybe some kind of Karma spell can get generated here, but I don't think Karma is actually making it to the end step.
Yeah, and Hot Cocoa picked up over for Horseless Horseman, just trying to make sure that the life total is completely stable, no chance of getting burned out over the top here. And yeah, a lot of elusive damage with that heroic refrain coming in potentially next turn. I'm not sure what kind of option Spids has here. Maybe just fires a Looking Concussive Palm to level set right now, even though we're not... This is definitely something. How do you think this is going to work out? Because this just gets the level up and makes our set not take damage. Oh, we do get the Obliterate.
3, 5, 4. 3, 5, 7, 12. Oh yeah, 3 plus 4 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 is 12. Okay, I screwed up my math earlier. I was trying to do 13 when all you had to do was 12. So like you mentioned, this is going to give the Showstopper. It's going to clear out a lot of these units. That's going to be 1 elusive, at least currently, left on the side of Horseless Horseman. As Set will get to challenge another one, but there are more elusives to be played out of Horseless Horseman. Again, we talked about place your bets, we talked about formula. Step 1 to Spid surviving this, I believe, is top decking a formula, because I don't think there's going to be a single card, just a one of, that is going to let them survive what comes next.
Right.
Unless they just push lethal here. This is a lot of blockers being cleared out. Horseless Horseman can throw down Teemo, you know, Mystic Shot the 4-2. We're actually getting Bandle Tailstones to preserve these other 2 units, play it as safe as possible. That should be enough to stop a lethal push from Spids.
I think Spid still has to make these a big attack here just to get these blockers, you know, these potential attackers next turn cleared out. So that'll be a Mystic Shot to either just preserve damage here and keep an elusive alive, or an open develop on the Teemo, or I'm sorry, develop Teemo this turn to prevent giving Spids more options to find stuff next turn at slow speed. And I'm not really doing the math here very well, but I think it's coming down to pretty close.
Yeah, there is a concern that if you give Spids 1 action, you know, we keep talking about these draw spells ad nauseum, and we're going to have to keep doing it. But if Spids can rip, like, Formula into Place Your Bets into a burst speed spell, even just like Formula Place Your Bets coin, that's 12 mana. That will get you a Showstopper. And that could really disrupt what Horseless Horseman is trying to go for here on the finish off. They're falling down to a pretty low life total, but it is relatively safe, right? Mystic Shot is the only reach that you're going to organically have in a deck like this. You know that there's no Karma in play, so that can't be doubled up. At your worst case scenario right now is that Spids is 1 shy of lethal.
Alright, Spiz does have the Aftershock and the Tag Out to mitigate some of this damage, but double Mystic Shot in hand for Horseless Horseman. That puts Spids effectively at 1 life. And that's 4 elusive attackers. And that's another Bandle Telestone off the top. I don't see how Spid survives here. I think this one's over.
She does not. And I gotta say, actually, it's funny. The Sunken Temple is now live and free. Horseless Horseman actually did dump the Explorer spell that would take that out, but it doesn't really matter. It was in favor of the damage, keeping these Mystic Shots in hand. This Bandle Telestone sticking around. Not going to be able to do anything to preserve the life of the Clockling, but it doesn't matter because there are 3 more elusive threats coming through. Only one of these needs to connect. You can see the entire hand of Spids on the side of Horseless Horseman, and that is going to be game number 1 getting picked up for this elusive deck.
Yep, definitely close at the end there from a pretty bad mid-game out of Spids. Didn't really have much action in the hand. Able to claw it back and get very close, but yeah, that Mystic Shot on top of the just overwhelming number of elusives here gonna lock it up.
And that's just what elusives do sometimes. It's, you know, it never feels great to be like, oh yeah, my opponent's just throwing down units that I can't block, I can't interact with, I'm not drawing the cards that I need. And something like Karma Set has been built to be, I don't want to say like reliant on the Sunken Temple, but the Sunken Temple games versus the non-Sunken Temple games, it's night and day. There's no arguing that. And so having that card locked down from the very beginning just because an Explorer happens to be elusive, and so we play it in the elusive deck because it's one of the few cards with that keyword, does just give that advantage over to Horseless Horseman.
Yep, and it was the Aatrox Vayne and the Poros getting banned out over there, so it'll be Horseless Horseman on Jax Ornn for sure for game number 2, and Spids just running it back with Ionia Seraphine. How do you feel about this matchup?
It's pretty... It's not incredibly difficult for Karma's set to stall out to turn 10. Something like Jax Ornn is very susceptible to the stuns and the recalls. Let me check on the number of unworthy... Okay, actually, there are no unworthy souls in this Karma set list from Spids, and that is one of the best cards in a matchup like this because it will recall the unit and destroy its equipment. So when they pump all of these resources into a giant weapon, you can eliminate that, and that is just not something Spids has available to her because she's gone much more, it looks like, centered around anti-mirror and anti-aggro, going for like 2 Rocket Barrage where the standard is 1, 2 9 lives where the standard is 1, 3 copies of Aftershock, which normally you'll only see like 1 or 2, and I just don't think Spids' build is as well equipped to handle Jax Ornn as the standard.
No, I think you're definitely correct on that one. And unfortunately, dropping game 1 to aggro, just not seeing a single rocket barrage throughout the entire game, just definitely felt a little bit behind. And sometimes that's the way cookie crumbles. Now we have a slightly worse matchup that we're fighting through. And this opener looking okay. We do have a Sunken Temple, so we'll see how turn 4 kind of shakes out.
Yeah, that is the good news, is generally in Jax Ornn, you'll see maybe one Explorer, but just because it's a rather good Freljord Demacia card, and so with that not in the opener, Spid should have time to actually wheel through this Sunken Temple, and that is something that can, just end the game rather quickly. All these discounted cards, it's just too much, because Set does do a lot of heavy lifting in this matchup, but when you don't have those unworthy souls to find, we're going to have to see how much this Jax from Horseless Horseman can really take over the game, and there's enough resources to pump into it that there's a pretty good shot it could happen.
Combat Cook coming down. Gonna ignore that Shepherd's Authority and just grab Overwhelm here. Definitely one of the preferred weapons in this deck. And looks like that'll be it for turn 4. Do you think we see Sunken Temple just out the gate on turn 5, or do you think that we're gonna play a little bit of footsie here, maybe throw some other stuff out first?
So Horseless Horseman's going to have the first action on 5, so they're probably going to throw down a Jax, and then I think Spids is pretty likely to take the pass. She's going to be very aware that there's no way Horseless Horseman is going to end the turn without going into combat, and if they do, that's probably advantage Spids. And so, we'll kind of see how the posturing goes here, but I imagine it's going to be Jax. It might even just be second Grandma into Jax to try and get... Oh, a Weaponsmith and Apprentice off the top. I didn't even see that hit the hand. It got slammed down so fast. But yeah, I don't see Spids like playing a blocker here.
Yeah, we do still have the Scout weapon in hand too, so, playing the Sunken Temple definitely going to be opening themselves up to a lot of damage. I'm wondering if Horseman's going to actually go for the Scout here, maybe just to get, an extra 3 damage in and just say, okay, this is your Sunken Temple turn. I know that, I think the 3 Aftershock on the list is probably making Horseman hesitate a little bit on that. That is something that you said, again, is not standard, and that is enough. Spids does have the opportunity here to go Sunken Temple plus hold Aftershock to do something about the board. And of course, Spids is going to just pass here and be happy to pay 5 mana to take no damage this turn. But I'm curious to see how much Horseman actually ends up going for, because right now, holding up the, the Freljord spell that doesn't...
Sky Splitter.
Sky Splitter. Holding up the Sky Splitter here to beat any sort of removal. And yeah, the Scout kind of looking tempting just to get a little bit more damage in, but... And, force the hand. Say, I know you want to play Sunken Temple, so I'm just going to get as much damage in now as I can, even though I'm not going to hold up my combat trick. But we know that Spid doesn't have the Aftershock, but I think that's what Horseman's kind of thinking about here. Yeah,
Horseman's sort of worst case scenario is they throw the Scout weapon down onto Grandma, gets hit with the Aftershock before they have a chance to actually improvise that weapon, or rather forge that weapon and get this up to a 4/4 Scout, and then Spids just still has mana to throw down Sunken Temple. Horseman only gets in for 5 damage here, so they're kind of weighing their options, and that's why we're not seeing like the immediate slam. Well, we're also not seeing the immediate slam because Spids is still thinking. I think it's pretty likely she's going to throw out the pass here, and then if the Scout weapon comes down, then maybe things will change. But actually, no, taking the more proactive approach and saying, yeah, I really don't want to take 7 damage, and I'm coming at this through the lens of someone that plays Unworthy Soul in their Karma sets, so Spids having that little bit of a different build is a little bit more cognizant of how differently she has to play in a matchup like this, because she doesn't have those tools to dig for with the Sunken Temple.
Yeah, I definitely thought Spids there was just thinking about, taking the open pass and saying, you're not going to attack me, I'll hold my Sunken Temple, or just playing Sunken Temple and saying, you know what, even if you do attack me, I want the Temple down now. But actually foregoing it entirely, like you said, and going for the Elusive to try and protect something up the top, not taking any blocks there, only going to take the 6 damage, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Miriam here to get some more draw going. And there's the Aftershock. I don't think this is getting fired off now, but you never know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where this Aftershock probably isn't getting any better.
Yep.
And as likely as it is that it is just going to run into a Sky Splitter, yeah, it's just a Sky Splitter down, I guess.
Yeah, better to do it when they're not attacking, save yourself the 1 damage, you know. But nope, gonna go ahead and hang on to it. Makes sense, you can just do it on your turn as well when you have more information. Gonna chip in for the free 2 damage here and say, Horseless Horseman, you have priority, not me. But I have to imagine this is gonna be very likely the turn that Sunken Temple comes down, or we're gonna start throwing some removal at these guys and try and clean it up.
One of 2 things is going to happen. Either Sunken Temple is going to come down, or you and I are going to spend the next 4 turns going, okay, so this is probably the turn where the Sunken Temple comes down, and it's just never actually going to happen. Spids is just going to consistently run out the cards in her hand while we're sitting here just honed in on this temple.
Yep. This is going to be the Aftershock. I think this might be Spids. I was looking at this just as I was talking about Sunken Temple, but we do have the Rocket Barrage and the Sunken Temple, and that's going to be enough. Or sorry, Rocket Barrage and the Aftershock. Maybe try to fire both off after the Jax, but instead we're not going to go for it. It is going to be the get the combat trick out of your hand now while you're not attacking me, just to prevent 1 damage down the line, and then play the Sunken Temple. Say, my hand's not looking too good. Get into something new.
Horseless Horseman not pre-equipping the Scout weapon for an open attack is going to have to take an action to do that. And I understand, you know, going into turn 7, you actually have a lot of good top decks like that Glacial Saurian where you would rather see the Scout weapon committed rather than this Innovative Blacksmith. So going to be able to get a 6-5, maybe even a 7-5, 8-5, depending on how much Horseless Horseman actually wants to send the Forges into this. And you know that you don't have to worry about that Unworthy Soul. There's just no weapon destruction in this deck outside of the Explorer. And so yeah, you might run into a Concussive Palm, but that really just paves the way for you on following turns to, you know, get that out of the way, maybe throw an Ornn down, just try again with your Scout on the following turn. There's no way to play around that stuff forever, and Spid's going to open things up with the Rocket Barrage to take out the Saurian before the Scout weapon can come down.
Yep, just going to take out the Saria. Nothing else going to die along with it. Not as good in this matchup as against the Elusives, but it is a pretty hefty mana commitment to get that done. It's going to soften everything up just a little bit for perhaps more removal later down the line. Right now, of course, just the Mystic Shot in the hand, but with Sunken Temple, you never know what you could have next turn, so softening is up definitely going to help. And yeah, taking away the Overwhelm unit before things can get a little bit too scary definitely feels good in this situation. And I imagine we're seeing some blocks on this attack.
Yeah, I think Spids was just thinking about whether or not she wants to Mystic Shot onto the Jax before the Forges can come down. She also has the High Note, so still has the option to attempt to take out this Jax. 1 more Scout weapon comes through, and now Spids has to make a decision because Jax is threatening a level up on an attack if Horseless Horseman forgoes the Scout.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation. Also can go, you know, High Note and Mystic Shot just at the Jax, take it out now. Opponent only has 2 mana. It can only be second Sky Splitter. I believe it's going to save it. The Freljord Tellstone's 3 Sisters not able to have Fury of the North here. And yeah, it's only 2 Sky Splitter in the list for Horseless Horseman, so it would have to be exactly second Sky Splitter for Mystic Shot plus High Note to not take out the Jax. So I imagine Spiz is going to think about this one for a little bit and say, all right, this is my tournament life on the line. Do you have second Sky Splitter, or are we just going to let the open attack go through and try and just get some blocks under it and take it out after?
It's a little bit of an awkward situation regardless, because if Spids does take out the Jax here with the High Note and Mystic Shot pre-combat, then if the Forge comes down onto the Scout, suddenly there's a 4-3 Scout coming in, none of your units actually trade onto that particularly effectively, and so then there's another 10 damage attack coming in after that. It would actually be a lethal presentation from Horseless Horseman, and some pretty poor trades that would have to be committed by Spids, who, again, not knowing what their hand is going to look like next turn after the Sunken Temple, just going to take this out instead. And this does actually prevent the Jax level up. They are currently 12 away, and the most they could get to is 11. So Spids, at the very least, going to have the option to chump block that Jax and prevent a little bit of damage here.
Away with you.
Yep, just going to be only 3 damage coming through. Definitely something you're happy to see. Next turn, I imagine, is where things are going to get very scary for Spids, but we're going to have a whole new hand to deal with it. So we'll see. End of the turn here, what's going to roll? Jack's still alive for now. There's going to be the same High Note. 2 High Notes picked back up. Now we have a bit more tools to try and answer this Jax. How close are we to the High Note being leveled, I guess, is the question. Do you
never
know?
Ask me that. Never ask me that.
Never ask me that. You
no
know how
idea.
close Jax is to leveling, but you don't know how close his High Note is to being leveled?
I can only track so many things, and we've got production telling us 3, but I didn't see a graphic for it, so I'm not sure that I can really trust that. Production kind of known to lie to me to try to get me to look a little goofy. Set coming in here to try and threaten the life of one of these units, but that is what the 3 Sisters is for, whether it is the Flash Freeze or the Entomb. There are a couple of options here. Flash Freeze a little bit safer into the likes of something like a Deny. And there is the Commitment. There is the Three Sisters, and we'll see exactly what mode Horseman wants to go for. Imagine it's going to be the Flash Freeze. It actually kind of just has to be the Flash Freeze thanks to the mana constraints. And, you know, Spids does still have the option to take out this Jax now with the double high note.
Yeah.
And would preserve a lot of HP on the set if they go for that.
Yeah, again, we're the only real way to play around this Sky Splitter. Or sorry, it is a second Sky Splitter that we were kind of worried about. But now with 1 mana, there's nothing to stop it. But there is the sense that, okay, I am getting the Sunken Temple off. I could maybe greed to just play a couple other spells, get my high note leveled, and look for it later. But nope, we're just going to fire them both off. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now we're being a little bit softer to second Jax, which is concerning. But again, they're going to have to play it on their next turn. There's no open attack with the Jax and get them leveled. So I think this is definitely a fine commitment.
The extra forge is also going to be a little awkward. While preserving the health on the set is important, the fact that Horseman could come in with 2 5-attack units, set's ability only works when he is attacking and challenging, does mean this could be a little awkward. But actually, that second set is a phenomenal top deck and something Horseman's going to have to be aware of. If they go for a development here, they could get absolutely snuffed. There is the Saurian, and this is probably going to be the Facebreaker.
Wow, Facebreaker plus Karma here is going to be great. Karma's going to level going into our next turn. We are at 9. She will be enlightened on the next turn. And this looks like an absolutely... There's no instant speed spells. There's no flash stuff going on. It's just, I have exactly what I need to answer your development, plus develop my win condition. And then next turn, even though I have no, spells right now, I'm just going to get a new hand, and Karma's going to be leveled. This feels like such a great turn for Spids, turning this game around when things were starting to look a little bit dicey, but Sunken Temple can just do that.
And Spitz can even go for Karma here, get hit with the Entrancing Lore, trade the or actually just lose the Karma to the Enlightened Castaway, and then coin into second Karma and still have it fully developed. So really, really strong position here from Spitz going into the next turn. One of the problems you do have with Karma set, though, is when you look at the actual spells that you get to double, right? Karma is not a come down and win the game style of card, especially in a mid-range matchup like this, because we're looking at like, yeah, Aftershock now maybe kills a unit, right? We're already down most of the Mystic Shots and high notes on the side of Spid, so those aren't going to be doubled up and available options to get removed. 9 lives can offer up a lot of chump blockers, but there's still a lot of overwhelm on the side of Horseless Horseman, and so Spids really is going to need both the set and the Karma established to actually have a stranglehold on this game here, and I don't think that is something that they're going to be able to develop this turn.
I think Spids is thinking about just playing the 4-mana card here. I'm on the wrong deck list. I couldn't pull up the name. The Smooth Mixologist, just to get the heal, and then you can still coin out the Karma. Actually going to go for the Explorer. Maybe take away one of the keywords here. Maybe go for health.
Oh, kill a weapon. Seems pretty good against Jax. There's the
I'm like looking at all these keywords on the units. I'm like, man, those are scary. Gotta go with those. I'm like, oh yeah, if you kill the weapon on the unit, that'll do it. It's been a minute since I've played Runeterra since the announcement. I do apologize. This is why you're the one who gets paid to do this, not me.
Oh, well, no one's getting paid today. Not us, not the competitors. But we're here anyway for the love of the game, and with the Entrancing Lore committed, that is going to be the death of the set, but that does mean that Karma is free to come down, and it's really going to be up to those randomly generated spells to put in a bit of work, because Sunken Temple will pretty much always be to the left of Karma. The only way that that's ever going to not be the case is if Karma comes down pre-Temple. That means Temple's going to go first, the hand's going to get updrafted, the randomly generated spell is going to go into your hand, and then on your next upkeep, you will draw all of your cards from the Sunken Temple, and so you'll always have that randomly generated spell in hand. Looking at the options here, what is the best randomly generated spell that Karma could offer? You never feel too bad about Singular Will, but everything actually is so cheap on the side of Horseless Horseman that it's not great. Honestly, I'm looking for Unworthy Soul.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to put an Unworthy Soul in your deck, just randomly generate it seems fine. And I do think that, yeah, having the Karma on the right is an advantage here, because there aren't, like you said, there aren't many spells in the deck that Karma really wants to be doubling to kind of bail us out of the situation. So roll the dice, take the random ones, and see what we get. Time Trick going to be what we have to start things off, and that is a 3-mana place your bets coming out to give us just a little bit more gas. And I don't think Spids is going to be dying anytime soon, but you never know with the Sunken Temple rolling some of this back. But 9 lives is a good start to it, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward because, again, this is all going to get thrown back on the next turn. It looks like Spids might even be throwing back the 9 lives. Going to throw back the Conch Bomb, not something that's particularly useful right now. Horseless Horseman can attempt to kill this Karma with the fish fight, but actually goes to the combat cook instead. There's a no 5 for the first fish fight, but there is a second one waiting in the wings. And now Spids, again, just going to have to fire off draw spells. And it's one of those weird situations where when you see your opponent level a Karma, you go, okay, great, so you win. And your opponent, like, as the Karma player, you're like, looking at your hand like, no, absolutely not. Like, I have an Aftershock and a Time Trick. What do you mean I win? But now with Set developed, this is exactly what Spids needed.
Yeah, getting these double obliterates, just having Set, generate those obliterates a little bit faster, definitely going to be what we're looking for here. And this is going to be a very good turn of events for Spids. Sitting at 10 life, generally you consider pretty healthy, but against just the raw stats that Jaxorn can put out, not necessarily the healthiest life total. And again, we're kind of at the mercy of what we draw next turn with Sunken Temple, but with a pretty sizable hand in a lot of ways to draw into more stuff, just to shuffle back for the Sunken Temple. I think it's very likely that Spids will survive the next turn, but again, we are still kind of waiting to see what ends up being drawn out of it.
And they still have the coin.
This is going to be the obliterate for this turn.
Oh yeah, the obliterate's absolutely coming through. That's going to take out most of the board. Could go into combat with Combat Cook from the Set. This does still give one more priority sequence over to Horseman to try to use the fish fight to take out the Set or the Karma. Actually thinking about just taking out the Combat Cook. No, going to re-aim that onto the Saurian. And with Spids not using the coin, this fish fight's going to go through.
Yeah. That's going to be... Which one do you take out here? I feel like it actually has to be the Set, like you were saying. The Karma not the most tame thing, but Set just being able to constantly pick apart this board and generate those obliterates. Definitely maybe more of a threat here.
Part of it, I think, does come down to like how many copies are left in the deck. For example, this is the first Karma, but this is the second Set. And so if you can take out this Set, knowing that your opponent kind of needs the Karma Set established, not so much now that Set has gotten the value the one time, it looks like Horseman is going to take out the Karma, get this random spell generation turned off, and really sort of snuff the rest of the turn because Horseman knows that there is multiple coins waiting in the hand of Spids that would give them back the 10 mana.
Yeah, I imagine Set is going to just pick up one of these guys on the board real quick, and then, yeah, I think we're going to get that. How many... Is this 4 coins? Can we just replay the Karma here? 6 coins.
I think so. Yeah, I was about to say, it was like a number of coins when it was drawn, and then the double place your bets was funneled into it, and so yeah, it doesn't actually matter. Karma's going to get to come down as well, and that is Karma's Set continuously established for Spids.
Yeah, and with only 1 unit left in the hand for Horseman and a handful of weapons, I don't think there's too much that can come here. Maybe an Ornn off the top, and then Spids just completely blanks any sort of fast speed interaction off of the temple, but that just seems so unlikely. It looks like Spids is definitely firmly cementing control of this game.
It would have to be no fast speed interaction and also not enough burst speed spells to generate a showstopper. And there's a facebreaker from the Karma, so throw all of it out the window. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to think of like what does a Buried in Ice look like, and the answer is probably not enough. And Spids with double facebreaker definitely going to shore up this game soon. This does put us in a bit of a situation where when we take a look at the clock here for a second, while it's not relevant in this game, it's probably going to be, depending on how quickly Horseman wants to surrender, we're actually looking at potentially another like 3 to 5 minutes spent here in game number 2. And then getting into Jaxorn versus Echo Jinx, that's something that can take a little while. It's a little bit of a mid-range slugfest. The predicts are something that you're going to have to think about pretty constantly. We see Spids really taking her time with this Karma Set so far. I wouldn't be surprised to see her do something similar within the Echo Jinx, and so this one might actually come down to time in Game 3.
Yeah, it looks like Spids is definitely speeding up the play now, has a very clear win condition lined up, not too much thought behind just doubling his Hells of Karma, getting the Set into combat, just making sure that you can't die in any way, but Spids not taking too long to think through everything here, I say, as she ropes again and going into but of course she is in overtime now, so this is a pretty quick Aftershock.
Debating the Aftershock on their own unit so that they can double up the 9 lives and get 2 of the 4/2s. Gonna coin first, then Aftershock.
Makes sense. 2-3, not really where you want to be here. And I imagine this is also getting Set a little bit closer to the showstopper by doing this.
This is just an attempted setup at a lethal open attack from Spids, and it will work. You have complete hand information of what Horseman has because it's just all weapons.
Yeah, we can even just take the 5 if Horseman does want to attack here, but of course we do have the 9 lives to just go get everything done, and that'll be the obliterate. And yeah, this is done and dusted, just waiting for Spids to kind of go through the motions here.
Yeah, Horseman, I guess, technically could top deck a Frostbite, which would buy them one more turn. Unless, actually, no, I miscounted because of the double damage from the Showstopper. So even a Frostbite top deck will not be enough, as it'll then just put Spids on exact lethal.
Yeah, and he only plays the 1/3 Sisters, and that's already out of the way. So I don't think there is... Oh, there's 2 Harsh Winds in the deck, so that would be the only out, but it is going to be the second Sky Splitter that we were so worried about so many turns ago. This is going to be over 15 damage, and we are headed to game number 3.
Yeah, 14:47 left on the clock. I don't remember if the clock pauses for deck selection in between games, because I don't use Best of 3 Friend Challenge very often, and the clock's not on the screen when we're in between games. So we are going to have Jax Orin versus Echo Jinx. Talking with Spitz earlier in the evening, I do believe she feels pretty good about this matchup. Just Echo Jinx sort of a hallmark of like, hey, you know, it's pretty good in the mid-range. Jax Orin is a very combat-focused deck, and you are a Scrying Sands Quicksand deck. So as long as the pieces can fall into place here, Spitz should be able to move on to the top 32 with her signature deck.
There is kind of a bit of a clock that Jax Orin puts you on, though, right? Where eventually, you know, starting like turn 7, turn 8, there's just so many big things and so much overwhelm that the Quicksand and the Scrying Sands start being a little bit less effective. But of course, Echo Jinx is trying to get their own game plan going as early as turn 5, turn 6. So the clock, I feel like, is in favor of Echo Jinx. But again, if you brick and just aren't seeing the stuff that you need to get your champions out and get them leveled, I feel like Jax Orin can definitely kind of run away with it, especially with the early aggressive starts. Like, we'll see what this Omen Hawk hits. But, nothing too spooky to start things off, it seems.
Managed to dodge the Omen Hawk onto the Jax. That's sort of one of the big, scary boogeyman plays in a list like this, but Jax is going to come through anyway. Innovative Blacksmith is the buff up from the Omen Hawk, one of the few nerfed cards in Jax Orin. It feels like this deck was like dominant and then just kind of kept getting buff after buff incidentally. Like, oh yeah, you know, Glacial Saurian just has Overwhelm now, even though you're already playing it. Oh yeah, Omen Hawk can block elusives now, because that was not a great matchup for you. And Spid's going to updraft. Thinking about what they want to ship away. Feral Presence is like probably one of the worst cards in Legends of Runeterra, but it's actually going to be kept in the hand because Spids just needs to predict and valuing the spell mana.
I'm a big Feral Presence hater. I love playing less than 3 copies the few times I have played Echo Jinx, but definitely the full 3 copies here for Spids, and she is the expert by all means, so does she take a second at the top? I sure hope not, because I would be upset, but I mean, again, deferring to expertise here, I have no idea.
I would, if Spids put a Feral Presence on top of her deck, I am no longer deferring to the experts. I am coming in aggressively. It looks like it was probably a skip, or actually, this is something we were talking about a lot during the APAC broadcast. There was a recent change to Predicts, in that Predicts no longer shuffle the rest of the deck. And that's relevant. A lot of people are talking about like Fallen Feline. Yeah, now that Hexite Crystal is actually trapped at the bottom of your deck. Something that we did see someone take advantage of it with an APAC is that it no longer shuffles away portals and chimes from the top of your deck. And that was sort of the big reason for the change, because it felt bad to play Augmented Clockling in a Nora deck because all of a sudden my portal is now out of the top 4 into like the top 20 or something. Same issue with like Flash Bombs. It was like a weird counterplay to it. And so while this is a little bit cleaner, it does unfortunately give you the option to like stack multiple draws if you predict poorly on the first one. Like, you just don't hit the skip button. You're like, okay, yeah, whatever, you know, I'll take this because I didn't really think about it and I'm about to predict again anyway. And it's like, no, that is actually still now second from the top of your deck. But of course, Spids talked it up so much during the APAC broadcast, there's no way she's gonna forget about it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it looks like with the Echo off the top as the second card, I don't believe that was in her first predict, so I think she did skip the first predict and then take the second one, and it was the random Echo that we found, unless I was just listening to you and not paying close enough attention. But this shuffles the deck, right? Shuffling in the Chrono Breaks is going to reorganize the order, even though it doesn't really matter in this matchup because there is no more Hexite Crystal in the standard environment.
I actually don't think it does. I don't think it shuffles your deck. I think it randomly places them in there.
Digital card games have gone too far. We don't even shuffle our decks anymore. I don't know what to... And this,
I
this is
really
the Scout
need a
weapon
shuffle
and the
animation.
Overwhelm weapon. Gotta be Scout, I imagine. Gonna take that one, forge it up.
Yeah, the Scout weapon, but the Scrying Sands will push this down to only 2 attack, and that's going to let Echo go in for a block. Double drop order picked up as well. Spids could go for the time trick, but she is going to time trick for free off of this Echo block, and things starting to look really good. Just needs a Voices of the Risen to make it all really come together.
Yep, and has a couple opportunities to find it here. A couple more opportunities if she wants them.
Yeah.
Probably a skip since we already have the Clockling. Oh.
Okay, goes for the Clockling. I was going to say, like, Rite of Negation, you, as we talked earlier, you are against Buried in Ice Jax Orin. You do have a 6-wide board. unfortunately, there's no real point in protecting this board if you can't find the voices, so Spid's just going to go a little bit deeper, and actually just willing to sacrifice the Echo for a second draw. I think I like this a lot.
I do too. I think that your board right here is just not getting any sort of damage in. Okay, just going to take it instead. I was going to say, I think trading it off just to remove blockers from the opponent, you know, and be able to have that. You're gonna need the spot on the board to find your Voice of the Risen anyway, and getting an extra draw at it could help. A Jinx here, not really what we're looking for, because we did take the second Clockling, but maybe just wants to pick it up for later.
That's one. Oh wow! Finds the skip into the Voice.
That's
huge
crazy.
pickup for Spids here. This is one of the issues that I've talked about with Echo Jinx, where it's like Echo, Jinx, Clockling, Voices are all 4-drops. And so turn 4, you play a 4-drop. Turn 5, you play a 4-drop. Turn 6, you play a 4-drop. And it can get really hard to actually get to that plan B Jinx, where, you know, in a hand like this, if Spids had taken the Jinx and said, yeah, I'm low on cards, you're actually so far away from dumping your hand that the Jinx can't bail you out of a situation like this. But if you just skip a predict into the Voices, none of that matters.
Yeah, that's why I was so a little bit worried about taking the second Clockling with that first predict last turn where we drew it, and it's like, we've already got one. Like, how are we getting these down? Are we just that committed to trying to find the Voices? And if we just find it off of here, now Spid's thinking about what this attack is going to look like. I imagine we have to be replacing for the Voice. And then the only out that I'm seeing for Horseman here long term is just keeping this 3 mana up and top decking Buried in Ice, because that feels like it would be a very, very good situation. Although, does he have a fast enough clock to clear it out to take down the game before all these would pop back out of the Buried in Ice?
That is a good question. I want to say with a Scout Weapon and an Alpha Call, or a Wild's Call Ferocity, even then, probably not, because it would be Horseman's attack token where they have to commit all of their mana into the Buried in Ice, so on their next token, everything would be back. And with Horseman actually playing the blocker, that takes a lot of the bluff out of their sails. You know, they no longer are representing Harsh Winds, they no longer are representing Flash Freeze, because it has to come out of 3 Sisters, and so Spids is now suddenly a lot safer to go in with this Echo.
Gonna get another free card. Not pushing a whole lot of damage, just 7 here, but it is setting up for some pretty good stuff on the following turn. I think, like you said, you know, using your own attack token to play the Buried in Ice is not a winning line here. Ooh, there's the Chrono Break.
And Horseman taps below the Buried in Ice top deck, throwing the Scout Weapon down onto the Apprentice.
Yeah, I think he just has to play some blockers next turn and then hope that he can survive the open attack from Spids when he draws the Buried in Ice on this next turn. That's really the only way that I'm seeing him getting out of this, is just getting out those blockers to not die to the open, which is very doable. Or if he could find like a fish fight to kill the Voices, that would be cool. But yeah, things are looking dicey with the Chrono Break being picked up and still no Buried in Ice in sight for Horseless Horseman.
And this is the fork that Echo Jinx always sort of presents, where it's like, in order to win the game, 95% of the time, you just have to play like your opponent doesn't have Chrono Break, and then you just look really dumb when they have Chrono Break and kill you. Time and Dedication. Okay, this is actually a huge hit from the Wild Claw, and 20 minus 7 is 3 shy of lethal if Spids blocks with their largest units.
Giving up the Voice here, but has the Chrono Break. This is, I think, the turn where Spids wins the game, the way things are looking.
Yeah, and Horsemen, when they see this block from the Voices, that is a hard telegraph of the Chrono Break. Spids is, I would say, incredibly likely to just throw down the Clockling, pass priority back, hold the 3 mana for the Chrono Break, kind of see what happens from there. And then Horseman knows that they probably just lose if they go in with this Wild Claw. And honestly, probably just loses anyway.
Yeah, I don't think there's any... I imagine Spids can just play the Clockling here. Maybe you fire off the Feral Presence first just to get your free predict, and then if you skip with Clockling, you would draw whatever you predicted with the Feral Presence, thanks to the changes. So I imagine that's what Spids is looking at here. Maybe just thinking about firing off the Chrono Break right now, but it is going to be Mystic Shot, maybe? Another unit makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a 0 mana Forsaken Bakai is huge. And yeah, Horseman's going, okay, yeah, show me the Chrono Break. I know that you have it, and Spid's probably just going to have to use it anyway. That will allow Horseman to go back in for another attack, but the Wild Claw's just going to go down to one of these units. No, actually doesn't even wait for it. Echo can block this. That's going to be Spids living at 1 HP, taking out the blocker, and now Chrono Break definitely going to be lethal.
Yep, like you were saying, you have to play like they don't have it. And if they do, what are you supposed to do? I mean, there's a reason you have to level up a champion to get access to that card, and there's just nothing really that Horseman could do there. Needs to find the Buried Knights to really deal with an Echo that's leveling on turn 4, and it just doesn't have it. So that's going to be Spids taking this one down from 1 HP, although a very calculated 1 HP, taking this one down, moving on to the top 32.
Yeah, Spids coming in from the cast of the APAC into the top 32 of the Americas with 6 minutes left on the clock. It looks like we are not going to have a follow-up match to get you into, but, you know, looking a little rough there with the Karma set in the first game, playing that anti-aggro build, and then actually, despite not having a well-equipped build for the Jax Orin, manages to find that win anyway, and then, of course, getting that big win with the Echo Jinx.
Yeah, and that, you know, I'm sure that's the one where she felt very confident just bringing the Echo Jinx into any matchup, but like you said, talking about the Jax Orin earlier and just kind of knowing about it, the Karma set definitely looked a bit dicey there in game 2. I think she was looking to find the win against elusives, but as long as you get the win one way or another, it doesn't really matter where it comes down. So congrats to Spids taking that one down and moving on.
Yeah, it's something that might catch up with her a little bit later on in the tournament, but it hasn't happened yet. And again, what a lot of people... The only actual prize that's on the docket for today is if you make it to the top 16, you do still get that championship board. I think Spids already has one. I'm not 100% sure, but that does mean that the top 32 is arguably one of the most important matches that you're going to play all day, because that is when you are either getting your prize or you are not. But we will get back into that action after this short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open, aka the last one, the final Runeterra Open. My name is Joe Boulevard. Joining me is Ryan Miles. We just finished with our top 64 Spids, taking us all the way to the end of the round with their Karma set, Jinx, Echo, and some banned deck lineup. It doesn't matter because we didn't get to see it. It was Aatrox, Vayne, Morgana. Now I remember because we were talking about it last night. And we're going to take a quick look at the bracket to show you all who made it through to the top 60, to the top 32, who has been eliminated in the top 64, who will be moving on in this tournament, trying to get that sick cosmetic before they are sunsetted forever. You can see Majin Bay, the main character of LoR, not only picking up the win, but actually getting a bye into the top 16 because neither of their potential top 32 opponents showed up.
Well, that's one way to do it, and one definitely a competitor to give the bye to in the round of 32. So I guess this means Majigate is going to pick up his champion board. Do you think he had one already by any chance?
I don't know. He's kind of washed, so it probably really doesn't have one. I can't remember the last time he top 4'd anything relevant, won anything relevant. Certainly not a tournament I played against him in earlier. And then here we can see a little bit of BR representation. We have Galley versus Machado LOR in the top 32. Winner of that will play the winner of Pixlet versus Real Prism Sword. Nice to see Prism moving on to the top 32 as well. Hopefully they can get into the top 16. And then AG the Pro versus Rusticles will be our feature match for this round.
All right. AJ the Pro looking for his third win. I believe 3 is the maximum number of wins that anybody has in the history of Runeterra. You're the expert here. You tell me if that's the correct number.
It's hard because some players keep changing their names, especially in APAC, so someone might have 4, but I think 3 is the upper limit.
Definitely a way to go out with the very last one, just taking down your third one, saying, hey, I was one of the best players that won the most number of tournaments. And then we have this other half of the bracket that we completely skipped over. And then moving on, Frozen Thrall taking down the Lurk Demon, playing against Z-Max in top 32. Uncle Muscles versus El Chalero. I'm gonna let you pronounce this. This is not what I'm supposed to be doing.
If we have to watch that match, then I will learn how to pronounce El Chalero. But I have been informed that all 3 of the Lurk players have been eliminated in the top 64, which means I get to go down in history, dunking on Lurk from now until the end of the time and saying that you were trolling if you ever brought it to a tournament because it never worked out, even for some of the best players in the world like JO1 and some of just the players in the world like Mr. Emotional.
Absolutely, yes. So, like you said, we do have AJ versus Rusticles for our top 32. Do we know what decks those guys are playing off the top of your head before we get into the graphics that I'm sure production will have for us?
I didn't look at AJ's decks, but I did look at Rusticles because Rusticles was playing Aikido in top 64, was able to eliminate Aikido, and that means unfortunately Aikido not going to be able to complete the 3-peat, but of course did win the last 2 opens, the Eternal and the Standard, so Aikido is still just like one of the best players in the game, just unfortunately not able to get that 3-peat. But Rusticle is one of the few players that actually has a card in the game designed after them in Trusty Adnir, and is playing 9x copies of Trusty Adnir in the form of Ari, Bard, Zed, Kale, and Master Yi Ribbon. So we were talking a little bit earlier, you know, what is the meta? Sometimes it's just players going, yeah, this is my favorite deck. If this is the last event, this is what I'm going to run. That is 100% what Rusticles is doing, and I think it is absolutely great that they are championing their own card to a top 32.
Yeah, looking at his lineup here, do you have anything to say about these decks, or is this just I found 3 decks to put, you know, Trusty Adnir in, and that's what I'm doing?
We'll find out when we actually get onto their list, because we're going to kick things off with AJ the Pro on the trusty Jax Ornn. Nothing special here. No copies of Buried in Ice is really the only call out that feels relevant. 1 Fish Fight, 1 Entrancing Lore, so pretty light on the interaction.
We do have the Snow Dog here, which Horseman was noticeably missing in the last matchup. I feel like that's a good inclusion. I'm a fan of it, but I do have it here for sure. Trimming down on some of that extra interaction, like you said.
Then we go into the Galio Elder Morgana, sort of the boogeyman of the previous meta, still the boogeyman of this meta, just slightly less powerful, and a lot of people going for Balin the Benevolent over the nerfed Mage Seeker Inquisitor. And Citrus Courier is something that we've seen a couple of players start to pick up on. Kadrigan the Ruined, however, is not something I have seen players on.
Kadrigan definitely new. Obviously, no Synen in the list anymore with him being 7 mana. Is that something you think is correct? I mean, Synen is still a very powerful card overall. Do you think the 1 mana just kind of makes it completely not worth it for this type of archetype?
It's really hard to look at me and ask me to cut a card that says draw 2. I don't care how much mana it costs, especially still being able to roll Deathless. And then taking a look here at the Seraphine set, 3 Sunken Temple and 1 Back Alley Bar is not particularly standard. There was a while where we were seeing like 2 Temple, 1 Bar, 1 Temple, 2 Bar, some crazy combinations. But for the most part, a lot of players have just settled on 3 Sunken Temple. AJ bringing back that expensive sort of hallmark landmark.
Yep, and no copies of set for this one. No copies of Karma for this one. It is full-on Seraphine set, so we do have that pretty diverse spell cast. And then moving over to Rusticles, we have Ari Bard to start thing off. Talk to me, Boulevard, in your professional opinion about Ari Bard.
I need to take a look at Aikedo's lineup because I'm not sure what they were running where they struggled into this. Obviously, like, these decks are going to look kind of goofy off the rip, right? Like, triple bursting backpack inherently already looks a little funny. There's like a one of syncopation in all of these lists. For those of you unaware of what Trusty Adnir does, because it's never been like a particularly meta-relevant card, 4 mana 3/3. When it's summoned, you summon Adnir's Aviarius Bird Watchers, I think is what the translates to, right? So aviation in some way. That is a 1/1 that will support an ally and grow to that supported ally stats. So like we're seeing a lot of might here. We're seeing some great hammer. Just like, oh yeah, I have this 1/1 that is going to turn into a 6/4 with this enraged fire spitter that is also coming in at you, or like this very large Master Yi. So we're looking at like aggressive Ionia lists, and it is just like still an aggro deck. It's still going to be a couple of different flavors. Like obviously we're getting a little bit more overwhelm out of the Noxus version. We're like very chime heavy in the Bard version, and then a little bit elusive heavy here in the Ionia version. Even like Navori Longtail, this is going to be a huge test into my card knowledge that I am not going to pass, because I'm literally reading Navori Longtail right now. I had no idea what this did.
Yeah, I'm looking at these deck lists. You guys brought me here half out of retirement to do a cast for the last invitational, or the last grand. What are these tournaments called?
Runeterra Opens.
I play too many card games. I thought I was about to call it a grand open. I'm like, that sounds half right. But yeah, the Runeterra Opens. And just looking at Rusticle's decks over here, yeah, half of these cards are just stuff that not only do I not know, but I imagine most people don't know. Like you were saying, these are some off-the-wall stuff. Rusticle is just playing his trusty Adnir in 9x copies, like you were saying. And again, taking down Aikato in the top 64, not an easy feat. So there's definitely something going on here, and we're about to find out exactly how much is going for these decks.
Yeah, and Aikedo was on... Okay, this makes a little more sense, I think. Aikedo was on Elder Nora, Karma Set, and Seraphine, and I could definitely see these like aggressively postured Ionia decks doing pretty well into controllier matchups, especially ones that aren't really playing like mass removal. So yeah, I could see why this was able to succeed there. Now going into a more mid-range style of thing, you know, if this is playing well into control, there is that Seraphine set that you have the option to run through, and you know, the Ari Bard could get larger than anything that the Jax Ornn is able to output. And again, because they are lacking in Buried in Ice, there's not that like just one card come through, wipe the board, actually push through all my Ornn damage. Because again, this Ari Bard like very all in on chimes, even like Lonely Chime Slime, which I never realized that was this card's name. The one that when it or another ally dies, you put four chimes in your deck. Again, the Bursting Backpack's sort of a weird card to be running, but does front load a lot of chimes into your list. So very curious to see what's going to get banned here, because looking at it, I'm not sure which of these trusty Adnir decks I'm like, this is the most threatening. I think it's Master Yi Riven. I think that, you know, it's still just a Fire Spitter Might deck, which historically, very, very good.
Even after the Fire Spitter nerf, just a lot of damage. And yeah, looking at everything here, different flavors of aggressively slanted nonsense. Whether you're using Overwhelm or Elusive, you're still, all the three of these decks are trying to win the game in essentially the same way, with the exception of Ari Bard having, I think, more longevity into the late game by just being a Bard deck and having units that can grow exceptionally large. So I feel like that's perhaps maybe the most powerful here, but like you said, Master Yi Riven, just very close to the typical Riven decks we're used to seeing and having a lot of game there. But just, you know, having the extra flex of the trusty Adnir, but pretty standard decks that have existed throughout the history of Runeterra, even if they're not really in meta right now. For the bans here, I imagine the Seraphine set is getting left up, as it is probably the target. Do you think that the Jax Ornn is scarier because of the Frostbite potential and just the Overwhelm, or do you think that we're trying to go under Morgana Galio and win that way? And it is actually going to be the Riven Yi band, and it's going to be the Jax Ornn. So tell me if you were right.
Yeah, of course I was right.
Okay,
Jax
cool.
Ornn is just like such a big comfort pick for AJ that I know that something players talk a lot about a lot, is like taking someone off of comfort, and I definitely think that is like an AJ the Pro deck, so not upset to see it banned there. And then again, like I said, I think the Noxus version is just the most powerful. And one last thing I want to shout out, because I feel like I'm going to get railed on Twitter if I don't. Aikedo is mentioned in the flavor text of trusty Adnir having his signature, oh my god, why are there, whoa, another one, why are there so many? You know, his sub notification is in the flavor text of Adnir's Aviarius, so like very fitting that that was our top 64 matchup, and that is the last time we're going to bring it up. But I did want to mention that really cool little fun fact here. As we get into round number 1, AJ the Pro versus Rusticles, I believe I saw a Shield of Durand, which means we are going to be on the Formidables for AJ, and we are on Bard Ari for game number 1. Bard Ari, a very powerful deck like 2 years ago when Bard still started shuffling in chimes from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit longer to get online nowadays. And, you know, there is like that kind of anti-synergy, right? Where Ari, you don't really want to bounce the chimed units because they lose their stats. But throughout the early game, you want to use Ari to kind of get the value that those units have. And then later on, once they're in your hand, they just, you know, turn a dancing droplet into a 10-10. And it's like, well, this doesn't need to draw me any more cards. It's just going to win me the game.
Yeah, or better yet, you actually get to pump all the chimes onto the Ari, level her up, get an elusive, and it's like, yeah, actually now I'm just going to, like, even if my Ari is a 5-5, I'm now swinging at you for, like, you know, 15, just based off of all of this, and now the chime going to go down. Actually, I want to shout out Rusticles did go for a bursting backpack on turn 1, so already getting that train going. For those of you unaware, because you've only ever seen bursting backpack in Shellfolk combo decks or randomly generated off of your Burblefish, for each bursting backpack you've played this game, you're going to shuffle 4 chimes into your deck and plant 4 poisonous puff caps into the enemy deck, and then create a bursting backpack in your deck. So Rusticles actually banking the spell mana this time. Well, okay, has to bank the spell mana because they are suppressed. Otherwise, we probably would have seen that second backpack go off. But the mana tax, a little rough here. Blocking Badger Bear, 2 of them available for AJ. Also going to snuff out this attack from Rusticles. And so far, things not looking great. But Trusty Adnir gets to come down next round.
Yep, the suppression here doing work. I imagine we'll probably see it fired off here just to get it out of the hand before another fettering perhaps can come down. And these backpacks are stacking up. Is this how much card draw does Ari Bard have to be able to facilitate shuffling all these backpacks in your deck and just taking the minuses on the cards? Is this like a very aggressive game plan, or do we just kind of want it early to level Bard, or do we actually expect this to kind of go to the late game where having multiple backpacks popping off is really actually what we want to be doing?
I think there's a lot more draw power than you would expect. You know, the Mystic Vortex draws a card when it finally counts down. There's 2 Vasian Disciple, the 3 Dancing Droplet, the Shadow Assassins, even the Ionian Telestone can go for a draw. And the Shadow Assassins, of course. So, like, yeah, actually, I would say, like, there's 15 or so cards in this deck that say draw a card. It also gives you that sort of puff cap burn strategy because, you know, now we're going to see that there's already 12 puff caps in the deck of AJ. If this other backpack is fired off, that's going to double up to 24. That's unlikely to one-shot AJ, but you do have to... or it makes it a lot easier to push through the elusive damage incrementally and go for the win. Unfortunately for Rusticles, double blocking Badger Bear is going to make that incredibly difficult. It's almost more about the chimes, you know? Can this trusty Adnir get up to a crazy high damage total and force a double block out of AJ thanks to the little supported ally?
Yeah, there is not much that Morgana, Elder Dragon, Galio has to deal with bigger units. Obviously, the Galio deck is trying to just have the bigger units on their own side and have the Gentleman's Duel be able to beat some of that stuff up. But if you start getting chimes really stacked up onto some big units, then you kind of have to go under them. And right now, AJ is definitely wider, has the ability to swing for a lethal attack as early as next turn, depending on how this goes out. But the Cosmic Binding, of course, probably going to prevent that as it currently stands. But, you know, Rusticles needs a little bit more time to get these chimes, to get these puff caps really online. Technically has a potential lethal with 39 puff caps in the deck, but very unlikely. And here comes the Morgana to make things very difficult. You almost can't afford to pay the 4 to get your blocker back, but you also kind of have to because you are dead otherwise.
You could play the trusty Adnir because it will develop 2 units here, and that gives you a nice little blocker, although it does feel... I'm not going to lie, I've never had to sacrifice myself in a card game, especially myself and my daughter as chump blockers. That's definitely going to take like a mental toll on Rusticles if that was the line that they felt they need to go for, but the Cosmic Binding will do a little bit of stalling out, going to deal 2 to 1 unit and stun another. And at the moment, yeah, Galio going to come through and turn everything into a huge threat. This almost certainly... going to force out the Adnir, but that is just not gonna leave mana up for this Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, this is not looking great. We do have 2 units that we could play for blocks, but again, like you said, not gonna have the time for it. And I actually do believe you have put yourself in the graveyard in a card game if you've ever played Lightning Strike before, but we'll get back to that later. Yeah, this turn looking pretty over.
Actually, it's only 7 damage on the side of AJ. The 2 weakest attackers will not be lethal.
We did get our 4th blocker back, so yeah, it's going to be 7, just like you're saying. Math is hard.
Unfortunately,
no, impact. Impact on Galio.
Impact, yeah.
All right.
Even without the impact, even without the impact, Rusticle's losing their entire board here. I'm actually, man, here's the problem. I never remember. Ionia Telestone gets you Gruesome Theater, and Gruesome Theater either says bounce a unit with 3 or less attack or 3 or less health, and I never remember which one it is because Bandle City has the other one. And if it is 3 or less attack, then Rusticles can survive. But
I will spoil all of the suspense. It is 3 or less health and not going to be doing much against this current board.
Yeah, I was going to say, based on the fact that they were lining up a block onto the Petrified Hound, I'm going to assume that it is 3 or less health. Yeah, thank you, Rusticles, for understanding that I don't know what this card does and flashing it for me. Oh, no, you can block the... Okay, I see, yeah. I'm going to use this to dodge the impact. Yeah, see, I knew the impact wasn't relevant. Good job, Boulevard. But unfortunately, this does take me back to what does Rusticles do from here? There are still 2 blocking Badger Bears. There is still a Morgana with lifesteal. Your opponent has 20 Nexus health. AJ is not running Sign-In, so there's no chance for them to randomly accidentally kill themselves off puff caps.
I mean, you could just draw 37 puff caps off of 2 cards.
That would be really funny.
Could play another backpack here. We have a Shadow Assassin to draw. Okay. 1 puff cap, 19 to go. Are there any lifesteal units in the deck for
No.
Doesn't really matter since there's also now a challenger on the other side and we're dead on the stack, so a lot of things making, you know, the potential puff cap lethal less likely, and a dead Nexus is certainly the most effective way to stop yourself from dying. So that'll be it for game number 1, taking down the Ahri Bard. But I do think that was the matchup where it was probably going to be the biggest uphill battle, especially with the Badge Bears into the Elusives. That's really not where you want to, you know, get your stuff lined up in game number 1. But Seraphine Set is probably the one that this lineup is most likely trying to prey on. The bit slower decks, the more control-y stuff, and just having, you know, too wide and too fast of a board to come out the gate.
Really excited to see how this one's going to go down. Would like to see Rusticles maybe show us what that Zed Kale looks like, because Kale is one of those champions that has not seen a lot of play in competitive Runeterra. Off the top of my head, there was like Yordles, which was basically just a Zolani deck, and then there was, okay, I can't actually play Seraphine and Leona together because they're too broken, I have to separate them. I guess I'm playing Kale in my Leona deck, and that's about the extent of Kale that we've been able to see. So every time she does pop up, it always feels like a treat, especially with her having a cool skin off of the Battle Pass. I believe it was like the last, like 2 iterations ago, the Battle Pass. We got that like Enraged Kale, but it does look like this is going to be back on the Bard Ahri.
Yeah. Didn't she see some play with like Siren Song for a minute? But again, time's long past. Nothing really to do here. Not seeing too much of her, but we do have it on the table. If Ahri Bard can find a win here and another backpack opener for Rusticles. Does he do it?
Curious. Yeah.
Oh, he
backpack
does.
On 1 says, give me those chimes. I'm playing for the high rolls. And this is a matchup where the backpack's actually going to be really impactful. We were talking about how Galio or Morgana doesn't really draw cards, can't really accelerate itself into that accidental death, but Sunken Temple, it's one of those cards where even if you don't want to play it because you have a lot of puff caps, because your deck is kind of built around it, you might just need to throw it down anyway and take that risk. And with 2 Temple in hand, Aegis is not doing anything anytime soon.
Yeah, and I imagine Rusticles here is actually just playing this matchup completely around backpacks. You know, you take a little bit of damage early. Right here, doesn't develop the Dancing Droplet to push the 1 extra damage. It's just, okay, I want to get my draw, I want to save my mana, I want to redeploy my Vestayan Disciples, and I want to just draw backpacks, because that card by itself will be a 1-card win condition against Sunken Temple. And I wonder, you know, if Rusticles is able to find 2, maybe 3 backpacks before turn 5, is AJ even going to play a Sunken Temple? You know, recognizing that just might be a death sentence for himself if he ends up playing it.
And Mr. Thrift coming down. For those of you unaware, every time you draw a boon or an opponent draws a trap, Mr. Thrift will shuffle 2 copies of that into the player's deck. So now every time AJ draws a puff cap, they are getting 2 more puff caps. Every time Rusticles draws a chime, they are getting 2 more chimes. So that is going to be 1 chime down. That's going to be 8 in the deck. No, 10, 11. I don't know. It's gonna take production a second here to constantly update that, because again, Bard is constantly shuffling 3 in. Now we also have Mr. Thrift to keep track of. Here is going to be the Shimon Wind. Deny not drawing anything, but this is probably going to be a Conspirator to draw with the Dancing Droplet before going into combat.
I would imagine that the Droplet comes back. Yep. And I wasn't sure if we just kind of valued the open attack, but on turn 4 with 5 mana, is there Rocket Barrages that AJ has available? That's like the one consideration. And it looks like the answer is yes, there is exactly 1.
Yeah, there's a rocket barrage, but at this point you'd still be pushing damage unless they go on to... If they leave Mr. Thrift, I think Rusticles would actually even be relatively happy with that and would be able to just throw down 2 more dancing droplets to still push through a fair amount of damage.
No, absolutely. And I imagine that Mr. Thrift is probably more of a relevant target than anything else right now because, again, the backpack lethal, the bounce, what is it? Something backpack? Bursting backpack. Sorry about that. Bursting backpack is really what I'm expecting the win condition to be here against the Sunken Temple decks. And there's going to be a Mystic Shot going after the Disciple and not the card that's representing more damage. And I think that is paying respect to the card draw, you know, trying to shut down the avenues with which Rusticles can draw more backpacks. I think that's really what we're looking at here.
That's going to be 2 damage pushed onto the Nexus of AJ, who now finally gets into the Sunken Temple turn, but Set, you know, probably has to come down. Rusticles is very light on the interaction, and so you can actually take out the Mr. Thrift here, which, while it might just look like a thorn in the side, and Rusticles actually picking up the stun if they do want to stop this Set from coming through, but I don't know that this is the point where Rusticles actually wants to be fighting over this, and so they're going to kick things off with a Mystical Vortex. We'll see if the stun... Actually, I don't know if you can just stun. It's kind of a weird card where I don't know if you're allowed to skip on the +2 damage and then go for the stun, but because you do have to assign the 2 damage first, if they only have 1 unit and you can't target it twice, not actually sure how that plays out. Bastille Disciple going to get the +1/+1. This will protect it from the Rocket Barrage, but unfortunately, like you mentioned earlier, it's one of those cards that self-bounces, so getting the chimes on it, not as long-standing as they are for some of the other targets.
Yeah, again, the chimes here really just trying to play into the late game, and I imagine that's why we're also seeing the bursting backpacks here. This looks like an aggro deck, and yeah, you want to get some chip elusive damage in, but we're really playing for some pretty big turn 7, turn 8 lethals. Not going to be as fast as something as like the Teemo elusives.
No, but again, this is more of a flavor win for Rusticles than anything, being able to play their own card in Legends of Runeterra here in the last open. And looking like a pretty solid attack at the time being. There is a Facebreaker on the side of AJ, so they will be able to take out a couple of these elusives, but there's so much more that Rusticles can run out on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the real question I'm having here is, do you think AJ's actually ever going to play the Sunken Temple? Like, do you think, even with 1 backpack down, just knowing that there's 3 more still in the deck, and that the longer this game goes on, that's just going to end the game so quickly, do you think he just completely forgoes it and says, well, I'm down 2 cards in my hand that I'm never going to play, but I just can't afford it. That's my lose condition.
I think they aren't going to play it, and I'm not sure... I don't think it has as much to do with the puff caps as it does with just 5 mana is a really big commitment when you're behind on board and your opponent is running out 5 elusives with their 5 mana, especially larger ones than you would normally anticipate thanks to the chimes.
No, that makes a lot of sense. He is taking the pass here, so we have Unworthy Soul available to interact. Maybe going to run out of Facebreaker if this development keeps coming.
There's a deny available for Rusticles if the Facebreaker comes through. That is going to be... I mean, the deny looks pretty juicy, right? That's going to be 9 damage pushed through to AJ, but you could also put... I haven't mapped out how much damage it is if you just let that go and, like, Navori Conspirator one of these units. Or play just play Ari.
AJ here playing around a bounce effect on the droplet, not trying to maximize damage reduction, but just, you know, okay, I assume you're going to bounce one of these, so I'll go ahead and not go after the droplet. But the deny coming out, deny nerf, very relevant here, no longer 3 mana, can't notify it. And
that's going to be the 9 damage we were talking about. Down to 7 on the side of AJ. Shimon Wind available again, just a lot more draw. The droplet could bounce back to the hand. 3 out of 5 recalls on the Ari. Second Ari off the top, going to bounce the Navori Conspirator. Imagine AJ's going in for the open attack onto the droplet, understanding that, like, we're getting kind of close to the Ari level up, don't want to offer that draw over, but Rusticles, even without the droplet, could just bounce and replay a Shadow Assassin. It's a little more mana intensive, but it does still get the draw.
Yep, and he top decked the tag out there, might just fire it off on this droplet here, keep it alive, draw another card. I don't know, tag out probably wants to go onto the set even? Just to...
It would be a very heavy mana commitment for AJ, even just like looking at how this all plays out. If you go for the 5 mana tag out as opposed to the 2, forcing your opponent to deny instead of Nopify is, again, just like more mana that you are forcing out of them. But the Nopify going to play on the tag out. That's still 6 mana to play with for Rusticles, which, again, is quite a bit.
I imagine we're seeing 3 units enter the field here for Rusticles. Going for the 2 mana tag out, like you said, of course, opens up the Nopify option there. I didn't hate the idea of just sending it towards the set. Just, plays around the Notify, also puts a set back in the hand, makes you replay it, can buy you more time in the long run, but just taking the draw there also make them have the Notify. Makes a lot of sense. And it is going to be a 5/5 Navori Conspirator coming down? Navori Conspirator, yeah, got the name right.
So with 4 out of 5 on the Ahri, a lot of really weird lines open up for Rustical on the following turn. Where if they throw down the Ahri here, then they can like position the Vestayan Disciple to the left so that levels Ahri will then, or so that returns to the hand. Ahri will level like mid-combat. She won't be elusive on the first attack, but because everything you are hitting with outside of her is elusive, those will be unblockable. Or, AJ has the option to like use the Unworthy Soul on whatever is to the right of Ahri to actually stop the train before it even begins.
Definitely going to have to see which Ahri gets played and how many chimes they have on it, because as long as it has at least 4 attack, removing the ability to move to the right will prevent some damage, but whatever you're blocking with on the first attack is still, like, there's no way to stop the Ahri from actually getting in there.
Now, it is a little weird because at the moment, the big difference between level 1 Ahri and level 2 Ahri is the elusive keyword. So if you go into combat with the level 1 Ahri, AJ can still line up a blocker onto it, and that's where the sort of the cute, I'll just bounce the thing to the right of it comes up, where you still have the block onto that Ahri. You get to sort of stop 2 attacks in that way instead of just like bouncing the elusive Ahri in combat.
Yeah, and it depends. Like I was saying, it depends on how many chimes Ahri has. If it's only a 2/2, then you can block with a 3/4, and then when you bounce the guy or when you stop the guy to the right, then Ahri will actually die, and you get a nice little 2-for-1. But as long as Ahri has at least 2 chimes, it'll go ahead and eat the 3/4, and it will level up, or it won't level up actually because the guy will no longer be there. But it will still eat the thing, and we'll still have an Ahri on the board. I wonder.
The other option that Rusticles has is to just like Ahri champion spell to get the other bounce off and go for it. We now are seeing a Rocket Barrage put onto the stack. Caustic Rift also available for 2 mana to help finish off the surviving Navori Conspirator.
Ionian Telstones here for Ritual of Renewal. Keep our 5 attack elusive alive.
That would potentially be lethal. There's only 2 mana left, so you're still cognizant of like Mystic Shot and that Caustic Rift, which
the Caustic
would finish
Rift
it off,
would
but
stop it.
Would also... Oh, no, yeah. If you go for the Ritual Renewal, Caustic Rift actually really
blowout.
hurts because it'll take out both Navori Conspirators. You're only pushing 5 damage.
Notably, Caustic Rift is only a 1-of in the deck. So you have the opportunity here to go for it.
Okay, gonna let that go.
This is still lethal, actually, right?
So Ahri gets to come dope.
No, if you open attack and the Caustic Rift comes down, now you can do the Ritual of Renewal. Keep the 2 attack.
7?
Oh no, the 2 life. We're at 9. I can't do math.
Okay, here comes a 4/4 Ahri. That's not small. Gonna demand a block out of AJ.
I would expect Champion Spell here.
Actually, yeah, Champion Spell would be lethal. That's 2 5-attack elusives you would have. Does Rusticles feel like they need to do it? And they're going to go for it, and that is going to be lethal.
This deck is a little bit more complicated. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I said, unless I'm missing something. I'm like looking at AJ's hand like, yeah, this is lethal, right?
Yeah, this deck is definitely more complicated than I thought it was going to be coming into this. My brain is trying to find these lethals, make sure Ahri gets elusive before combat, think about all the Ionian Telstones going on here. Definitely a lot of more stuff than I expected, but 10 damage here. Going to go ahead and chop down the 9 life remaining from AJ. And again, this was a matchup we sort of expected would be heavily in Rusticle's favor, just from the backpack win condition being exceptional, but also the elusive game plan just constantly throwing out these very large attackers with all the chimes. We're able to get there before the puff caps even come in. So it will be going over to Seraphine Set versus Zed Kale and Boulevard. Expert opinion here. Who wins that matchup?
I'm taking a look at the Zed Kale, and it is a little more reminiscent of the Bandle City Piltover and Zon elusives in that you're playing with a lot of 1 HP units. And as we saw, like the Rocket Barrage and the Caustic Rift can play very well into that, given that, they deal 1 damage to everything. But unfortunately, they are only 1-ofs. There's a lot of, like, It's very sort of all in on these 1 HP units as well. Keeper of the Masks as a 6 of, thanks to Kinku's call to buff up those elusive units. The Navori Blade Scout still like masquerading as an elusive. Something that will actually help a lot is this Navori Longtail, the card that I had to read, because what it does is it summons a Navori Brigand or give your other allies +1/+1 this round. And so being able to give that health buff over to all of these elusives with that attack buff could be a game-ending threat. I don't think Zed does as much as you want him to in a matchup like this, especially given that you are not running anything like Twin Discipline as it is rotated. A Syncopation, again, a 1 of in all 3 of the decks that Rusticles has brought, so could get kind of tricky here. Ultimately, with I mean, if this is the hand for AJ, if this is post-mulligan, Rusticles is looking pretty happy with that.
Yeah, no, just a Seraphine, very expensive interaction. Back alley bar, definitely not something you want to see in this matchup, and it's going to be a sparring student on 1 into a Green Glade duo open attack on turn 2 for not, probably Seraphine blocks the student. I don't...
What is this, a Zero Aurelia?
Yeah, what are we... This is going to be very bad. Another top deck 6-mana card for AJ. God, you just not play the Seraphine and then bank the mana so you can fire off a formula and find some real answers to this board?
That's a tough call, because if you find Rocket Barrage, suddenly you might be able to stop this train before everything gets off the rails. But if you find, say, 2 Sunken Temples, this thing's going full speed ahead.
Yeah, definitely just take the 4, hold the spell. Oh, man.
Ooh. Okay, actually, second Seraphine is a high note, so...
That's good. Yeah, takes care of one of these.
Oh, and finds Violent Discord. That's another 1 damage ping. Going to be able to take out one of these units. Actually, a very topical spell for AJ to get, and suddenly things aren't looking half as bad.
I'm glad you knew the name of that card, because I saw it get generated, and I'm like, that looks like the weapon, and that's not right. Violent Discord, deal 1 damage to a unit.
It is a Darken spell, so it deals 1 damage, doubles up if you've played a weapon this turn.
Yep. And of course, Rusticle's going to go ahead and run out the second Sparring Student, the second Green Glade, and then turn 4 open with Adnir, I imagine. Get all of these triggers to make our units bigger. And it's, 2 ways to clean up units here with High Note and Violent Discord. So I do believe the Green Glade duos are not going to stick, but these Sparring Students will have some heft behind them when they get in next turn.
Depends on how long AJ wants to hold back on something like the High Note as well, because Rusticles could throw down the second Green Glade this turn, so if AJ wants to fire off like both of the spells now so that the Sparring Student can get taken out before it gets too large, there will be a bit of a punish for that. But ultimately, with that, like the second Seraphine actually ended up coming in huge, not just because of the Violent Discord, but because it did turn that other Seraphine into a High Note and just give a little bit more game back to AJ. But now it's going to be a very large attack coming through. Trusty Adnir finally touching down. Adnir Various also going to be a 3/3 formula fired off first, and not a Caustic Rift in sight. Don't think it would have been discounted anyway, so here comes the High Note.
Has to be duo, and then, that's 4 3/3s coming in. Gonna take 9 for sure. This is a very strong opener for Rusticles. Just looking at the deck list, trying to figure out, what kind of stuff is doing in the mid game, and it turns out if you just open double Sparring Student, double Green Glade, and then you curve into some token makers on turn 4, that's pretty good.
I never thought I would actually see Trusty Adnir in tournament, and seeing the support come through, both literally and metaphorically, I'm sure that his family is with him cheering him on. That's a special little moment there, and now Rusticle's actually looking at a very nice, could just go for the Kinku's call to summon the Keeper of Masks at the beginning of the next round and have a super huge open attack.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what he thinks is the best line here. I could see an argument for, all 4 cards in his hand. Probably not the Navori Longtail coming down this turn, but the Kale setting up, having a lot of damage threatened through 1 card on an open attack too. I imagine that I think you're correct in that the Keeper of Masks spell is probably the best way to use his mana this turn. But AJ just kind of spinning his wheels, doing some digging, trying to find more guys to throw in front of these units, more removal to just stem the bleeding and get to a turn where he can start taking control of the game. But, Nopify, Deny, both tag outs and back alley bar just sitting in his hand, really not doing anything at this point in the game, not able to. So he's playing with, 8 cards in hand, but it's really only 3.
I think the play that I like most from Rusticles here is actually Zed. And the reason for that is if Zed gets dealt with, Rustical still has Kinku's Call plus Navori Longtail next turn. If you throw down, and if you don't, if Zed doesn't get dealt with, you still get to play the Navori Longtail. That's going to be a burst speed +1/+1 to your board. Suddenly Zed is outside the range of the Mystic Shot. If AJ wanted to hold back that mana, we're going to see a proactive Mystic Shot, and now I really like the Zed.
Yeah, I'm completely with you there. I think this is a green light for the Zed. Like you said, having the access to the Longtail at burst speed next turn to play around any potential Rocket Barrage shenanigans, any potential Caustic Riff, just feels really good. But it is going to be, in fact, the Kinku's Call. And this also makes sense. Having one less sparring student now, I like it a little bit less because that was kind of like, okay, if I get my Keeper Mask at the beginning of the turn, I still get to buff up all my students to like 3 HP because I still get to burst out the Navori, and I think what we're going for here is just Keeper of Masks into Zed plus the Longtail next turn, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious actually if it's if there's ever an argument for like Kale plus hold Syncopation.
With
I
the
don't
Syncopation
actually,
top deck.
Yeah,
like
especially because the trusty the Adnir's Avarists will get to match the stats of its supported ally. So Kale, I think, will be doing Kale math is rough. Mostly because I never remember what this card does. I think she's going to be pretty large.
Currently 5 power.
I think that grows as well.
How do you like... Oh, man. How do you like Greenglade Duo plus Longtail plus Hold Syncopate?
I like that a lot.
I think I like the Longtail more than the Zed here just because we're running into those board space issues, where I do just kind of want to attack with everything that we already have. There could be an argument for play the Zed and then just don't attack with the Keeper of Masks. That makes sense. I think Longtail represents more damage.
I think Longtail represents more damage, and I think holding the Syncopation is pretty valuable in a situation like this. If your opponent is really banking on like a concussive palm to get through that big stoppage. That said, the units of Rustical is not super large. I'm trying to think of like, how big is this sparring student going to get? And then Adnir's Avarists can, of course, match it, but there's no evasive keywords on either of these units. How does everything else play? It's kind of weird. Like, there's a lot of interaction on the side of AJ, more than you would kind of expect in, like, 9 lives generating 2 burst speed blockers, plus that Unworthy Soul to return one of these units to the hand.
I think AJ is going to be able to survive this turn just based off of the Unworthy Soul draw. He has the mana to cast 9 lives and an Unworthy Soul. That's 4 blockers and a bounce spell. Of course, Rusticles can go 6 wide and hold the Syncopate, so there is one attacker that will be able to get through, and it's pretty much the attacker of his choice. Oh, he fires it off early. This forces the Syncopate now. If we want to do it, I almost kind of want to hold it with 6 mana still available for my opponent.
There is... I'm also thinking, like, is there anything that Rusticles is like, yes, I would love to have this back in my hand, right? Like, Keeper of the Masks, it's going to be a while before you can actually get the value out of that again, because it's not the Kinku's Call, it won't actually draw a card. Looks like Rusticles is actually just going to go in for this big push now, and just going to run straight into the 9 lives. A lot of their board is going to survive. Kind of depends on if AJ pulls a 2-1 or a 1-1. That's always the big question on the 9 lives. What is the 1-drop that's going to be pulled? It is not only a 2-1, but an elusive 2-1. A lot of players have been looking for this on the blocking stage throughout this tournament, both yesterday and today. And now it's just up to sacrificing. I would imagine you're going to throw away not Seraphine, because she is pretty close to leveling.
Seraphine here.
And then Bar gets to come down for AJ next turn, and then Rusticles just completely runs them over.
Yeah, I do think there was maybe a way to find lethal here if we didn't go for the Kale, if we played the Duo and the Navori. I have to do the math again, and don't make me do it. But this is still fine because we're still in such a winning position. The board really hasn't gotten cleaned up that much, and AJ's hand still has 0 cards in it, effectively.
Yeah, you're getting your opponent very low. You're sort of just willing to take the -1 for the or the +1 rather for the tempo loss on. Yeah, you can go ahead and bounce my Kale. Sunken Temple, probably the best top deck for AJ, who actually just offers up a pass straight up, and Rusticles, I don't think, is going to take that pass back. I think they've got so many units that they want to run out that they're probably going to play at least a couple of things here.
Yeah, looking at it, I was thinking Greenglade plus Kale, hold Syncopate for removal on the Kale. Makes a lot of sense. And then next turn, you get to develop your Zed. Maybe not even develop the Zed. Maybe just develop the Longtail and just open right there is an option. And no matter what, you have Syncopate next turn, and you're going to have a lot of 4 attack units to beat any sort of concussive palms, any sort of, unworthy souls. I think I'm not really sure what can be drawn. We are going to get 6 fresh cards for AJ, and there's a lot. even 6 perfect cards, I'm not sure finds a way to survive from 4 life and 6 attackers here with a Syncopate.
No, especially if Rusticles goes for this Navori Longtail, something that we've been hyping up is like, yeah, open the turn with this, suddenly Rocket Barrage and Caustic Rift, and the Divine Draft that we see out of AJ's opener, not going to be effective spells that deal 1 to 2 units at slow speed will be completely invalidated if they go for the buff, but Rusticles might greed it out and go for the Kale at... there's no reason to, right? Because Kale can't get Overwhelm until level 2, so having an abnormally large Kale doesn't actually offer anything without the evasion, but Rusticles thinking about actually just going in for the open attack.
I feel like I would have gone for the long tail here, just like you're saying. You're buffing up the board and you're beating pretty much any removal. This opens your... I mean, like, this is also a winning line, right? You're weaker to, like, having Mystic Shot plus having... I don't even know. There's just all these one-of spells in this Seraphine deck. We've already seen... Oh, we haven't seen the High Note because it was a Seraphine spell, so maybe that's like a consideration. This line's weaker to something like High Note plus double Seraphine. I don't even know if High Note's online yet, but I think it's just going to be lethal no matter what. It is going to be Ionia Telstone into Healing Ritual. Seraphine's leveled, and that's going to be it. Yeah, 17 damage versus 1 blocker, only 1 mana left. That's going to do it. Rusticle's taking that one down pretty convincingly, just farming the set Seraphine, or like you said, against Ikato probably would happen, just a lineup that can feast on these slower decks.
And that is going to be straight into the top 16 with a card that they were able to help put in the game, the 9x Trusty Adnir. You know, it's kind of wild. For 4 years I've been yelling at everyone, just play Comfort. And honestly, if I looked at like if Rusticles came to me and was like, hey, what do you think of my lineup? I'd be like, no, not that Comfort. Because it's like, step 1, play Comfort. Step 1.1, get comfortable on good decks. And while this is a little cheesy, Ionia aggro is something that you have to respect. You know, you can't just say, yeah, you know, elusives aren't real, they can't hurt me, or go, yeah, there's only like 2 elusives decks that exist, I don't have to worry about any of these other things. And like this Master Yi Riven that was banned looks like a real threat. At the end of the day, it is still like a Might Fire Spitter deck. There are very real shells that Rusticles is able to put himself into, literally, that are just going through for the wins. Granted, like the Ari Bard, such an outdated archetype at this point. I don't know if it's just like no one's looked at this in a long time, and so Rusticles is able to be like, yeah, you know, I've been playing with my card, this list feels very comfortable. I think the one of Syncopation is still just going to like win a lot of matchups. People are coming in too expecting of the standard mid-range, and as long as I can throw like a slight wrench into that, they're just going to crumble.
Yes, number 3 on your list should be play Comfort if it's good into the meta. And you know, a lot of these top players are just running set Karma, set Seraphine, those kind of decks into every single lineup because there really isn't a hard counter that exists. You know, you can always find ways to win just because of the nature of how powerful that deck is. But something with having these elusive threats, being able to be aggressive, and then just having the bursting backpacks on the back end, being able to almost guarantee a win as long as the game goes long enough. And set Seraphine is very hard to kill you, you know, before turn 10, turn 11, something like that. It's just like a great meta call. And even though, you know, we saw how weak it was into just the blocking Badge Bear on the Morgana Galio, we banned out the other option, the Jax Orn. We're just like, okay, yeah, we lose to these big mid-range decks, but no one's bringing 3 mid-range decks. I'm going to farm set the Ionia PZ. And that's exactly what we saw. Just 2 exceptionally clean wins out of Rusticles with his signature card.
Hold on, I'm taking a look here to see if Rusticles is just going to be playing against another Seraphine deck in the top 16, and if that's just the run where it's like the more homogenized the meta is, the more creative you can get and go like, yeah, you know, I can run some wild shit because it beats Seraphine, and I think everyone's going to be playing Seraphine. And for what it's worth, each region, or each shard rather, has had a different number 1 deck. Here in the Americas, it's Seraphine set. And so with that being a point of target for Rusticles, I think their lineup actually has a lot of legs to stand on. And honestly, it's going to be wild if Rusticles can win this open with this 9x Trusty Adnir lineup. But that is something that we will figure out when we return for the top 16. Welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Ryan Miles. We are getting into the top 16, which feels like the halfway point of the tournament, but it's not. It's about a third of the way through. We still have a lot more action left to play. In this round, we're going to be taking a look at Real Prism Sword versus Machado LoR. Gotta take a quick mental reset there real quick. But first we're gonna take a look at the bracket, show you how all of these players got here, because of course we just saw Rusticles take down two-time seasonal champions in Aikido and Age of the Pro with their 9x trusty Adnir lineup. But because we watched them last round, we're not gonna watch them this round. Hopefully they can make it through to the top 8, top 4. We can catch up with them a little bit later on, but there are a lot of awesome competitors still left in the tournament that we want to be able to highlight. And so we're gonna take a look at the journey that these players have gone through so far to get to this stage. Kicking things off here, we can see that Majin Bey has had an easy road with a bye there in the top 32. Now has to take on Rolls in the top 16. We see ABG Rogio versus Nos. There's actually, I want to say this is one of the higher oceanic representations that we've had in a top 16. As I know, Spids is still in the tournament elsewhere as well. So, you know, we've got OCE showing up.
Yeah, do you know what time it is in Australia/New Zealand right now? Because I feel like they're 12 hours ahead. It's got to be like 4 a.m. or something.
It is 8 a.m. Because the tournament started at 5.
Oh.
For them. Yeah, gotcha. Spids was talking about that last night. Then we have Real Prism Sword versus Machado. That is, of course, going to be our feature match here. BR not showing up as heavily, at least on this side of the bracket. We can see a lot of them were eliminated. Unfortunately, a country kill there in the top 32 between Gallia and Machado. But, you know, one has to move on. And, of course, Rusticles, who we highlighted previously. Now we get Spids, of course, the player that we were talking about, up against Main Billy. And then... that's a lot more K's than I expected in a name versus Rico Rex.
Yeah, it looks like Riku Mickey I'm going to go with versus Rico Rex over there, the Overwhelm champion. Might get a Spids Rico matchup in top 8. That would be something interesting to check out. Yeah. And then we got Uncle Muscles and Z-Max and Quaco and AT Kalma on our final part of the top 16.
Yeah, Quaco, the only name that I'm recognizing out of this side of the bracket, but, you know, it'd be nice to see some unknown factors come in and get that final, you know, that one moment in the spotlight before we sunset this forever. It wouldn't be super interesting if it's just like all the 64 players that we know coming in and like fighting for that last spot. It's nice to see that we do still have some fresh blood that is coming out and competing in an event like this, even if it is the last one. And now we're going to take a look at the deck lists of these players. Some interesting lineups coming out of this, you know, some standard stuff, so a little bit of newer stuff mixed in. Of course, the Galio Elder Morgana, sort of the Jax Ornn of the last 2 months. I know a lot of people talk about when it came to the World Championship, what was the deck that everybody missed? And I think a lot of people going, this is probably what was missed for Worlds, although that's up for debate because it is an Elder Dragon and a Morgana list. You know, what would you have done with your Mordekaiser? He was just so good. Did you have to run it? And again, I gotta say, the Mage Seeker Inquisitor nerf, the Hate Spike nerf, they weren't nothing, but I am surprised at just like the absolute bare lack of Mordekaiser on this open.
I completely agree. I think Mordekaiser is just a great champion, still on the same caliber as Morgana and Elder Dragon. And yeah, you lose the Morgana-Mordekaiser pairing, but that almost feels like it should be good for lineups where you don't have to put those champions together to get the most powerful deck. You get to split them up, and Mordekaiser still has some options elsewhere, but nobody really finding the sauce in time for this top 64.
And I get, you know, we can talk about that a little bit more later on because I don't want people to just be like, oh, yeah. I'm sure Twitch chat's going crazy, like explaining why Mordekaiser's not good. Like, I'm ever going to read anything they write. And then we just have Ken and Jinx to go ahead and round this one out. Not as heavy on... No, this is still... Okay, actually, not as heavy on the Mecha Yordle production. Only one arena promoter. You know, the 3 Squeaker pretty standard, but outside of that, we don't even have any, like, scrap heaps. So this is actually just going to be a lot more aggressive than... the sort of, I guess, like, standard Ken and Jinx, which feels weird to say, but, like, it is just, like, less Mecha Yordle focused.
Yeah, I think that's probably just a meta call. It does feel like when you're playing an aggressive deck into some of the stuff we're seeing, you have to all in on burn. You can't really play the mid-range game plan as well as anything else that the mid-range decks are doing. So opting into the more aggressive stuff seems good. And then moving on over to Real Prism Sword, we're starting off with Seraphine Morgana, leaving the Ionia PZ pairing for somewhere else and getting our Morgana put here with the Seraphine.
Prism Sword is on a 9x Sunken Temple lineup and is still including the back alley bar as a one of in their Seraphine. A couple of the Seraphine players that we've seen today on the 1x bar alongside that triple Sunken Temple, and it's not something that I expected, that I've been seeing recently. Granted, our stats are kind of all over the place due to the drastic drop-off of the player base, but that's neither here nor there. We got Karma set to just once again fit that Sunken Temple into the lineup, and then I'm sure you're eyeing that last region combination going, I wonder what the third Sunken Temple deck is. If it's Seraphine and then Karma set, that's right, it's going to be Neela Janna. So take a look at here in a second. Again, 2 9 lives in this list, 2 Rocket Barrage, actually on a very similar list to Spids for that Karma set.
Yeah, very, very similar. And then, yeah, the Neela Janna kind of being the oddball here. You know, you've seen some Targon Seraphine before. You know, that's going to be your second Sunken Temple deck. And then opting for the Sunken Temple version of the Neela Janna, I believe this is not what the most recent world champion was running in their Neela Janna list. They were actually on the boat. But how do you feel about the Sunken Temple variants versus the boat variants?
I really liked the Sunken Temple variants pre-nerf onto Divine Whirlwind, and then that card got knocked down a little bit. It kind of made sense to move to the more aggressive version, and now with that card getting rebuffed, sort of, rather like adjusted, where now it's 6 mana instead of 5, but it's back to the 2 damage instead of the 1. I just am a huge fan of the Sunken Temple. It's really hard for me to go, yeah, you know, I hate running this card, boo, I hate it. And so I've always just preferred that version of the deck. I think it's a little more fun. I think it's a little more explosive, and the lines that Talpinator had to find to actually become world champion with the boat version really speak to the fact that, like, it's not the most consistent deck in the world. There was a lot of chaining Exalted Cloudwinders, and so I think the Temple does just fix a lot of those dead hands, and maybe you're expecting players to be a little Explorer light coming into this event. Whether or not that's the correct read remains to be seen, but Prism Sword has been able to make it to the top 16 off of that triple Temple.
Absolutely. And moving into bans here, if we're Prism Sword, I have to expect that the Jinx Cannon is the biggest threat here. You know, these PZ decks that can kind of grind out the long game feel like they should be okay into the Galio now that they're not packing 6 copies of Suppression. Do you feel like that's a correct read on the part of Prism to just take out the Jinx there?
I think the Karma set is something Prism might have to look at when you're looking at, like, you know, you are running Sunken Temple decks, you are fine going into the late game. When you're playing up against something that is also looking to go into the late game, and arguably does it a little bit better than some of your other lists, that's going to be a concern. It's also packing 3 Aftershocks, so you're unlikely to ever get to stick a Sunken Temple against it, whereas the Jinx, you are running a lot of removal in both your Karma set and your Seraphine Morgana. You've got some anti-aggro tech in the Seraphine Morgana between the Cosmic Youngling, as well as just like a lot of the Targon tools that you get out of that. And I don't know that you're necessarily going to be able to hyper race down the Janna Neela as Ken and Jinx as effectively as you might think on paper. They have a lot of free bodies that come down, and it could be a little bit of an uphill battle. I think no matter what, though, the Galio Elder Morgana's got to stick around. I think it's really just between, like, do you feel like playing a Karma Setmir today, or do you think you can actually take down that aggressive postured deck?
I have to imagine if you're bringing a triple Sunken Temple lineup, you've got to be very comfortable with that style of deck. I have to imagine you'd opt into the mirror and just, you know, hope that player skill can kind of get you there. But that said, like you mentioned, the fact that there are 3 Aftershock in the list for Machado kind of says that maybe that's not the kind of mirror you really want to play. And then, yeah, looking for what Machado's going to ban, any of these could be the correct call. I think part of it comes down to, you know, reading what Prism wants to ban and then figuring out, okay, if I'm not playing my Ken and Jinx, then maybe I don't want to, then like maybe I'm not able to farm the Neela Janna as well. Maybe I don't want to play a set Karma Mirror, that kind of stuff. So I definitely think Machado's ban is a lot more up in the air. And yeah, like you're saying, Prism could go for the Kennen, but maybe just doesn't want to play the mirror.
There's also, when we talk about comfort picks, right? Like, if I see Majin Bay on Seraphine, I'm taking that out, right? That's scary. Mm-hmm. Prism doesn't have that competitive record, and so while they are a huge Seraphine Morgana enjoyer, I don't know if they've got the intimidation factor for someone to be like, yeah, this is a player where I need to ban out the comfort list, but it is the one that Machado ends up taking out, maybe paying respect to real Prism Sword skill as a player. They are someone who is consistently topping these Runeterra Opens, never making it further than the top 16, top 8, but, you know, hopefully gonna, in this last hurrah, gonna be able to take down that win finally, and that Ken and Jinx is up for grabs here in game number 1 with a real weak hand on the opener for Prism.
Gonna take out Mulligan though, find double Sunken Temple and a Pool Shark. So yeah, definitely not looking great. Definitely not what you want to see. This might be a Pool Shark on 1 just for the damage. Yeah, maybe you draw a 2-mana spell, maybe you don't care, but you're not taking any damage, and that's what we're here for.
The curve is pretty low, and I think, like, if your draw was going to be Wizened Helmsman, you're pretty happy to just punt that into the yard, and actually it's just a lot of unplayable cards. Prism Sword not having the best of times here.
Yeah, Janna gonna go ahead and eat it here. little bit of information going to go over to Machado when this Janna does hit the bin, just knowing that there's one less copy that they have to worry about. And maybe not the most important card in this matchup, definitely something you want to see eventually to start getting your win conditions online, but not like we're end of the world to just lose one this early.
No, and a lot of players sort of like, you know, overhyping the discard, the overdraw. Miriam, one turn too late. When you rip the Pool Shark and hit a turn 2 Miriam and you can just updraft your fleeting card either into spell mana or an additional card, it feels so incredibly good. And now we're going to see Prism dip away one of these Sunken Temples. Actually finds a Howling Gale.
Ooh.
Pretty nice way to deal with the Sump Dredger. Unfortunately, it is going to be post-combat, so that damage is still going to go through. And Machado still has a lot of game left in hand. We were talking about them being light on the Mecha Yordle activation, but there's still 3 of those 4 Mecha Yordle generators in Machado's hand, so the deck list not really catching up with him here.
Yeah, and this is definitely a matchup where I feel like it's a little bit more okay to be in that mid-range game. Like, you're not going to want to draw all your Mecha Yordle stuff, but having them here with the slow start from Prism is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the mid-game when Prism wants to get down the Sunken Temple and kind of reset and draw some better options. But here we are going to find a Mecha Yordle. Which one do you think he's going to take?
Trumpetecker looks pretty good, but it will end up being Smash and Dash. You know, I thought like Trumpetecker on the turn 5 actually looked really strong. You'd have that +1/+1 onto your entire board. That would give you a 3/3 Squeaker because of the augment. Oh, okay, yeah. Clockling gonna find the Janna. When I saw the Miriam, I was like, oh yeah, we shuffled away the fleeting Janna. I really hope that's not the fleeting Janna that's getting drawn here, but no, that one was dumped into the bin, so that's just going to be a permanent Janna. The hand, though, still not lining up exactly how Prism would like. These Divine Whirlwinds just not getting online.
They will next turn, whether we go for the Sunken Temple or the Janna if we're Prism here. So there's going to be a lot of options going on next turn, but the question is, how much damage are we taking right now? I feel like we're going to have to just play out the 3/1 quick attack as a blocker, and then get the Janna on after combat, or even before combat.
Geode Mecha Forcer, it pairs great with the Flame Chompers if Machado really wants to take out this Clockling, and now just kind of debating, you know, is that something I'm interested in? Would I rather just go for as much damage as possible? In which case, I'm not sure that any of these are better than the Smash and Dash that is already available, and so if the plan is Smash and Dash, you know, what do they want to go for on the following turn? It will be Bouncing Bolt, and Prism, yeah, gonna commit the Janna, get these cards away. Sunken Temple, not a matchup where it's going to find value, and so we just see all copies updrafted.
Imagine Dash here to finish out the curve. And I think we're just playing this 3/1 for blocks, if I had to guess.
Yeah, the Windborn Mariner, while it would be free next turn, I don't know that you can afford to take all this damage that Machado is putting out here, knowing that there's still blowbacks and Mystic Shots in the list of Machado. Absolutely no healing available for Real Prism Sword. Gonna have to play with that stagnant life total. And I think currently just doing the math, trying to figure out, you know, okay, if I don't play this, how much damage am I actually taking? I believe the answer is like 10, unless they feel like throwing away the Janna, in which case it's 8. And I gotta say, not feeling confident that Prism can come back from 6. It is double blowback. It's not impossible, but you do still have to deal with the entire board that Machado has in front of you.
A consideration here for holding the spell mana is just having access to double Divine Whirlwind next turn with the Janna draws, and I mean, I feel like the 2 cards we're going to draw anyway are going to give us a lot more options. I don't really want to commit my turn to that, but it looks like Prism is going to go with not playing the unit, just going to play it for free next turn alongside whatever else he ends up finding, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming here. Like you said, 10 damage, unless we throw away the Janna.
I actually thought Divine Whirlwind still reduced down to 3 mana after you had drawn 2. I don't know why. Man, this card is not great.
Yeah, not looking good, and we are going to keep our Janna around. Oh, yeah. It's either 8 or 10.
This is the consequence of not playing the Mariner. This will let you finish off Smash and Dash and one of the Squeakers on the next turn and throw down the Mariner as a blocker, but then Machado has 6 mana to redevelop. I mean, it could be Jinx and the Bash and Bolt. It could be a couple of different things, but at the very least, it's going to be 2 units coming down.
Yeah, saving 2 mana, but taking 2 extra damage as a consequence, and we are going to have to throw away the Janna, which, you know, I think is kind of fine. I don't love that this Smash and Dash is sticking around. And what are we drawing here? Pool Shark, not going to get it done. An Explorer as well.
Okay, so Windborn Mariner, Prism can... Prism can't even, like... Wait... Yeah, Prism could Divine Whirlwind Miriam back a card for spell mana, play second Divine Whirlwind, and I think Pool Shark as well? But it's going to be Vic Rash instead. This takes away the double Divine Whirlwind, but it does get the Slipstream into the deck.
This is, yeah, I mean, this is an uphill battle for sure. I do feel like saving that 2 mana and taking the extra damage last turn was not great. I mean, obviously we can see Machado's hand. I know there's just more gas coming at all times. We're going to need 6 blockers ASAP to survive at 6, but this is going to be an attack. It does threaten to kill the tough blocker if that's the obvious block that Machado takes. But yeah, just taking the damage there. Life total's going down to 13, nothing too spooky. Take out the smash and dash. I mean, what does Prism have to find here to have a shot to survive?
I mean, at the moment, they're not
Technically alive.
actually taking any damage, right? They can just go for the second Divine Whirlwind onto the unit, assuming it's an open attack. When Machado starts running out units, things get a little more complicated, especially given that this Divine Whirlwind is back to the full 6 mana.
Yeah, I think we can make the Divine Whirlwind 4 if we throw out the Miriam, I believe, because we got that Pool Shark draw.
Yes.
So the question now is, how do we find profitable blocks where, sure, I think it's pretty reasonable that Prism is not losing the game right now, but I see a lot of ways where our board is just getting completely decimated and there's not much coming back from it. There's the Slipstream, makes our Windborn Mariner free for the turn. So some good options here, actually. I don't know if Machado maybe shouldn't have let these developments happen as much. Maybe an open attack was something more he should have been looking for. Just because the board already traded so well with the stats that were out there, but now we're not getting really any damage through.
I actually think I think Machado more or less lost their entire board if there was one piece of interaction in Prism's hand, like a Mystic Shot or a Divine Whirlwind. I think Machado might have been left with like 1 unit. So I don't blame them for going a little bit wider and just trying to force things out of Prism. Maybe having to read that their hand is like, oh yeah, you know, you're gonna have to like blow back and Mystic Shot a unit, so I might as well just put more units out.
I think what I'm looking at is the bouncer targeting, challenging the Mariner and just taking that out, and then there's no 3 attack units and a lot of units that had 3 health. I guess there's 2 units that had 3 health, so getting an extra 4/3 out makes sense too. But yeah, just letting Prism draw into some more removal, some more options, some more blockers feels like it's not panning out well for Machado. Hard to go back and say if it was the correct line to begin with, but you know, knowing the deck and knowing that there's draw, knowing there's a Slipstream in the top 6 or whatever it is, I feel like you could have been more aggressive with the open attack, but I think this is still going to go well for him, but it is giving Prism a bit more opportunities to come back in this than I think he would have had otherwise.
It's a fair point. We're going to see the blocks now lining up. These elusive units very valuable for Prism in terms of finding a lethal on the following turn, but I don't think there's a universe where he gets to preserve any of them. Yeah, all of these have to come out. Only 1 damage going to come through, so not too worried about dying to burn on the following turn, which is good because Machado does have that Jinx in hand and pretty likely to be able to get a Super Mega Death Rocket online, assuming Prism has to take a lot of actions. Rearranging the blocks a little bit, this would leave Machado with just the Arena Promoter and the Sump Dredger. Meanwhile, Prism would be left with absolutely nothing but a Slipstream and a Dream.
It's a better card to have with a Dream than anything else, you know, just getting that couple of draws in. I think he's going to find some gas here, find more blockers, but the Jinx threatening to level very soon here is definitely a concern.
We'll see what the top deck is for Machado. If it's something like a second Jinx here would just be lethal. Bar none, no way around it. Blowback, I believe, would be the same. A lot of lethal top decks for Machado in a situation like this, and not a lot that Prism could do about it. Actually, I believe now Blowback is not a lethal top deck, but Mystic Shot is.
Prism has some options here, but yeah, I think that the Rocket plus the shot is going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, all Machado has to do is figure out which unit to throw the wrench on. It is a little awkward because if Machado commits the wrench and then Prism is able to kill whatever unit the wrench is on, they actually can't level the Jinx this turn, though that would be like...
Oh,
Prism would have to know it's coming.
Oh, yes and no. Oh, he doesn't see
Oh,
it.
he doesn't know. No, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like an incredibly specific
It's so
hand that
niche.
you would be taking that sort of proactive play around, and you'd have to do it on that instance because now it's too late. Now the Super Mega Death Rocket is in hand. There's exactly 1 mana left available, and Machado LOR going to be picking up game number 1. You mentioned that this Jinx Cannon was something that looked aggressive enough to poke a hole in Prism's lineup, and that is exactly what we see happen here.
Yeah, it does make sense to take out the set Karma. I was worried that you're just kind of taking the loss to the Jinx, depending on how your things line up. And it makes sense for Machado to also ban out the Seraphine Morgana. I feel like the Morgana has a bit more game into the Kennen, so that might have been a read on Machado's part, saying, I think you're going to ban my set Karma because I've got 3 Aftershock. Your entire lineup is going to have a terrible time against that. So since I am going to play my aggressive deck, I'm going to ban your deck with Morgana and go from there. But he is able to just pick up the win against the Nyla Janna very handily. And now this is where things get tough because this is where this is the one deck that, you know, Prism's supposed to beat twice.
I actually think that this is relatively fine for Prism in that Machado is not running any copies of Mage Seeker Jr. And that normally would be a huge pressure point on the slipstreams of Prism, of the reduced cost cards, trying to just, you know, take advantage of their Sunken Temple cost reduction, this gotcha cost reduction, but it's all going to be fair play. Machado doesn't have an answer for that.
Yeah, and I do think that the Nyla Janna is probably going to fare better, just being able to be more aggressive early against this type of deck. I think the set Karmas, maybe we'll see the Mage Seeker Jr. matter a lot, or the lack of Mage Seeker Jr. matter a lot more. And yeah, really extremely fast start coming out of Prism on this game number 2.
Quick Attack fares pretty well into Formidables, just because you're going to get to knock down both the health and the attack of that unit before they actually hit you on the bounce back. But now, none of that really matters when they are on the offensive. We're going to see a Divine Whirlwind come down onto, or a Howling Gale come down onto the Fleet Feather Tracker. Pretty mana inefficient there, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, and this Blocking Badger Bear being a 4/4 plays very well into Prism's deck that, for the most part, caps out on 3 attack.
Going into turn number 4, a couple of 4-mana spells in the hand for Prism. Definitely don't want to see 2 Gotcha this early, but of course you can always updraft them later and pick them back up when you need them. But nothing available like that for now. Solid open.
I like this attack from Prism. You know, if the Badger Bear comes out in front of the Marauder, you get to use Eye of the Storm to try and get that favorable trade. If it blocks the Pool Shark, you finally get some use out of your Gotcha. The concern being that if Prism commits their entire turn to the Gotcha, Machado gets to throw down Balin the Benevolent. Next turn, potentially even throw down another Balin the Benevolent, or just go into an open attack, take out the Windborne Mariner, and then Prism just doesn't have a board.
It seems a little bit risky. Like you're saying, you have the Gotcha, you have the draw spell, the +2, to, you know, kind of beat what's standing here, but there's a lot of opportunities for Machado to just have, you know, the 3 of Shielded Durand, the 3 of Gentleman's Duel, and take, you know, both parts of the, like if the Gotcha comes down here and there's a Gentleman's Duel, you buff your bear, you kill the 3/1, and then you also trade on the 1/2, and you're just taking out 3 cards for 2. There's a lot of ways that can go wrong, but of course nothing there for Machado, so he's going to take the safer block, and nope, not going to work out. This is best case scenario for Prism.
And I like this play from Prism going, yeah, you know, you very well could have that Shielded Durand and I could get blown out, but looking at my hand of double Gotcha, double Eye of the Storm, I don't really have a choice here. And so I am backed into a corner. I'm going to take the risky play, and it's going to pay off.
I definitely think I agree with you. He was priced into that no matter what. I think I probably wouldn't have attacked with the 1/2. It gave Machado an opportunity to have some really insane blowouts, but it does work out. He takes the block on the 3/1, gets the draw spell that he absolutely wanted to play, and we're cooking here with a bit more gas on turn number 5.
My concern is that Prism is now going to get this glint in their eye of, if I just play as greedy as humanly possible, nothing wrong can ever happen to me again. And we'll just continue to play as greedy as possible for the remainder of this set, the remainder of this tournament, the remainder of their professional career in Legends of Runeterra. Here comes number 2, Balin the Benevolent. Morgana going to be held back for a little bit. And Prism, again, does not have a great answer for this. They can use Eye of the Storm to trade onto one of the Balins as they no longer buff themselves. But I believe the Balin will buff all other copies of Balin, so there should be a 3/3 and 2 5/5s coming through.
Yeah, definitely going to get a little bit cleaned up. The Broadwing going to be able to challenge whatever it wants here, and maybe just go after the 1/2 and eat that up, and make sure that the Broadwing is around at next turn for more challenging. Mystic Shot cleans up a Balin, but not too much else going on. Yep, going to take up the Pool Shark, and Yeah, things getting a little bit out of hand here. Not too much. Again, the double gotcha in the hand for Prism, really breaking what he's got right now. But there's 2 Miriams to take care of those 2 gotchas. I don't think we'll have to worry about those in the hand for too much longer.
Now, that is always one of the issues with Jan and Neela, where you go, okay, yeah, my hand is really bad, but if I just draw Sunken Temple, my hand is crazy because all of these cards get updrafted. That's why Gotcha's in the deck, and there you go, Prism. Mwah. There's the Sunken Temple you were asking for and hoping for, a little bit of a caster blessing for you. You can even get an additional card if Machado does go for the Morgana this turn, but I think it's a lot more likely that Enraged Fire Spitter is going to come through.
Machado thinking about blocks here, thinking about taking a 6. It almost makes sense to throw the Balin in front of one of these and say, okay, if you're going to kill my Balin here, then you can't Sunken Temple, because anything you do is going to cost 2 mana, except for, does Gotcha cost 1 or 2 when it's drawn for the turn? So it would still cost 2. So even a Gotcha off the top...
no, I believe it will. I believe it costs 2 less if you drew it this turn.
Right, so it would have costed 2 out of his
yes.
6 mana. He wouldn't have been able to play Sunken Temple, so any interaction that Prism could have had would have you would have killed the Balin, but then you wouldn't be able to play Sunken Temple. So not taking the block, taking the 6 means that the Sunken Temple is going to come down, and the Shackle's getting immediately redrawn. Not what you want to see, but it's no longer tied to the unit.
It actually just disappears.
It actually just disappears. The more you know.
That said, Suppression is still in the hand and gives Machado a very appealing open attack here, as there will not be any little tricks coming out of Prism while that's around. If they go for the development, one of the units will certainly die, and then Prism can go for some kind of interaction. But for the time being, it really doesn't look like Prism is poised to die this turn either.
Yeah, definitely able to block out and stay alive. Only going to be taking a handful of damage. This is an opportunity where he could die with this block. You know, something like... It would have to be double shielded Rand, but...
It's possible.
Yeah, it's a possible line, but just going to get more damage on Morgana.
I feel like Prism's been kind of checking for shielded Durand for a little while, just with the way that they've been playing, and now we're going to see Janna throw back a couple of cards. Didn't actually play the Suppression first. I'm wondering if Prism's just going to let that one go back into the deck for an additional draw. It's really risky to let the Suppressions keep going back in, just letting your opponent possibly hit that later down the line when they get to open attack and you draw that Suppression because you're drawing 10 cards every turn.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I like the idea of just getting rid of it, not giving it open. You can leave it... I mean, it's like if you leave it in your hand this turn, it shuffles back in. If you don't draw it next turn and you do draw it in 2 turns, yeah, it's free, but again, you're locked out of your spells for the turn. So you need to kind of bank on being able to develop enough just dudes on the next turn off of your Sunken Temple to not have that be an issue. And going down to 4 life, I would love to see the Suppression not be an issue. I just don't want to even have to think about it. I feel like the risk of drawing it is worse than the extra card that I could get, and we are going to fire it off. Oof. Was worried there for a minute of how this game could end.
That's what I was saying about the glint in the eye of Real Prism Sword, saying, hey, you know, I've been playing really greedy, it works out. What if I do just shuffle back the Suppression? What if I stop playing with any ounce of cowardice within my body, and I'm willing to just throw this all away and say I'm never going to draw this card again?
All right, are drawn a couple units here. A lot of updrafted stuff coming back to the hand. And that's a Nyla. We've had 2 turns of Sunken Temple. I do believe Nyla should be leveled, if not close yet. Leveled makes more sense to me.
I think I saw 30 out of 15.
Yeah. Math isn't my strong suit, but I think 7 plus 6 is pretty close to 15.
It's going to be a level 2
open pass
Neela.
From Machado there. Has the Mihira in the hand, and that is obviously what we're trying to set up for, but saying, yeah, you've got some fleeting cards in your hand, I'm going to make you do some more stuff before I figure out where this Mihira needs to go. And you'd almost think it just snap goes off on the Nyla, but waiting to see more attackers, and no.
So the awkward part is, one, it just stops them from attacking. They'll get shuffled back by the Sunken Temple and will no longer be attached to the unit. So I think Machado really wants to play that on their turn, so that Real Prism Sword actually has to pay for the shackles. Also, the fleeting card is completely irrelevant because Sunken Temple actually shuffles everything back in before fleeting cards get discarded.
That is correct.
And that's crazy. I don't know why that card works that way.
Was mostly just thinking about, you know, playing them here and making the Nyla unable to attack preserves the health on everything. And I feel like that's important because now your Fire Spitter is dying to a Mystic Shot. You're losing damage, actually, on your formidable units here. And yeah, it's not like you're gonna like post-combat develop the Mahira for the same reasons you're saying, and we are, I guess. So
that's odd. Well,
because what else are we doing with our mana? I feel like we have to play the Mahira. So I would have preferred to see that pre-combat, but
I thought it was just nothing. And then try to like next turn lock the Janna down with the Mahira. Oh, okay. Machado rolled Challenger. That's an issue because this unit does have Overwhelm and Prism is at 4. That said, Prism has 9 points of burn in hand currently. And if they just start throwing some of that at the Nexus and then can draw into another round of burn, now that they're drawing 2 additional cards thanks to the Shackles, they might just be able to steal this game.
Yeah, I have to imagine everything goes upstairs. Yeah, there's no reason to even kill the Fire Spitter, right? Oh, we're actually chopping down Mahira.
Okay. Yeah, this will get taken out by the Blowback and the Howling Gale. That does also prevent lethal from Machado on the next turn as they no longer have an Overwhelm threat.
We are getting close to just play Elder Dragon. 2 turns away at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elder Dragon, sometimes you draw it in the mid game and you're like, okay, yeah, how close am I to leveling? And the answer is just not at all because you're playing a formidable deck.
But it does... There's no Overwhelm boon, correct?
No, but you will have 2 units with Impact 2.
I feel like this Fire Spitter is not going to be long for this world. Yeah, this Mahira post-combat, giving Prism 2 more cards and also just softening up all of our units. Not something I think Mahira really, or Machado really wanted to do, but just said, oh, I want to hold this Mahira for something scarier that's going to attack me. Like the Janna wasn't going to attack, so just waiting for another attacker to come out, and it never did. So now it's like, oh, post-combat, I guess I'll play the Mahira, but like I have to develop or else I'm just passing 8 mana, but might have been better to just pass 8 mana and hold it for the open like you were saying. Yeah,
and now Prism... I think Prism forced to try and take out this Fire Spitter, not so much to protect the life of the Neela, but to not go 2-2 and die to another Fire Spitter. Machado gonna go for the Shield of Duran to try and protect it, and Prism gonna be forced to... I mean, the Blowback just doesn't look that bad here. It looks like that's a card you probably wanted to play anyway. Even Neela's Formless Blade actually will just kill off this unit if you want to be less committal on the mana and the cards.
And it is going to be the Blowback. Just say, I mean, you've got 7 cards in hand in a Sunken Temple already ticking. You don't really need what these cards are providing you. You definitely don't need to cast the Explorer. You don't need 2 of it. And that's definitely going to level the Janna here. Just seems completely free.
Yeah, and level Janna going to make sure that all of your cards going to be reduced by cost next turn. There's only 6 mana left on the side of Machado, so they're probably only getting down 1 additional unit this turn. Even if it was that Enraged Fire Spitter, you'll lose the Neela, but then you have that second one in hand because you didn't use the Formless Blade. You still have the Slipstream as well. It looks like Prism shouldn't have any issue taking this on the next open attack.
Definitely. Any top decks that could even be available for Machado at this point? I mean...
it's just Gentleman's Duel, and that is not going to be enough.
More elusives coming down here. That's already 5 on the ground. And only 1 blocker to worry about. Slipstream. Nyla gonna be shackled, but immediately go away, because that's how Sunken Temple works, as if that card needed to be any better.
I've had a lot of people, easily, the most heavily requested card that I've gotten to rotate is Sunken Temple. Everyone's like, please rotate Sunken Temple. Here's a little fun fact about Old Boulevard. I love Sunken Temple. I'm about to rotate as many landmark destruction effects as they'll let me. I'm going to take out like an Explorer. I'm going to take out Mage Seeker Jr. I'm going to take out something that doesn't jive with Sunken Temple.
This is what happens when you let the tryhard play real decks in a casual tournament.
Hey, 2 of those decks were original. They just had Elder Dragon and Mordekaiser in them, so, that's not really on me.
Originally sweaty is what I'm hearing. Grappler should have won. All right. So, Morgana, Elder Dragon versus Set Karma. Morgana, Elder Dragon with only 3 magical fettering to provide suppressions, which is historically very good, and 0 copies of the Mage Seeker that has another name attached to it, but it's the Mage Seeker in my mind.
Junior?
And
Inquisitor?
Inquisitor, that's the one. And then, Karma Set. Any tech cards here that are making this matchup better for them? Double Explorer means that we have more stuff to take away Formidable, which can be good.
Yeah, I mean, 9 lives, not bad for the burst speed blockers, especially because it does trade on a non-tough Fire Spitter. Again, no copies of Unworthy Soul, which Not as pertinent in this matchup. A lot of the larger units, like the Elder Dragon side of the deck, are things with very powerful enter the battlefield abilities, so you don't want to be putting them back, even like a Galio. But putting back a Galio does have its uses in terms of like, okay, yeah, now it doesn't level. I can delay that for another turn. Sure, these things are getting like really large, but I'm not dying at the time to the Galio rally, so that's like something to keep in mind. Ultimately, though, it's hard to look at any matchup and say, yeah, there's no way Karmasite could possibly win this.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Anything that doesn't come out of the gate quickly enough, if there's just a Sunken Temple on turn 5, things can get out of hand very quickly. Yeah. Even when you get to like turn 8, turn 9, you're not winning the game, but your hands is just so cheap and so big that you're able to survive much more than you normally would be able to.
That said, no Petricite Charger for Machado, and that's definitely the standout card for Elder Morgana in a matchup like this.
Ooh, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't have it right now, but it is in the deck. You had me checking the list for a second there.
Oh, yeah, no. No, definitely playing Petricite Charger, which I might rotate Long Live PNZ. The Citrus Courier has been a one of in a couple of these lists. Okay, there it is off the top. Good job, Boulevard. And I haven't really seen it do anything yet. Now I'm really curious, especially with it in the hand, if this is something that Machado is going to get to take advantage of and potentially have a big lethal push with, as 6 damage comes into the Nexus of Prism.
Right now we're set up for a very big, what is it? This is our turn 4. It could turn 6 open attack into Courier, but probably just going to be the Fire Spitter. And then try to find something on turn 7. Is Galio still 7 mana? It's been a minute since I played Legends of Runeterra. There you go. So we just draw Galio. We play Morgana. We play Rage Fire Spitter. We play Galio. Turn 8, we attack. We search as Courier. The game's over. Nothing bad could happen between now and then.
That sounds about right to me. We've also got the Aftershock on the side of Prism in order to try and take out either this Badger Bear or the Petricite Broadwing when it comes down. Machado will have the Shield of Duran to protect whatever they want. It's just a matter of do they feel like using it. And I gotta say, the Citrus Courier, the more I think about it, the more appealing it is, mostly because Impact is in the Elder Dragon boon pool. And so even if you get full blocked, there's a chance you can still just proc the Citrus Courier.
Absolutely. And Rage Fire Spitter naturally has Impact? Or no, he just has Challenger, right?
Just has Challenger.
How are you a Fire Spitter, but you don't have Impact? Isn't that like the whole... When Rumble got printed, we got Impact. The Fire Spitters were the Impact-giving cards? This is a flavor fail.
That's a good point. But yeah, sometimes we just miss on that. Okay, finding an all-right unit here. Gonna get a spell mana back, which not irrelevant because now it actually plays real. Like if Machado goes for the Fire Spitter, this Rocket Barrage actually now clears the board.
Yeah, I feel like I would have preferred to block the Charger with my 4-2. I feel like that's a unit I care more about than the Badge Bear, but I think they're just going to die anyway once, like you said, this Rocket Barrage comes down. But we are tapped under, actually, and our Sunken Temple is live, so there will not be a Fire Spitter on the... will not be a Rocket Barrage on the Fire Spitter, and it's going to get shuffled away.
No, so that is I was going to say the randomly generated unit gets a spell mana when it strikes, so we do go back to 5, but actually it's going to be the Aftershock instead, just taking out 1 unit. And there is the Petricite Charger that we were talking about. It's such a pain for this deck to deal with because bouncing it doesn't feel good. It's such a cheap unit. It's so effective, and being immune to damage from spells and skills really just invalidates the PNZ side of your deck. Set is the best answer, and it is also the top deck for Prism. Does also have the mana to unshackle it from the Morgana, does not have the mana or resources to deal with the potential follow-up Dark Binding.
This is an interesting turn here for Machado because last turn he played the Charger and he had 6 mana available. Now he's banking the spell mana, but he has no spells in hand. So it's kind of, I feel like he could have developed a more powerful unit, even just getting the Morgana down. I don't know. Having nothing on the opponent's board, just something better than the Charger felt a little bit more quick to me because now this is effectively a 7 mana Morgana that we're playing. And like you said, it's gonna just work. It's gonna eat the shackles. We get the Dark Binding out of it, but that was not something we knew we were top decking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wonder if Prism is actually going to unshackle this unit. I feel like you should. It is the cleanest way to deal with this Petricite Charger. Your opponent doesn't really have much follow-up. If you force out like a Shield of Durand or a Gentleman's Duel, I think you're okay with that. I don't think you really want the... It's so weird to like think of the Shackles as 1 extra card too, because when you draw it, it does burn.
Yeah, but I think it's 1 extra card, and it's 4 mana. We by not doing it, we are paying 4 mana for a free card. We're not paying 4 mana for a free card. We're getting 4 mana and we're keeping the card. Yeah, they have the Charger, but our set can still block it. Like if the goal here is to keep our set alive, just to block the charger, I think we're doing fine. Our set's still around for next turn. I think not taking it is probably correct, but there is, you know, some threat. Doubt the charger's still there. Could be worse down the line, but at a healthy 14 life total, the worst case here would have been Galio, but I feel like Galio would have come down over the Morgana in the first place, so
and now
maybe that's the consideration.
Set's Facebreaker is available, so no damage has to come through this turn onto Prism if they don't want it to. They even have the Nopify for the Gentleman's Duel, which I imagine Machado is going to try and use to take out that set. Not a lot of reason not to. But again, Prism just going to get to wheel their hand away with this Sunken Temple. Petricite Charger now losing Formidable, making it just a useless unit overall. And we'll see if Machado does go for this Strike spell. It's so awkward to try and kill the set, especially when they still have mana for like Tag Out set. And so Machado might just try to preserve this Gentleman's Duel for a more favorable use later on. Maybe draw another Elder Dragon unit, get impact on it, sort of force that through if it gets bounced or stunned to go for a Citrus Courier lethal. But that's thinking, you know, probably 2-3 turns ahead at least, and that will be turn 10, in which case Prism could have down a Karma.
How does Machado find a way to win this game from here? The Sunken Temple has been down since turn 5, has already drawn us 4 or 5 free cards. We're just throwing resources willy-nilly all over the place. You know, -1, stun your 2 units, -1, kill your guy, but it doesn't matter because Sunken Temple is just drawing so many cards. How does Machado find a way back into this? Is it just Galio into an insane Citrus Courier turn?
Yeah.
Is that even good enough at this point when Prism's still at 12 life and has, you know, at least 2 blockers for now, more coming in future turns?
Probably not, now that the set has developed a showstopper, and Prism's actually just going to let that one shuffle away, so I don't really want to destroy any of these units. I don't care too much about the Fire Spitter. I just really care about keeping you at bay and sort of making you scared to develop into this showstopper, which Prism does redraw. Second Morgana, one of the worst things that Machado could find here. Just such a redundant card, doesn't do what you need it to. Yeah, like, okay, I get to try and pretend that I'm doing anything by stunning this set out of combat and not letting my Fire Spitter die, while Prism just has 16 answers to it in hand.
Just an embarrassment of riches for Prism. This is a strong argument that Sunken Temple should in fact be rotated, and it's just going to be a nice 1 mana, I think, Nopify to take care of this Morgana champion spell. And then there is a second one, but, you know, that's still not a winning line for what Machado needs to be finding here. He needs to be playing units, getting as wide as possible for this Galio, and we're just keeping a unit alive at the cost of 2 cards. It's just not good. Just not good. No. Things are bad.
Yeah, the Showstopper also still available with 6 mana for Machado. Prism might play it, they might not. They still have the Karma that they can get down. Deny will be available. They also have the second Explorer spell to keep the Formidable off of the Petricite Charger or take the Challenger away from the Enraged Fire Spitter. Just Prism looking like they have a commanding lead on this game. Definitely they're one to lose from this position. It's like you said, even if there is a Galio top deck, say you roll Impact on the Galio so that next turn you can proc the Citrus Courier, I just don't think the attack tokens are really lining up for Machado because they're not going in until the Karma is available and leveled, and now Deny can be used here. Or Prism could say, actually I don't even care about that. I can go ahead and try to find another Karma next turn. Although I do like preserving this one, if for no other end, finds another Nopify. I was going to say, I do like preserving this one just because it's, you know, she's pretty. Might as well keep her around, right? There's not a whole lot to deny and Nopify in this deck, and now with 2 Showstoppers, Prism, I would say very likely to use at least one of them to clear out this board, maybe even both of them, because it's not doubled up yet, so it won't clear everything out.
Yeah, not going to do any damage to the Petricite Charger, but yeah, 2 Showstoppers already. Set Karma completely online for next turn. 9 cards in hand next turn. All right. Can you even name 9 cards that Prism could draw for turn, and any 1 card that Machado could draw that would result in him not winning this game in the long term? I don't think so. I think Machado comes to the same conclusion and scoops that one up. Yeah,
I think the best bet would be like Elder Dragon and challenge set and somehow actually have that resolve, and it's just like not gonna happen. Yeah. So we are going to see Prism take that one down, advance to the top 8. I believe that's as far as he has ever made it in one of these Runeterra Opens previously. Might even be the furthest that they've ever been able to make it. Prism constantly one of those players that you'll always see in the top 64, but never really making it too much further than that. Happy to see them get a top 8 run here in the final Open. We're going to see if there is another game that production is going to throw us into. It looks like that is going to be the case. We are going to check in with the Legends of Runeterra main character, Majin Bay.
All right. And his opponent this round, do you recall the name?
Rolls.
All right. Gonna pull up some deck lists real quick, but yeah, Majin Bay. How poetic would it be for him to win the last ever esports event for Legends of Runeterra? It's kind of been a bit of a dry year, you know. He had a win back in 2022, I want to say. Wasn't able to spike anything in 2023. 2021. It's been a minute, obviously.
February of 2021. It has been 3 years since Majin Bay has won a Runeterra Open equivalent.
Wow. Well, he's been definitely bringing a lot of success off the back of it. Obviously a great player, you know, consistently making top cuts, finding his way into top 8s and top 4s, making it to Worlds last year, and, you know, doing so while playing Flesh and Blood and playing the Open on, like, mobile at other events. But, yeah, picking up a win at the end here, you know, having not seen that ultimate success in a minute would be, I'm sure, a great feeling for him.
He did manage to drag Sunny kicking and screaming across the finish line at the LoR Invitational, but, of course, that was, like, you know, you were playing against, like, me. Like, you know, that's not, that doesn't
completely
really count.
washed up players at that point.
Yeah, like, he got a medal for it and everything, but, you know, that's not champion status. I was trying to think of what he would win for this tournament, and then I remember that it's nothing, so it's actually, maybe the medal is really cool.
Maybe the medal is better than this one, yeah. It is 1-1 right now, and taking stock of the game, life total's about even. We are on turn 8, which, in my opinion, is going to favor the deck that has a Sunken Temple in play, but there is a lot of gas in the hand over on Rolls' side. Looks like they're on the Elder Dragon Morgalio. Yeah, there we go, as well. And yeah, turn 9 means only 2 cards are coming down for Rolls, but that is an embarrassment of riches on Majin's side with the Sunken Temple refilling the hand entirely.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a huge open attack. I say huge, I think it's like 7 damage if you want to commit Eye of the Storm. The problem with Rolls is they don't have the ability to run out multiple cards in a turn. They can throw down like the Broadwing and one other unit, or maybe like Combat Cook and Morgana, but with just how much Majin has available and not knowing what's in this Helmsman pool, it could be a lot of damage coming through regardless.
Yeah, so run me through again what Helmsman does. You get to discover one of 2... Or you get to discover 2 elemental spells. Manifest, sorry.
Yeah.
It's going to happen now, don't tell me.
Sure.
So we pick 2 spells and then just cast them immediately, or they go to our hand?
They go to your hand and they cost 0.
So, okay, gotcha. And it's going to be a bit of burn and a bit of removal coming back to the hand for Majin Bay, and that's a lot of cards up against not many cards for Rolls.
Yeah, so now the Divine Whirlwind gets to take out this Petricite Broadwing, and then the Howling Gale can likely take out the Morgana as well. And then Majin actually doesn't have like a super strong attack after that, just because I assume the Helmsman will get shackled and there's just not quite enough mana. Oh, actually, Kadrigan going to be the play. And that... Okay, yeah, it's going to get a little bit of healing. It's actually going to protect this Broadwing from the Divine Whirlwind kill. But still... Howling Gale going to take out the Broadwing, and then Eye of the Storm plus Divine Whirlwind can be used to take out this Kadrigan on whatever it blocks.
Let us teach one another.
Going to be 7 damage coming through to the face, I have to imagine, and a completely clear board for Rolls, and just, again, Sunken Temple already in play, more gas coming. Going to be 2 extra damage, bump it up to 9, and I still imagine that we're going to be seeing this Kadrigan bite the dust before anything too crazy gets done.
And with only 4 Nexus health left on Rolls and Majin drawing quite a few cards on the following turn, you've got to imagine that there's going to be a way to find a lethal. All it would have to be is like a Mystic Shot and a Helmsman or another Divine Whirlwind, or so many different cards that Majin could draw here. You got to assume that they're going to be able to piece it together. Meanwhile, Rolls, even if they don't die on Majin's turn, does not have a way to clear out the board and fight back into this one.
Given that we have missed a decent chunk of this game, there's always a possibility of top deck Elder Dragon, and it's already leveled, but
not in a formidable deck.
Not in a formidable deck.
There ain't no way.
All right,
so we see it's not enough at the moment. It's only 2 direct burn damage from Majin, but again, it's like, okay, yeah, Morgana comes down. Now she's at 8 out of 10. The nerf really coming into play here.
No, that was 9 out of 10. This is going to be 10.
10 out of 10, okay.
I still don't think that's enough, but definitely something. It's actually gonna level Janna. Did he play something at burst speed and then we missed it before the animation started?
I think it's Slipstream.
Slipstream, got it. Yep, that'll level Janna. Those will be discounted.
Yeah, we'll pull Howling Gale, which I guess you could like... Yeah, it's gonna take a couple of cards. Oh, is there... Oh, there's not double Divine Whirlwind. It's Divine Whirlwind, Howling Gale. It's going to put down to 2, but again, then rolls, yeah, you can summon a Combat Cook, roll Overwhelm Weapon, and deal 5 damage to Majin Bay before you die to the Flurry of Elusives that they have.
Yeah, not much looking like it's cooking here over for rolls. Again, which, is this Howling Gale or Divine Whirlwind in the hand of Majin Bay? Basically, does he have lethal right now is my question.
He does not.
This is just the kill spell, gotcha.
Yes, this is the Howling Gale.
The art looks so similar, and I don't remember which one's fast and which one's slow. I'm the slow one here.
You're telling me, man.
But it is going to be a complete reroll of the hand into an open attack. Currently, Rolls has absolutely nothing. So if he top decks both a burst speed blocker and a judgment, then he has a shot. But I don't believe he plays either of those cards in the deck, and it looks like he's already conceded in that top window. And there it is, catching up to live. Majin Bay moving in to the top 8 once again.
Majin Bay is going to be up against ABG Rogio in the top 8. Rogio, someone who has had multiple, like, XO Swiss runs under their belts, both in the opens and in the old seasonal system. Back when we used to do, like, you know, you make it at, I think it was like 7-2 or like 7-3 if you have like seeding from Top Cut or whatever. Rogio was just constantly 9-0ing those tournaments, and so this is a Swiss master who's made it this far in tournaments previously. Now going to be up against Majin Bay. We've also got a couple of other sort of banger matches for you down the line, but that is something that you're going to have to check back in with us for in the top 8 in just a minute here. 56 players have been eliminated. Nobody told me that my camera was completely off balance and it's going to try to readjust. I'm fighting with it. I'm struggling. This stupid AI-powered camera. You piece of shit. 56 players have been eliminated from the tournament. There we go. 56 players have been eliminated from the tournament. We are down to just 8. I went to make eye contact with the camera and noticed it was looking at the floor. We are down to our top 8. We're going to take a look at the bracket to show you how all of these players got here, who is remaining in the tournament, who still has a chance to be crowned the final Runeterra Open champion.
That was an introduction. I don't have anything to match that. So yeah, let's just look at some deck lists.
I have to look at the bracket first. See, look at the players that are still here. Yeah, I know we know who's still here, but everybody else has to get a little bit of a... Yeah, so we have Majin Bay versus Rogio, Spids versus Rico Rex, Real Prism Sword versus Furious Borobo, and Uncle Muscles versus Kwako. So I think the only player left in this event that I don't have any recognition of is Uncle Muscles, and apparently we don't know much about them either, as their flag is absent.
They're just a Runeterra champion out there in the world. And yeah, Kwako, definitely someone I've interacted with a decent amount. And then just, yeah, cool matchups all the way around. A lot of cool stuff left. And yeah, just anything you think about what we've got so far, who's making the top 4, any lineups that you think are favored in any of these matchups so far?
One thing that I am noticing that actually surprises me a little bit is that Prism Sword is actually on the same lineup as Majin Bay, or vice versa. You know, they're both on the Seraphine Morgana, the Karma Set, and the Neela Janna. And usually when it comes to a top 64, if you look at how many people have the exact same lineup, the most is usually like 3 or 4. It doesn't happen very often. Usually a lot of people will run 2 of the same decks, and then that third deck isn't really doing is like a very personalized choice. So the fact that we have 2 players in the top 8 with the exact same lineup, that doesn't really happen very often.
Yeah, and I imagine there's always the possibility they tested together and just wanted to play the same stuff, but it's also possible that both players are like, 9x Sunblend Temple, it's the last tournament, I'm playing 9x Sunblend Temple, this card's my favorite card, which is why you should rotate it.
It's my favorite card too, so you know, I love it too much. If I ever want to pop in and play a game of LoR, I definitely am going to be queuing up some Sunken Temple. So, you know, beg a little bit more on Twitter, and maybe I'll change my mind. So we are going to be taking a look now at the deck lists for our feature match here, which is going to be ABG Rogio versus Majin Bay. Going to continue on with the main character as well as Rogio's just a player we haven't taken a look at yet. Going to kick things off with the Darius Gnar, rather straightforward Overwhelm deck. Freljord Overwhelm has taken so many different shapes over the course of the history of Legends of Runeterra, from Sejuani Darius to Regnecton Sejuani to Darius Gnar, and this has been sort of the standard one for about the last year. Samira fit in a little bit on her release, but ever since she's just taken a few too many nerfs, and even with the recent buffs, players still not willing to go back to that champion.
Yeah, definitely want to check with production here. Make sure we're looking at Rogio's deck list and not Rico's over on the other side of the bracket. But indeed, it is Rogio playing double Overwhelm at least. We do have the Gnar Darius as well as Jax Ornn, another big Overwhelm favorite. No Buried Nice notably here, but probably not going to... More of a liability about against the kind of stuff that Majin is bringing. So definitely not missing it here by any stretch of the imagination.
The double Wild's Claw Ferocity does lean more towards that Overwhelm style of strategy. It seems like it's become the norm for Jax Ornn ever since World to include multiple copies of that card and just go, hey, you know, if I can find a scout weapon, maybe I can just cheese out a victory on an earlier turn. And now we're going to take a look at the Shyvana Morgana Elder Dragon. This is not the standard Galio Morgana Elder. This is a little bit more dragon focused. We can see the Gentle Gem Dragon, the Atlas, the Gallant, Dragon Guard Lookout. A lot of surprises in here, as well as the triple strike spell in single combat and Strafing Strike.
Absolutely. And how do you feel this one stacks up? I feel like with the Galio version, losing the... Or like, for example, we just saw Machado not playing the Mage Seeker Inquisitor at all. Do you think that the Shyvana version is just superior if they're not playing the Inquisitor anyway?
No.
I like the Galio better.
I think it was like it was pre-nerf for sure, and I was talking with someone about like Galio Elder Morgana versus like Morgana Elder Shyvana, and I was like, I don't know, the Shyvana deck looks pretty good on paper. I don't really understand how it's losing to Formidables. Let me go try it out. 15 games later, I'm like, this is the worst deck I've ever touched in my life. This is just an absolute pile. I don't know how people are winning with this. And then you can see here, we're kind of flicking through Majin Bay's list. It's like, you've seen Majin run all of these decks before, right? It's 9x Sunken Temple. It's what he likes. We can actually see, yeah, a very similar list to what Spids and Real Prism Sword are on in terms of the Karma set, just in terms of like the double Rocket Barrage, the double 9 lives, no copies of Unworthy Soul. And I guess that just has become the standard Karma set while I was, I guess, just like not really paying attention to standard.
Yeah, more 9 lives, no Unworthy, like you're saying. Definitely Interesting. Is that just like a specific meta call, or do you think it's just disrespecting Jack Zorn, or is it just like 9 lives is strictly a better card in 90% of matchups?
I think if you are expecting an extremely aggressive matchup, like, you know, if you look at Annie Jin, the hell are you hitting with a 9 or with an unworthy soul, right?
Yeah.
Whereas 9 lives comes in and burst speed blocks Jin. And when we look at the ladder, which again, ladder's not super indicative of tournament, but because there haven't been a lot of tournaments or people not taking it seriously, it's hard to actually garnish data from that. So you kind of got to take what you can get. And yeah, Annie Jin has been at the near top of the ladder.
Gotcha. Not something we've seen so far, but we are seeing this big, overwhelming, just giant mid-range lineup out of Rogio versus Majin Bay here. So what's the biggest threat out of what Rogio is bringing against the Triple Sunken Temple lineup?
It's probably going to be the Dragon list, just because without Unworthy Soul, that is something that is really hard for you to chop down with your damage-based removal in pretty much all aspects. Like Neela Janna's going to have a really hard time chipping through those units, because usually you'd like do a combination of chump blocks and then burn spells on a later turn, so the Fury mechanic is going to make that a lot more difficult. However, maybe you can aggro it out with the Neela Janna, but then you look at your Morgana and your Seraphine and your Karma Set, and it's just like, again, without the Unworthy Soul, like this is a matchup where it's really going to kind of start to catch up with you.
Yeah, and I imagine for Rogio's side, the ban is going to be pointed at the Ionia. Definitely the bane of mid-range is just the concussive palms and the bounce spells and stuff like that. So do you imagine that'll be what Rogio's going for here?
It's probably, you know, Majin Bay is known for Ionia, but Majin Bay is also known for Seraphine, so the fact that he's managed to bring both of these into the lineup is going to terrify pretty much anyone that has to play against him. Definitely a player that is worthy of having their comfort picks banned out. And so I am a little curious to see which way it goes. Usually I'm not too picky one way or another. I think that without Unworthy Soul in the Karma set, it's probably a weaker list than the Seraphine Morgana, because Seraphine Morgana still has access to all those stuns.
That makes a lot of sense. And then just Morgana having the shackle ability against a lot of this mid-range stuff can really mess up how you develop, and you have to open attack a bit more, or else your stuff gets shackled and then you're not allowed to attack. The lifesteal kind of becomes relevant. You've got that in the Seraphine Morgana. So that's definitely a consideration. We saw last round that Machado ended up taking out the Seraphine, but did have the more aggressive slant, and it is going to be the Seraphine Morgana taken out, like we were saying. And like you mentioned, it is the Shyvana that's kind of the biggest, hardest one to deal with. So that'll be taken out by Majin Bay.
Yeah, it's not only the large status of the units, but it is also the only deck that Rogio has brought with an Explorer in it. And so that is the only way to kill Sunken Temple, and so we might as well just not deal with it. I did not catch the ban on Majin's side. I assume it was the Seraphine that was taken out?
It was the Seraphine Morgana, that's correct.
Okay, that is what I thought. And so for game number 1, both these players already having the top 16 board, making it to the top 8. Now we're going to see who can move on to those semifinals. A rather aggressive opener from Rogio and a little bit of a dud hand here from Majin. A couple of points of interaction, but the set going to be a while before he can actually come down.
Yeah, definitely something cooking here. You've got the Mystic Shot, you've got the Aftershock. You can kind of just kill a unit. The double spell on turn 3 from Rogio, or Rogio's going to be a bit interesting, but interesting there. I feel like I would have just fired off the Aftershock in a heartbeat, targeting that dog. Majin taking the pass, though. It definitely
feels like it's kind of weird because it snowballs, right? Where if you don't kill the Yadulski, then Aftershock just gets worse and worse as the game goes on, because Yadulski is constantly buffing things outside of the range of your Aftershock anyway. Majin has an option to go for a touch onto the Iron Ballista here, but I think what Majin was really doing is just holding up mana for the 9 lives.
I agree. I think he was holding it for the 9 lives. It just feels like letting them get that, letting them get that Yadulski trigger could be a problem down the line, but obviously not thinking it is here. Ooh, interesting.
It's only 2 damage either way.
Yeah. 1 mana left available for Majin Bay. The dog is still in play, and that's something that I think is a little bit worrisome. But again, it really depends on what it hits, and if it just hits like some Omen Hawks, it's not that big of a deal. And with Concussive Palm, maybe we can hold back whatever it ends up hitting anyway, but that is going to be another Ballista off the top that is buffed by the Snow Dog. So that will be a 5-4 with Overwhelm. That will not be Aftershockable, and that could be a problem down the line based on what Majin's early decisions ended up doing.
Yeah, it could be a problem pretty immediately as well, especially given that Rogio now has the green light to throw down this Iron Ballista. We'll be able to throw out the Glacial Saurian on the following turn because the Omen Hawk stuck around, so there will be a bird subtype in play. And that 11 damage attack is something that Majin doesn't have phenomenal answers for, given the buff on... Oh, actually, no, it's going to be an Omen Hawk coming through. It looks like it's just going to be the double Raider.
I was about to say, I think this Omen Hawk is actually a 3-3, and maybe the Omen Hawk plus 2 more attackers is going to be a little bit better, because, you know, you're expecting with the Ionia PZ deck that there's going to be like a concussive palm or something to stop just the glacial from being a big problem. So saying, okay, you got the palm, but now I'm going to go 3 wide on you, and it's going to be a decent amount of stats because of that dog and because of the Omen Hawk buffing the other Omen Hawk, that this is a sizable amount of damage. I imagine a Mystic Shot is coming out at one of these Raiders, and a block on the other one, or maybe on the Omen Hawk, and it is going to be the Omen Hawk that's still 4.
I wonder if it's better for Majin to get greedy and block the 1/1 Hawk.
Ow.
Mystic Shot one of these Raiders. Try to hold on this blocker for the 3/3 Hawk on a later turn, but Majin just wants to play Preservation on the life total. It's still going to fall down into Darius range. Set gets to come through next turn, take out the Iron Ballista. Saurian likely to be the only play for Rogio, unless they can top deck a 1-drop. That's not going to be the case. And now, it again, just kind of comes down to what can Saurian pull off the top of the deck. And we see Gnar.
I saw you looking at
I'm kind of struggling to evaluate who's winning here. It feels like Majin's starting to turn that corner, especially with the set coming down here, where he's going to kill a blocker for free. He's going to have, he has double high note and aftershock to deal with more stuff later down the line. Able to clean them up, but his life total at 7 with just the 3 wide that Roju already is makes me feel like this game is not going to be long for this world, and that's oh boy, that top deck.
Yeah, Decisive Maneuver is going to make this a lot harder and really leans Rogio towards the Yadulski Snowdog rather than the Gnar. And I believe that Yadulski's not small either. I think it's been buffed by, you know, a couple of things. It might even be like a 4/5 if we're reaching for the moon here. I don't think it's going to be much larger than that, but if that does come down, you know, Majin,
wow,
what is their line here? It's like place your bets coin to try and turn on the high notes?
So, there's no way that it has to be correct. Turning on high notes doesn't even feel like enough here. You get to... You're only, by turning on the high notes, you get to kill the overwhelm, but you also get to pick up exactly 1 Omen Hawk. It's not really doing enough here, so I think it's going to have to be an aftershock plus double high note, and then we block the dog, and it lives at 1, and we have no more removal, and we play Sunken Temple on our turn. And we
so, if Rogio fires off the Decisive Maneuver in response to the aftershock, I'm pretty sure that's lethal.
Yeah.
I don't know if Rogio is going to go for that per se.
The punish would be like another palm, probably.
Yeah. Palm
but
would
I
be
feel
a
like it's
pretty big punish.
I feel like developing Gnar here feels like the safest line. Get it down. I don't know. This one's hard. It just feels like there's so much that Majin could have to deal with this Decisive Maneuver not being lethal. But I guess, is it getting better later if you give Majin another turn?
I mean, I think Majin's pretty down and out of this one anyway. Because if the Gnar comes down, Set's forced to block the Gnar because it's way too large. Throw the double high note on, because I believe the Gnar is going to be a 5/5. Throw the double high note onto the Iron Ballista. Take 5, go to 2. There's a pokey stick in my opponent's hand, and they play Legion Saboteur. So if I ever misstep and can't kill a Saboteur and they get to open attack with that, the game is just over. It looks like it will be the Decisive Maneuver in response to the Aftershock, and that should be lethal. Barring, I can't even think of what Majin could draw off of the place your bets. I don't think there is anything.
Does the second high note turn on from the first high note? It's going to be open attack. Yeah, not going to do anything. That's going to be 9 damage coming over the top real quick. Yeah, might as well dig.
Double Rocket Barrage would have been nice earlier. Anytime other than now, that is going to be Majin Bey going down game 1.
No 1-mana spells to stop 17 damage. 16 damage coming at your face, unfortunately. So that's going to be a quick game 1 over to Rogio. And Boulevard, do things get better from here going up against Jax Ornn?
I do think that Overwhelm was... It shouldn't have been that decisive. It feels like Majin should have been able to, or at least was like hoping to pick up a win against that, because again, when we talk about the Jax Ornn, talk about the lack of Unworthy Soul in the Karma set, can be a little rough. Neela Janna is not the most consistent deck in the world, and so if you just draw one of those rough hands up against this list, it just kind of feels like game over. Rogio even has the Omen Hawk to go for the dreaded Omen Hawk into Jax curve, and if that happens, you know, Bey has the Aftershock, but it's still not going to be, you know, good on the mental.
So we see again here, Majin has the 9 lives and has the Aftershock. So if the dog comes down, do you think he fires off the Aftershock this game, or do you think he's going to hold it again for the 9 lives?
I think he's holding it for 9 lives yet again.
We'll see if he felt like that was a mistake last game or if he's doing it again, and he actually is going to fire after the Aftershock. Exact same situation, slightly different deck, of course. You know, the last one was the Overwhelm Noxus version. This is going to be Jax Ornn. So either he thinks last game was a bit of a blowout and he made that mistake, or this game he thinks the different deck is going to be the reason to fire it off.
And it might even had to be just that it was like a Legion Saboteur rather than a Omen Hawk and saying, okay, those are 2 units that like I need to get off the board, so I need to go for the 9 lives double block here. Whereas the Omen Hawk, it's like, yeah, I could leave that around. I'm not too worried about that. But Rogio, I was gonna say Rogio kind of in a rough spot. Like, doesn't have a whole lot going on in their hand, but they also could just like Wild Claw this bird here and then play a Glacial Sari.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm forgetting that Omen Hawk can block elusives. I'm like, why isn't this Acorn getting in there? It's me. I'm the fool. But yeah, 4 damage for free there.
Yeah, it would have been great if Acorn could have gotten in there as well. But now, yeah, we're just gonna see the transformation on the Alpha Wild Claw, which I believe is a dog. So we'll still have that subtyping for the Saurian.
Looks like a dog to me.
It's a cat.
It's a panther, right?
Panthers are dogs. You know?
I don't think that's how that works.
I think it is. Panthers is dogs. Anyway.
5 mana available. That's the 4/3 Jax. So it is going to be that instead of the Glacial Saurian. What does Majin do here? Concussive Palm? Set? I don't love a lot of things that are happening on Majin's side of the table, I'm not going to lie.
It's kind of all rough.
Yep.
And it looks like it is going to just be... What I'm really curious about here is Majin more willing to preserve the 9 lives or the Acorn? Because getting a cost reduction... Oh, actually just going to go for the double block, not going to use any spells, and I imagine Set's going to come down here. And then... If Rogio wants to get really... No, I don't see Rogio ever going for, like, fish fight onto the Set, and actually not even going to give him the option, just going for the Mystic Shot post-combat.
Yeah, get this out of the way first. You know, test for a Sky Splitter, and if there is a Sky Splitter, then sure, you keep your guy alive. I still play my Set. I still kill it, right? So that was just kind of like a Sky Splitter test to see if you could tap. And then if you Sky Splitter, you tap under Fish Fight, so then my Set's not dead. So that was a pretty good sequencing there, getting the Set developed safely. And we're just going to clean up the Jax.
I was going to say, you know, like,
freeze.
It was such a good open from Majin to take the Jax out and turn off the Saurian, and then Rogio top decks Omen Hawk to have exactly enough mana to go subtype plus Glacial if this didn't work out, but that will be a flash freeze onto the Set. It's not going to proc the ability, but it does preserve the Jax. Majin can take it out with an Aftershock post-combat, but not before the Saurian comes through.
Yeah, getting the Saurian. I was wondering if there was merit to just going for the Fury of the North and then just actually proccing the Set's ability there, just getting that done. But, you know, saving the 5 mana to make sure you get the Glacial Saurian down here makes a little bit more sense, I feel like.
Now, Majin, Aftershock on the Jax. Rogio doesn't have a whole lot going on from here. They might even use, like, the parts made whole on the Acathian... whatever the name of Jax's weapon is, just to discard and draw 2 on the following turn after a couple of the Omen Hawks come through. But might also use it to play with the Saurian to get that fish fight online or a draw off of the Entrancing Lore. Majin draws the Explorer, so going to have the option to take care of the weapon that Rogio currently has access to. But we'll just start to see the Omen Hawks come down, buff up the top units of the deck while we wait for Rogio's hand to catch up so that we can figure out what was drawn and how that's going to play into Majin's board here. Oh, it was an Alpha Wild Claw.
Oh, that's... pretty good draw, I would have to say. A lot of damage potential here. Still have the Concussive Palm, still have the 9 lives, a lot of defensive options still available. And it's going to be shuffling away a Mystic Shot.
At this stage of the game, with Saurian and Omen Hawk coming down, with everything on the top of Rogio's deck being +2/+2, yeah, I get it. Mystic Shot's not doing anything anytime soon other than potentially killing this Omen Hawk, which I don't think Majin really values. Wild's Claw Ferocity here would be 14 damage coming through. Majin would be forced to not even commit a spell, would have to block, and then, you know, if they want to go down to 2. But with this formula, they're going to actually be able to get a lot of progression onto the Set level up. Unfortunately, it's still pretty far away. Usually when the double arrows are lighting up, that means you're a little more than like halfway or 60% of the way there. So the Set is probably still sitting like at most out of 20 out of 40.
Yeah, and again, shuffling with the Mystic Shot just also speaks to how strong his hand is. A lot of good options. The real question mark right now for Majin is, can he survive this turn? I mean, he's going to survive, but he's going to probably have to lose a decent amount of life to be able to do so. And yeah, this is the attack coming in with the Wild Claw transformation. 14 damage against 4 toughness. Majin Bey will take a decent chunk here.
Majin
probably
can
forced
formula
to use the...
and then
like,
still
formula?
have 9 lives or a Conch Palm.
Yeah. I think I like the Conch Palm here, just to not take the 8. The 9 lives just does not give you enough toughness, really, to prevent the damage here that you don't want to take. But also Concussive Palm later in the line prevents damage. Is 8 the most amount of damage that this Concussive Palm can prevent?
I don't think it is, but I think that Majin's going to die if that's not the case. And actually goes for the 9 lives without the formula. Finds a Green Glade Caretaker. 2 HP. Yeah, it's going down to 4 here on the side of Majin, but does soften up the Saurian enough. Okay, so now if Majin can turn on High Note, they can actually take out both of these units.
I think that's the plan that we're setting up for, and I'm pretty sure we're close to High Note. Saving the Concussive Palm for later down the line, going to be huge, I imagine, and still have that formula available to get a little bit more gas going, and the Explorer to probably gain life. I imagine that any, we already know the weapon in the hand, only 4 cards available for Rogio that are unknown to Majin Bay. You can assume that any development that needs to happen will be done on Majin's turn, so the Overwhelm will be part of an open attack. But, maybe just firing off Explorer to prevent it early on your own turn matters, and that's going to be a formula. Picking up Rocket Barrage.
And Rocket Barrage is actually a little juicy here. I don't know if Set's about to level. 12 mana has now been spent if this coin comes through.
Yep.
It's going to be 4 mana left on the side of Majin, so actually not enough to go for the Rocket Barrage. Set should be pretty close to leveling. I imagine Majin has mathed it out, and the Set will level this turn. Yeah, 37 out of 40. Already has 12 mana spent, so the Showstopper will be available, which at the moment does clear the board. But Majin's not going to wait for the level up. They're just sending in the Set.
And this is going to set up the High Note that with the 3 spells we just cast this turn, I have to imagine that the High Note is flipped. So this will be a clean takedown on those 2 units. And then once those units are taken care of, you have the option to level your own Set and take out whatever else gets cast.
And the barrier proc on the Set, buffing up the Green Glade Caretaker. That's not exactly what I expected. But once 3 more mana is spent, then Showstopper will be available, and Rogio knows that that's not something they can develop into safely. The amount of 3 sisters in the list is only 1, so High Note looking okay here as a potential kill. Of course, Elixir of Iron still on the list. It's a little dicey from Majin, but I think the Conch Palm keeps them really safe.
Yep.
Oh, the High Note going to get used, and yeah, still has the Explorer spell in case Rogio wants to develop into this.
Being able to threaten the Set level here just so easily is really powerful. And yeah, we know Rogio's hand not cooking with a lot at the moment.
Being 1 off of the Set level, so good for Majin Bay here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to get the parts made whole for the draw. Not a lot.
Do you play the Cook? Do you play the Hawk plus the Weapon Master? It's going to be Hawk.
I think the Hawk is coming down to really entice Majin into the Showstopper.
And
Majin's going to pull the trigger, yeah. I still think you go for the kill and equipment.
I would have to agree with you on that one.
Oh, no, Majin goes for the...
It's going to be the keywords.
Removal of keywords, playing around very specifically like Glacial Saurian.
Why don't you sit this one out?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly. It's hard for me to remember exactly which units in the deck just have Overwhelm and which weapons give it, because Jax level 2 does not have Overwhelm. It's his weapon that actually gets it. So
yes,
that would not work against Jax.
I think it's both. I think Jax 2 has Overwhelm, and his weapon also gives Overwhelm.
That sounds probably correct.
That is how it works.
Yep.
So yeah, this is because I believe both Wild's Claw Ferocities have already been used, so there's no more Alpha Wild Claws coming through. If an Overwhelm weapon here is pulled, then obviously the removal of the keywords doesn't work on that. It's something that only functions on the unit, the keywords of the unit itself.
Yep. And that's going to be spell mana, not Overwhelm rolled there. Could have been dicey, but again, we still have the Concussive Bomb. Maybe just thinking, okay, I have the Concussive Bomb for whatever you bring out that has Overwhelm on a weapon, but I want to, use this on a Glacial Saurian. Take it out for 2 turns. Just going to be the Facebreaker.
Does Majin get greedy and throw the Karma down into the Fish Fight? Fish Fight might get used proactively on the set anyway, so it's not even going to be a debate, and yeah, that is going to be the case. Majin could let this set go down. I think tag out's pretty likely, but maybe Majin really values just being able to develop the Karma into this turn and doesn't think they need the set and the Karma. Looking at the hand, though, I'm not seeing a lot for Karma to double for good value.
Yeah, I think you can tag it out safely, play the coin, and develop the karma or the set immediately. Again, right now, probably the karma just to get the free spell, and then next turn you open, play the set, and how can things go wrong from there?
We fighting or what?
No, seriously, how can things go wrong from there? Is that bad? Is it? What are we doing?
I'm sitting here making eye contact with the amount of fish fight in the list for Rogio, and there are 2 of them, so... you know, there's an option for things to get a little dicey in just the sequencing on the following turn. Majin going to hold the coin back so that they can actually get more mana out of the karma, so probably going to lead with that one.
Yep, makes the most sense for sure. And yeah, best option here would be a fish fight from Rogio, but with caster vision, perfect information, we know he does not have it. So things about to look very good on the side of Majin Bay.
And even this Ornn, I don't... Yes, so Ornn... For some reason, I always thought Ornn had to be like a equipped ally has struck for 8, but it is just an ally has struck for 8, and there was an Alpha Wild Claw that struck for 8 previously, so Ornn should be level 2, which means they will be generating a Spirit of the Ram with Overwhelm.
Technique is for lightweight.
Interesting there. I guess it doesn't really matter. I was thinking maybe play the set first and then play the coin just to get the 1 extra mana towards the showstopper, but I don't think it matters. And what do you think about this Rocket Barrage? Is that something we want to do now? Take out one of these, have set challenge the other, and push a couple damage, or are we trying instead to save it more for a later turn? Looks like we're just going to heal some life.
I was trying to figure out if Concussive Palm was lethal.
I don't... Yeah.
It would make 2 3/2s.
2 guys, yeah.
But Majin gonna take a slightly slower approach. The Showstopper... Like, Ornn's not too much of a problem for Majin, because Ornn doesn't have Overwhelm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the Ram. And so that's the only thing that you actually need to use the Concussive Palm on. From here... Majin also isn't like super like Majin should use the Showstopper here rather than not use it at all, but if you can stop your opponent from developing the Ornn, maybe that's something that you're interested in, because if you pass here with the Showstopper open, your opponent goes for Ornn on their next turn, like they open Ornn, you get to go like Conch Palm and Rocket Barrage, and Rocket Barrage will take out 1 unit and 2 units, and then Concussive Palm stops the Ornn. The concern there, of course, the Sky Splitter could save the Glacial Saurian, and then maybe you're in a little bit of a pickle, but I think the Mystic Shot makes it just too clean.
Yeah, it takes the pass. Gonna be the Ornn, and then, yeah, Rocket Barrage, I think kills the Ornn. I have to double check the math on him being leveled, plus the Forge,
Absolutely
plus the biggest weapon.
Yeah. He's tough, so...
But it is gonna... Oh, it's way off. What am I doing? Alright, math is really hard.
Okay, so we're going to open with the coin. This reads to me like the Karma spell is getting fired off here, or the removal of the keywords, perhaps. Conch Palm. Okay, yeah, this is the Rocket Barrage Conch Palm play that I was talking about.
Yep.
And Mystic Shot back up to deal with the Sky Splitter.
And I believe this is going to give us the Showstopper as well. No. One more
I think that's
card
only
to do
10.
it.
10 or 11, yeah. I think
9,
it's only
right?
11. Well, a coin was used,
Oh, I see.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have the Karma spell to get into it.
Okay. Majin giving an opportunity over to Rogio to... Okay.
Yep.
This is fine. Yeah, everything's hunky-dory. Majin Bay's really good at Legends of Runeterra.
He did the math that I didn't have to. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
I'm sitting here like, okay, if you let them re-equip the weapon, then the Mystic Shot doesn't do it. I completely forgot about Showstopper at this point and the removal of the keywords. I got a little lost in the sauce there, but Majin doesn't. There's so many reps on this Karma set deck. Probably one of his favorite decks of all time. Entrancing LoR are going to come through for the draw, but Majin Bay has the Mystic Shot to finish it off. In fact, Rogio knows what's coming and is going to do the surrender. So now, for the final game of this top 8 set, we are going to have not Karma set. We're going to have Jax Ornn up against Neela Janna. And I got to say, I have not seen Majin Bay play a lot of Neela Janna. I remember him saying something to the effect of, like, Janna really looked like a champion that was made for him, and he just, like, wasn't as big of a fan as he should have been.
I mean, he is a big Sunken Temple enjoyer, so regardless of what champions are in the deck, I imagine that this will still be something he feels very comfortable navigating, just something that's able to draw a lot of cards, have a lot of options. That's something that you know that great players tend to gravitate towards, because when you're just exceptional at decision making, when you have more decisions available to you, you're able to find the better lines consistently, and that is a Sunken Temple in the opener. We'll see if that is something he wants to keep. You know, this is a matchup where you can have a lot of pressure come at you very quickly. You definitely don't want to draw 2 copies, but he's going to take the risk and keep it.
That one of Heavy Metal is going to be really sad when it's an Omen Hawk into a Jax. That's the thing that we always talk about. We saw it in the last game, though. It wasn't the 1-2 punch as expected. The Jax came closer to like turn 3, turn 4, a little bit down the line. But I mean, getting the Omen Dog plus the Omen Hawk again in the opener for Rogio, just such a powerful combination. Windborn Mariner going to come down just to try and stop the bleeding a little bit. But man, oh man, already looking rather aggressive and good for Rogio.
Yeah, that's a third dog on 2 in 3 games, but Majin was able to defeat it last game, so we'll see if that's indicative of how this one's going to go.
5-4 Jax. That's about to be a 6-5 Jax.
Oh man, that's not what you want to see. Have the Heavy Metal, which does not much here. Yeah, Sunken Temple and Prey looking to be where we're headed here.
Man, he can... I hate Jax Orin.
Majin thinking there for just a second, probably not fire. Thinking about maybe Mystic Shotting the 1-2, honestly, and a decent consideration. This is the giant Jax. That's just the ultimate high roll that Jax Orin is capable of.
So, funny enough, Heavy Metal Mystic Shot takes this out because one of the +1/+1s is attached to the weapon. So if Majin wants to go for Heavy Metal here and then Mystic Shot next turn, assuming Rogio doesn't draw Sky Splitter or Elixir of Iron, that'll play out.
Yeah, and I think he's just thinking about whether or not he fires off the Sunken Temple or the Heavy Metal right now, just to kind of prep it for next turn, but opts not 2 sets. I'll just double spell it next turn. Maybe that matters. Oh, draws the Janna off of the Pool Shark.
Okay, and this is going to be a lot cleaner for Majin. Now they don't have to worry about it as much.
Oh yeah, no Sky Splitter here.
Yeah. It is still... Jax? Oh, okay, actually just not worrying about the Jax, saying, no, I'd rather actually kill this combat cook that comes through. And just going to let the 6-5 Jax rock.
And this is going to let him develop the Janna. He gets to chump block the Jax here and only take 2 damage, develop the fleeting Janna, get that down, and set up for a... Like, he could Sunken Temple on turn 5 here. Obviously going to have some more options with the Janna draws and just kind of see what he's looking for. And he keeps the Sunken Temple. It makes a lot of sense.
There are also 2 gotcha in this list, which is something we're always going to have to be cognizant of when we see updrafts coming through. Here we get the Divine Whirlwind, which is now down to 3 mana, again, thanks to the Janna. Second Jax spell would save this Jax, and I think that's going to be worth it from Rogio. This is going to give Barrier over to Jax and Forge it, and so that would be a 7-3 Jax when all is said and done. That's not the safest Jax in the world against a deck with so much 3 HP removal, but no Sunken Temple for Majin this turn.
Yeah, I think you know, keeping the 2 Mystic Shots in there is kind of like, okay, I'm going to hope to find some removal to deal with this Jax and just firing it off. Obviously, this is weak to the Jax spell. It's obviously weak to Sky Splitter. There are a lot of options that Rogio has available that could be like, okay, this is just going to die. He's thinking about it, maybe not using the Jax spell. Like, okay, so this is going to, if he uses the Jax spell, it'll survive.
It'll be a 7-3.
7-3. Is there merit to just playing the other Jax instead? Because the other Jax will cost 2 mana, it'll still get forged.
It will not get forged.
The
forge
it will not
is a
get forged.
one-time thing.
The one time. Well, the weapon is already forged, so it'll still be a 4-3 Jax, but you get to get another card down. It looks like he's going for it. He says a 7-3 Jax doesn't matter. 3 HP is 3 HP. So this 4-3 Jax is the same as my 7-3 Jax, but now I get an extra unit down.
Yeah, it might even be a 5-4. I have lost track of how many units have been drawn since like the Yadolski attacked, and so there might be a stray 1-1 thrown onto this Jax as well.
Yeah,
Pain really good in a matchup like this. Tough is just such a difficult keyword for all of this PNZ removal to go through. We can see the Mystic Shot not lining up into that. Okay, the Jax is going to be a 4-3.
Yep. And this is going to be a big open, I imagine. Ever a world where it's not an open? Like the 2 units in the hand matter to you at all?
I don't think so.
Yeah, if Majin gets to develop into... God, the name of this card, the 7-mana one. the Wizened Helmsman.
Will give... Okay, so this... I actually, now that I think about it, I think I do like the develop because this should push a Jax level up.
I think that sounds correct. I was wondering how close we were. I knew 9 on board. I don't think we've gotten in with 6 before because I don't think our Jax has attacked yet.
Jax
Maybe I'm
attacked
wrong.
once. It got chumped by a pool shark.
So I think it would have been a level. It's 15 to level Jax, right?
I think it's 16.
Oh, 16. That would make a lot of sense because if it was a 6 attack Jax and we're at 15 right here, then 16 would be the reason to look for it. And it's going to be Helmsman just for a 0 mana Divine Whirlwind, which is, I mean, a 5/5 blocker plus the Whirlwind makes a lot of sense. But I don't think our Janna gets to live.
Actually, I think it's fine. So there's, assuming Majin isn't going to play around anything, you know, says, forget about Sky Splitter, forget about this. You actually get to block the 4/4, 3 damage onto the 5/2 to kill it, and Janna gets to chump block the Omen Hawk, and now your Lucis can come through. There is a large Jax that you have to deal with, but that power is not permanent. A little bit of that is going to be lost at the end of the round because it is just give.
Yep.
And then, unfortunately for Majin, though, they don't get to resolve Sunken Temple.
Right. We could do it next turn, and with the dwindling number of cards in hand from Rogio, there's less fear of development. Obviously, 2 of those cards are face up in the Shepherd's Crook and the Pot of Pain, Pan of Pain.
Yeah,
Pot of
this
Pan.
really feels like Majin slamming down Sunken Temple and then talking about how really didn't expect Rogio's last card to be the Explorer.
Yeah. I feel like it's just the slam. Nope, gonna draw cards instead. Maybe go for the Janna level and say that's as good as a Sunken Temple, I just need more gas. Okay, a 4 mana Temple is better than a 5 mana one, but again, not going for it, respecting the Explorer.
Yeah, just trying to get more and more cards, and I believe that Howling Gale should be enough to take out the Jax. And that is the only threat that Rogio has. This is what Majin was looking for, and they find it. It's going to be 7/5.
He found the line!
Yeah, I don't think Majin has the mana to deal with that. They can knock it down to 1, but then Rogio gets to sort of weapon cycle back through the Jax to heal it up a little bit and potentially get it immune to the Mystic Shot.
What does this look like for Majin? I feel like because of the weapons you see face up, you can't fire off this Howling Gale, but next turn it's not going to be good enough. You've only got a 3 toughness unit into this Overwhelm. If the weapons start dropping onto other units just to set up for the Jax being able to attack next turn and get a bigger buff and try and threaten lethal, that's when the Howling Gale can come down. Does Rogio start playing out units here? Do you start playing out the weapons, trying to get stuff done? I feel like you have to save the weapons since you've already committed to this line of keeping the Jax alive.
First of all, I would have liked to see Majin attack with the Janna. Jax currently can't block. Your opponent had 2 1-attack units. That felt really safe. And I think Majin just kind of like forgot that Jax can't block. A little bit of missed damage or potentially another unit that could have been gone. As for this Jax, okay, you know what? Not even going to play around. Just says, you know what? Take out the Adulski. Jax only gets larger for each attacking unit that's equipped. And so I think the 3 health on this Janna should always save Majin from lethal, but now if the Explorer comes down and both weapons, Rogio might actually just have lethal with this Jax attack.
Yeah, the double weapons is where I'm feeling like Majin couldn't afford to tap out there. He had to be able to threaten throwing the Howling Gale at the Jax and hold the immediate Mystic Shot, but does it... It almost doesn't matter because if you just Howling Gale and the weapons come through, he's going to have enough toughness to beat the Mystic Shot, but you could leave yourself an opportunity to top deck a Divine Whirlwind to deal with the Jax, but now I think there's nothing he can do.
No, I don't think so. There's no fast speed weapon removal either. It's 10
His
damage on the
burst
Jax. Gets to draw 2, but I can't think of anything that's gonna do it. There's just not enough mana. Double Divine Whirlwind looked pretty good, but there is just not enough mana, and if there... Yeah, that's not gonna do it. That is going to be Rogio eliminating Majin Bay, moving on to the top 4.
And that's just, I mean, 6/5 Jax on turn 3 felt like just such a disgusting way for this game to open, and it's so hard for a damage-based removal deck to play catch-up from there. On top of the Light of Acacia staying forged, so when he drew second Jax, it was just already big enough to be pushing this much damage. You know, with the Divine Whirlwind here, I mean, the +1/+1 on the second Jax mattered so much because it stopped that Howling Gale from being able to kill the Jax immediately. So on top of the 6/5 Jax opening this game up so aggressively, having that permanent buff on your second Jax just completely locked this game down. It's so heartbreaking to see Majin go out like this, but just well played from Rogio, you know, to take what was a great opener and just navigate through being able to close this one out as cleanly as possible.
I'm really excited to see Rogio into the top 4. I don't know that they've made a run that deep in the past, but admittedly my mind does slip a little bit when we talk about top 4 competitors over something like finalists. But again, Rogio is someone who has constantly conquered the Swiss rounds of events like these and just hasn't been able to make an all-the-way run on an event like this. And honestly, I'd be very happy to see Rogio crowned as the final champion if that's the timeline that we are living in. Heartbreaking to see Majin Bay go down, but a top 8 finish, absolutely nothing to scoff at. And you got to say, Majin Bay, you're still number 1 in my heart, even if you're not number 1 on the day. And thank you for your stint here in competitive Runeterra.
Absolutely. Just that's why you bring Jack Soren to these tournaments. We've been seeing it kind of struggle into some of these set Seraphines, but sometimes you just get the cards in that direction, and it's just an unbeatable opener, it feels like, for something like Nyla Jana. So
yeah, whenever me and Drissoth are like yelling at you guys to play good decks, that's what a good deck does. Is like sometimes you just have a 6/5 Jax on turn 3, and it's like, okay, yeah, you built a counter deck. Oh, you can kill my weapons. That's great. Here's a 6/5 Jax. Deal with it. And there's just it's not something you can deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And even Majin had the heavy metal in the opener, heavy metal Mystic Shot. Had a pretty good opener for beating what Jack Soren is supposed to do. And just when you can't line up anything profitably because your opponent is just getting free stuff and free stats out of nowhere, there's just nothing you can do. So, are we going to a break? Going to a game? You know more than me.
I'm going to another game, yeah. I'm
Excellent.
like trying to signal production with my eyebrows to just take us into the next game and not wait for you to stop talking. We'll figure it out when we get in there. It's going to be
Excellent.
Quacko down here on the bottom up against Uncle Muscles. Seraphine. Ambush? Quacko's playing Ambush? Nobody told me there was a Nidalee in the top 4.
Nobody told me there was a Nidalee in this game. I've literally never played Nidalee or seen Nidalee, so you're gonna have to do some heavy lifting on the cast here while I look up cards from Quacko's deck, because
I
know the mechanics. I know what's going on.
Yeah, you're familiar with Morph.
Yep, it's in Magic the Gathering Standard right now, so I got that down. We're cool there.
All right, this is not... Oh, actually, I was going to say this is not a great-looking hand from Quacko. Totally missed the fact that there's 10 mana available. So the Big Game Tycoon going to come down, going to manifest one of these ambush cards that's going to be the the Avenging Vastaya, rather. I don't think I really see the Aurora Halantis in decks like this too often. Uncle Muscles, though, I imagine this is going to be the big cat coming down. There's no way this stage of the game that Pursuit of Perfection is not online. One would imagine...
This feels very backwards, You look at the hand size from the Nidalee deck, and it's just full of all of this gas, and we're on turn 10, and it's got so many things to do. And then you look over at the Seraphine, who has a Sunken Temple in play, and only has 3 cards in hand, one of them now fleeting.
Okay, the Aftershock onto the Big Game Tycoon does really read to me like that was the 20th card. I think production is trying to show me how big this cat is, and it just keeps getting cut off by the actual hand. So we'll see in a minute. Okay, yeah, it is 20 out of 20 after that Aftershock. Here comes Pursuit of Perfection. Rite of Negation is a one of in the list, but Quacko does not have it. Uncle Muscle's gonna be forced to slam it here. That is going to make it through, and that is going to be a lethal attack from Uncle Muscles. No knowledge check necessary for you, Ryan Miles. This is just going to be a 30-30 overwhelm coming through, and no sort of impactful cards to be played on the side of Quacko.
Yeah, this is such a weird situation because there are outs to this in Quacko's deck. He has the Wallop, he has the Quicksand, he has the Rite of Negation, but Uncle Muscles with no cards, sometimes you get put in that situation where you just have to make the play because there's no way you're winning the game otherwise. Like, you wouldn't make this play if you had anything else to do, but because he's on the ropes, he has nothing going for him, just a Sunken Temple to draw like 3 cards against Quacko's full hand. He has to go for it, fire off the Pursuit, and say, you don't have Wallop, you don't have Quicksand, you don't have Rite of Negation, it's just going to work, and it does. So that's going to be Uncle Muscles taking out Quacko, going on to the top 4.
And we can see Quacko, oh wow, actually with like the Poros as well as the Ambush. Wow. Quacko coming in with some cool looking decks, but unfortunately they are going to fall out here in the top 8. Uncle Muscles moving on to the semifinals, and Quacko, another player that we want to thank for their stint within the competitive scene of Legends of Runeterra, just has had a huge impact on the grassroots scene, and cool to see you make it all the way to the top 8 here at the final Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. Really feels weird saying like saying goodbye to these players. Like, this is the last time that we're ever going to see them, and that just kind of is what it is. But we are going to throw it to a very short break, by which I mean like it could be 30 minutes. I don't actually know. And when we return, we will have the semifinals of the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Runeterra Open. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the top 4 of the Space Voyage Beyond Standard Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me for this is Ryan Miles. We are going to be getting into our top 4 here very shortly. But first, we're going to take a look at the bracket to remind you how the 4 players that we are going to be highlighting have made it this far into the tournament. Just a few of them left. The winner of this moves on to the finals, and then we'll eventually crown our final competitive champion in Legends of Runeterra. On the top side of the bracket, we have ABG Rogio versus Rico Rex. On the bottom rail, Prism Sword versus Uncle Muscles. Prism and Majin Bay on the exact same lineup. We can see here Rico taking out Spids and Riku Mickey. Prism going through Furious Porobur, Machado, Uncle Muscles taking down Quacko in the previous round, and of course Rogio eliminating fan favorite Majin Bay from the tournament. Now we've got 3 sort of long-standing competitors and Uncle Muscles, whose name I have not heard before today. And so, you know, even in the later stages of this event, of this series, it's still nice to see new players coming out and shining.
Yeah, you may not have heard of him before, but you're going to hear from him more after today. A very aggressive lineup out of Uncle Muscles, and bringing that into what Prism Sword has with the triple Sunken Temple. Might be able to get it done, but we'll definitely see what he's got in store for us in just a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, America's kind of living up to its reputation as the most aggressive shard. When we got to the final stages of like APAC, we were still looking at like a lot of mid-range between like Jaxor and all these Galio, Elder Morganas, things of that nature. Well, there's still a couple of decks like that running around here in the final stages of this event. We're going to go ahead and get into the deck list here that we can show you exactly what we are working with, what are the ratios in this Prism Sword lineup, and what is Uncle Muscles bringing to the table, kicking things off with the recently buffed Samira.
Yeah, definitely cool to see Samira here at the top tables. Notably in Uncle Muscle's lineup, looking at his region combinations, we have 0 Elder Dragon, 0 Mordekaiser, and 0 Morgana, just bringing back the 5th Samira, and just overall pretty aggressive stuff. Obviously, he does have the set Seraphine in that Ionia PZ, but yeah, opting out of those big 3 champions from just a patch ago. How do you feel about that one?
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for a lot of players. We're not really seeing Morgana if it's not paired with Elder Dragon or Seraphine. So I guess actually I didn't expect Uncle Muscles to be running Seraphine set. Like usually you'll either see Morgana in like Galio Elder Morgana or like Shyvana Morgana Elder, or Seraphine Morgana if you're running Karma set. I didn't expect Seraphine set to be the second deck coming in through off of this aggressive lineup otherwise, though, because that final deck is the Elusives. And I'm not seeing anything standing out at me about this list. And then we just have Teemo Yuumi. Again, like on the opposite end of the spectrum, this one was recently nerfed. Yuumi losing a health will make it a little bit easier to interact with these elusive units, coming through and smacking you for, you know, whoever knows how much. But outside of that, the list again looking pretty standard. Maybe a little light on Pytos.
Maybe, but also maybe just calling the shot and saying, hey, nobody else is really out here playing the kind of aggressive stuff that I'm bringing to the table, so Pytos kind of going down in value if you're not seeing other creature-based decks. You know, looking at Real Prism's lineup, you know, not too much that Pytos is really getting pointed at. A couple of 1 HP units in the Nyla Janna, but, you know, the Karma set not really having anything. Seraphine Morgana just having 2 units to pick off with Pytos, just not something you're really getting a lot of value out of in these kind of matchups. And maybe that was what we was expecting.
And again, we're looking at that triple temple, 1 back alley bar out of Prism Sword for the Seraphine, saying that they really want that 4th landmark, generate a little bit of value, play very differently than the Sunken Temple does, and sort of alter the game plan. Then we get into the Karma set. Again, triple Sunken Temple, the double 9 lives, the double Rocket Barrage, standard stuff from what we've been seeing from the other Karma set competitors so far today.
Yeah, and this is the kind of matchup where the 9 lives is doing a lot more lifting than the Unworthy Soul. So we were able to watch Prism take down some the mid-range stuff without Unworthy Soul, and now having those 9 lives is hopefully going to pay off some extra dividends here against a more low-to-the-ground lineup. Definitely.
And finally, we're going to take a look at this Neela Janna in just a second here, give you an idea on the ratios. Again, this is going to be the Sunken Temple Wizened Helmund version. Now that the Divine Whirlwind has been buffed back up to be 2 damage, players moving off of the boat version, the Sunken Temple Less version that we saw Talpinator take down the World Championship with a couple of months ago, moving back into the more traditional, more opening week version of this list.
Yeah, just going back to an old favorite now that some of the cards have been moved around a little bit. The extra 1 mana on the Divine Whirlwind not mattering too much, especially when you can just make it 0 mana with the Helmsman.
And so when we get into the bans here, it's kind of weird to look at this lineup of like 2 aggro decks and a Seraphine set, especially given Prism's lineup. I'm trying to remember what Prism banned. I know Prism banned out a Karma set mirror earlier in the tournament when we were wondering what was going to happen there. Fizz Samira is looking like a pretty prominent threat for what Prism has brought. Usually we would talk about this deck in the context of like, okay, is it the Monkey build or is it the Shelly build? And now Shelly is just not something players have looked at in a very long time. Powder Pandemonium being 7 mana, you're not seeing it too often as like a 3 of. In fact, it's only a 1 of in Uncle Muscle's list. So gonna have to put their foot on the gas a little bit harder without that late game assurance.
Yeah, and I wonder if Prism actually goes for the Fizz Samira ban here. One of the things with the last matchup where he did ban out the Ionia PZ matchup was the 3 Aftershock. But because it's a Seraphine set and it is playing towards that Pursuit Persection, you're not seeing as many copies of Aftershock. In fact, it's only the 1. There is a Portal Pioneer, so you do have some Explorers, so there is 2 effectively removal for landmarks in the Seraphine set, but it is less than when he banned it previously. So given the aggressive nature of the other 2 decks, I think you take out the aggressive deck that you're more afraid of, which I imagine will be the Fizz Samira, and then you actually take the mirror in the Ionia PZ.
And speaking of Unworthy Soul, I actually did notice that there are 2 copies of it in Uncle Muscle's list, which not going to help him too much in a matchup like this.
Not too. No, but it does recall a landmark, so sometimes that can just buy you enough time to take out your opponent's Sunken Temple. If yours is discounted, you can take theirs out for 3 mana and then play your own for 5, and that can buy you a turn, get a little bit more gas going. Not something you're looking to do very often, but it could come up, so that's something to definitely think about in that matchup. Where do you think Uncle Muscle's ban is going? Do you think he's going to try and take out the Ionia PZ so that if his is left up, he doesn't have to play that mirror, or do you think there's something a little bit scarier down the line?
I don't know the race potential of Neela Janna against some of these more aggressive lists. Are you ever worried that they can just like pull Shark into a Miriam and then throw down a couple of Exalted Cloudwinders, or not Exalted, the Mariner, and just kind of race you down from there? Do you think that the healing available from Targon, because you are running a couple of aggressive decks, how scared are you rather of Cosmic Youngling? And just getting that card back into the game, and especially if they see multiple copies, just healing 2 every single turn when you're only getting to attack every other turn. It's like an anti-decimate every time the table goes around. And so it, on the surface, yeah, generally if you're running aggressive decks, you take out the Targon. But that's not going to be the case. It looks like the Seraphine set is going to go away, the Karma set is going to go away, and Prism very comfortable playing into aggro.
Absolutely, and it is interesting that he did go for the ban on the set Seraphine again. Like we were saying, not as much interaction with the landmark, but still just something he doesn't want to have to play against. And game number 1 underway with Fizz Samira running into the Seraphine Morgana.
I'm taking a look at this Fizz Samira because this deck doesn't pop up very often, and every time it does, it tends to be like a very different version. There was a while where the deck was pretty much widely considered to be down and out, and then B just kept winning MR Open after MR Open with these aggressive Fizz Samira lists and just coming back to back to back. And so, like I mentioned, we always talk about, are you running Monkey or are you running Shelly? And now neither of them are really the case, and I guess that just puts people back on Inferna.
Yeah, Inferna, obviously also Samira having a Plunder trigger herself now makes Inferna just a little bit better in these kind of decks, and I think that's what has really put her back on the map for sure.
I haven't fully digested the new reality of Samira, where I'll just see it sitting in a player's hand and I'm like, yeah, why don't you just summon Samira? And I keep forgetting it's a plunder ability, not a summon ability. And so we do see it here in the opening hand of Uncle Muscles. They also have the Stylish Shot, so they can go ahead and plunder this round if they want to, but obviously going to go for the Parlay first because the Stylish Shot is actually not in the hand. I'm looking at All Out thinking that is Stylish Shot.
Nope, just going to be the Parlay at face. Got to use the mana here. Can't just take a 6 mana pass. And it's going to be a Monkey Business, actually. Going to open up for a better attack token. I wonder if we're going to float the 3 spell mana here or actually get the Samira down. I imagine without having... Now, we do have All Out to back it up if there is a Mystic Shot coming over, which there is in the hand for Prism. And yeah, it's going to be the Samira generating a flare.
And so you'd like to see Prism wait on this, you know, understand that the all-out is currently buffed up thanks to the plunder effect, wait until next turn. Of course, it doesn't super matter because if there's an all-out, you're going to be safe anyway thanks to that flare. And Uncle Muscle's probably going to pre-commit it in... Oh no, actually going to hold it back and wait for Prism to respond with that Mystic Shot. There's a high note to ensure that the Samira dies if that's how Muscles wants to play this, and it looks like the flare is picked up.
Yep.
But imagine this means the all-out's going to get committed.
That's what it looks like to me. Going to be probably the regular all-out, not the Samira all-out. Have another Samira to deploy after this goes down. We might wait a minute to see exactly when the Samira comes through. But yeah, high note here, going to take out the Samira. Only 2 damage. This is not the best start for Uncle Muscles, but we are going to have some reload with the Barbed Chain after this Samira goes down.
Trying to figure out what... Like, Barbed Chain has some misses. You know, hitting Powder Pandemonium, not what you want to be drawing at this stage of the game. It's not going to be very powerful. You've only done a couple of plunder effects, and so you won't be getting maximum value out of it. Of course, discarding it because it is fleeting draws, going to feel even worse. But yeah, real Prism Sword just has pretty much everything they could want and more. Triple Seraphine, giving you access to double high note, plays very well into this list, and it's a kind of matchup where Fizz is going to have to do a lot more of the heavy lifting, just completely absent from Muscles at opening hand as they draw a couple copies of Samira instead. Stylish Shot, again, pairs a lot better with the Fizz.
Absolutely. And maybe this is a turn where Muscles is looking to get some value out of the Barb Shot. Taking a pass here for 3, maybe not the end of the world, though. How aggressive do you think Muscles has to be in finding this Fizz and firing off this Barb Shot earlier?
I mean, you're not going to... You have to Barb Shot this turn. Going into your next attack token, that's when you're going to need the draws. Otherwise, we're getting into, like, turn 8 before Uncle Muscles can ever take advantage of the cards. And it's just a question of, do you want to play it at the reduced cost? How mana efficient do you want to be? And with the Stylish Shot in hand to proc Plunder on the next turn, Uncle Muscles makes the decision to flare for the Barb Chain this turn. It's going to be one more damage push, one more Plunder ability activated for the Powder Pandemonium should it come out, and one more kill onto one more Samira. Prism rethinking it. Has a lot of tools to deal with an all-out to protect this Samira through both the second high note and the Make It Rain.
Yeah. Prism thinking here. I mean, attacking with Miriam seems pretty free. Just going to develop more, actually, first. What is Muscles looking for off of these 2 draws off of the Barb Chain?
They're
Fizz
not
for
looking
sure.
for, like... Yeah,
Ooh.
Fizz is nice. I think Inferna and trying to get some kind of Inferna train going would have been super ideal. Maybe a Father Fury for a little bit of refill, because the problem with Elegant Edge is that it's not actually generating a card, and that's just kind of where Muscles is lacking at the moment. But the level 2 Fizz comes through. I don't think there's a lot to defend this Fizz. I think there's like 1 burst speed spell. Would have liked to see a little bit more, maybe some additional protection for this Mira in the form of like an all-out, but, you know, can't always pick what you draw. The pirouettes looking okay. You can get a kill and a stun here. Prism is down to 12.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. Prism has some interaction, but I think if these pirouettes start coming through, there's going to be a lot of damage coming their way. Make It Rain not going to be... Make it Rain just not good in the face of Swindle, where if it hits the Fizz, the entire ability goes away. But it is going to be the Samira being targeted here.
Let's talk about Swindle Sunken Temple.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Let's not talk about that, actually.
Let's talk about Swindle Sunken Temple. Prism has an answer for it in this... Oh man, what is the name of this stupid spell? The Celestial Impact would be a very hefty way to deal it, but I think that would more or less shut out Uncle Muscles, who is currently making their decision. I think if they saw Temple, they would have snap taken it.
Yep.
Oh,
it is the Temple. The Make It Rain can't... The Make It Rain lets you protect your Fizz more, because your Swindle is your only way to protect the Fizz right now. So now you're saying... But, you know, obviously Prism doesn't know that it's the only way that he can protect the Fizz, so the Fizz probably is going to get through scot-free. I don't think we're firing off this cosmic whatever the heck is card spell at the Fizz, even though it would be safe to do. You never know that. Just going to be second high note coming after the pirouetter, the
Elegant Edge.
Elegant Edge.
You can't like keep pulling decks out from 9 months in the past on us. All right, I only have room for so many card names.
And yeah, it's going to be making a Chum the Waters. And yeah, I think Sunken Temple next turn and Prey is really where Uncle Muscles is feeling right now. Missing that Fizz early, not able to get a whole lot of damage in. But Prism also getting down to Prism getting down the Sunken Temple. Uncle Muscles very likely doing it next turn.
And this is going to be the removal of the answer for the Sunken Temple out of Prism. You know, they still have Aftershocks in the deck that they can find, but I think Uncle Muscles with this Sunken Temple has a lot of potential to start to take over this game. Meanwhile, Prism, you know, has just been playing the same spells over and over again. The Seraphine is not very far progressed. Back Alley Bar, probably the ideal draw. Morgana as well, though. Yeah, that lifesteal is looking pretty appealing right now for Prism.
Get the Shark shackled down too, make the opponent spend a bit more mana. Does not have the mana to play Sunken Temple and the Shackles, but of course that doesn't matter. You play the Sunken Temple, you shuffle the Shackles away. And what do we have here? Pirouette to prevent some of the lifesteal. Makes sense.
Okay.
Still have the mana for Sunken Temple. And this could get very out of hand very quickly for Uncle Muscles.
I'm feeling really good about Uncle Muscles' position right now. Prism getting stuffed on the lifesteal. Uncle Muscles drawing 6 next turn.
Ooh, buddy. And with the Fizz already leveled, yeah, what kind of stuff can Prism find here? Is there enough instant speed stuff in the deck to be able to get through all of the potential draws for the Fizz? Nothing. Absolutely no protection for Fizz whatsoever. Absolutely no removal for Fizz, but there is a stun.
Okay, there's a little bit of protection for the Fizz. We have the Fizz Rally. We have the Barbed Chain. Prism. Yeah, not having flow on the Caustic Rift as well as just not having a leveled Seraphine does mean this is not going to be super impactful. Fails to find something like a Hush. Has the double Dark Bindings. Depending on how low Muscles taps out, Prism might be able to get the stun down, but this Overwhelm unit still coming through. And Prism is in a very rough spot here.
This is going to be... I don't even know what card that is. Is that like a Morgana skin Dark Binding?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. So it's going to stun out the... here, and a black shield.
Doesn't... Okay. There's the Pale. There's the Sunburst. Yeah, I think was just looking for something to deal with the Fizz, Hush, and not finding it. And I think this is lethal. There are 2 Stylish shots that got pumped, right?
I mean, are we just supposed to block the... Are we just supposed to block the Shark with Morgana just to get the lifesteal?
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable. That makes the most sense.
So, if I'm correct, and there were 2 Stylish Shot pushed into the Nexus, this 3 damage is lethal because Muscles will just get back the 2 Stylish Shot, fire those off with the Pirouette, and that's game over. Or if they want to get really fancy with it, Muscles can rally with Longtooth and just attack with Fizz again.
2 options available here, both of them gonna work it out. And yeah, enough mana to fire off the barbed card in response to the Cosmic Binding that's in hand. Man, this job is really hard memorizing all these card names. I don't know how you do it. Yeah, being able to fire off the Barbed Chain on top of the Fizz Rally spell, so you can fire off the Rally, target the Longtooth, get the 3 damage in, attack again. The only option that Real Prism has here is the Cosmic Binding, and there's an answer for that with a 2-mana Barbed Chain. So this should be done and dusted, just kind of figuring out which way Uncle Muscles wants to do it.
Actually, Prism... I wonder if Prism stuns Longtooth, it's out of combat, and I don't think can be used for the Fizz Rally. Because the Fizz Rally has to pull back an attacking unit.
He pointed the stun at the Fizz, it looked like.
Yeah, so, I don't think Prism... I'm assuming that interaction works. It still would have been really rough because there would have been 2... there still would have been 2 Stylish Shot going back to the hand. You would have been at 1. But
you have a fresh hand with the Sunken Temple.
Yeah, there was a way to technically survived that interaction, I think, but Uncle Muscle's going to pick up the victory with the Fizz Samira, and now the Elusive's going to be the final deck playing up against this Seraphine, Morgana, and this Neela.
Yeah, I think going into this matchup, seeing the bans on the Seraphine and the Karma set, I feel like the Fizz Samira very likely to find a win between the two decks against what Prism has. I think the Morgana Seraphine very likely to find a win against one of the two decks. Obviously, Fizz Samira taking down the Morgana here is a bit of a head start for Muscles, but I think that the Targon variant of the Seraphine deck should do okay against Teemo. Obviously, there are some draws that can just kind of run away with the game when you're playing these aggressive decks, but what it's really going to come down to, I think, is just how well the Neela can match up against its Elusives, and I kind of favor Muscles, but of course, Prism has to fight back from this deficit just to get the win on the deck that should find a win here. It's really the other deck that I'm worried about, so we'll see how this start opens up for him.
Prism again opening with multiple copies of Seraphine in another matchup where that high note is going to play out very well. Skip King of the Reef, though, always has the potential to upset that kind of game plan that you're coming in with, and Acorn getting a cost reduction onto Eye of the Storm to kick things off. Not going to feel good for Prism.
Absolutely not. And do you even go for the skip here on turn 2? You're thinking more just get the other elusive guy down and start generating some owls?
I like Bandle Commando on 2. I don't think that my opponent like when your opponent hasn't played out some of their early cards yet, skip is just kind of like, okay, yeah, you know, I'll see like either two cards that don't matter, or I'll just get hit with a Mystic Shot anyway. You kind of want to use skip to upset your opponent's tempo in a turn where they had something very specific that they needed to do. I also wouldn't be too surprised to see Muscles throw down Beard the Bellringer and see if they can just get access to a larger elusive unit, but actually just going to be the full-on pass. Happy to take the spell mana.
Yeah, and I imagine there will be some development here before we go into combat, probably starting with Bird just to see what the opponent does. And over on the side of Real Prism is going to be a Seraphine, which makes sense, and we're going to get access to the high note, the double Seraphine once again coming up clutch in these aggro matchups.
I literally can't tell what that Seraphine generated spell is.
Yeah, that's
burst, Piltover and Zaun.
Is that the card that you get to pick between the curious, the copy
Shady
guy?
Character or Chempunk Shredder and reduce its cost by 1? Yes, Discreet Invitation.
Discreet Invitation. That's what I was looking for. Don't ask me card names. That's what you're here for. Skip is going to go ahead and take the Aftershock, and it'll be a high note from the Seraphine double to take out Skip and get that Aftershock back. And it's going to be Acorn connecting once again, further reducing the cost of the draw 2 spell, whose card name you know.
Eye of the Storm.
Eye of the Storm.
I know that one because it's really cool. I'm like, yeah, that's so metal, man. Eye of the Storm. I also just love a card that says draw 2, +2 attack. It's right up my alley. Seraphine going to come in for the combat. Uncle Muscles. You know, how much... It's kind of weird when it comes to Seraphine. I think a lot of people over-prioritize killing the first Seraphine, where a lot of times the Seraphine player is like, I really wish this Seraphine would die so that I could play another Seraphine and generate another random spell and progress my level up a little bit more. Because sometimes you do get stuck in hands like this. Discreet Invitation, though, could pull out Chempunk Shredder, which I believe... Okay, when I click on it, it doesn't pull it up, but I believe the Chemtech Shredder at 4 mana is the one that says deal 1 to each of your opponent's units.
That sounds like me. It's the 5/2 that deals 1 to everything.
Yeah, that's what I believe. So it could come out here for 4 mana. But it's going to be Aftershock onto the Bandle Commando instead.
Yep, and the other Bandle Commando actually is the one that has the Chime. So using this is kind of overkill. You're wasting that 1 damage, and now this is going to come down and be 3 toughness, and you're like, man, I wish I hit a spell that dealt 3 damage. But of course you can't know that's exactly what the opponent hit. So it's going to be a decent open attack here from Uncle Muscles with a little bit of draw to pack it up, and maybe a skip changes it, and we want to develop with that first, but I do doubt it. And it is actually going to be the skip. I lied. The Sunken Temple.
That's probably going to have to be the take onto the Sump Fumes. Could challenge, you know, threaten the life of either the Bandle Commando, even through something like the Heroic Refrain. Yeah, there goes the Sump Fumes. That was the one piece of sort of fast speed interaction Prism Sword had in terms of kill spells.
Still has the high note.
Playing, yeah, it doesn't play well into this Heroic Refrain that Uncle Muscles is still representing.
I just got to point out the Acorn at this point, but maybe not something he can really afford to do. Life total is still very high. You could take this entire attack here and not use any removal and just block the Bard, and you're taking 4, and you're going to 14, and you can play Sunken Temple. Like, that seems pretty okay for what Prism's at. So I think there might have to be some pre-committal, at least with the Eye of the Storm from Uncle Muscles, and we might be going right here for the Chempunk Shredder, taking out
no, yeah, Shady
we're
Character going to come in as a copy of a 2-3 Bandle Commando. The other line I was thinking of is if Prism aims the high note at the skip, I believe skip uncapturing the Sump Fumes will actually trigger the Sump Fumes because now a card has been added to your hand this round, and you would be able to point that at the Bandle Commando and take that out. But getting the Shady Character through to get a 2-3 elusive and ideally block a little more favorably onto the Acorn or the skip, which we know not going to work out in the face of this Heroic Refrain, but I like the gumption here from Prism and starting again to progress the level up on the Seraphine, because this is a problem we kind of saw last game where Prism just like cast 3 copies of High Note, which doesn't progress this champion.
Yep, and that copy is going to resolve. We're going to get a 2-3 elusive blocker, which lines up very well against what they currently have. And I imagine if we're attacking here, Skip's not getting in, but we do have the Eye of the Storm to at least take care of the Bandle Commando, and it is going to be the bird just... Oh. The skip comes in too. How do you feel about this one?
I think it's okay. I don't think this Bandle Commando is really going anywhere otherwise. I think Uncle Muscles might even aim this Heroic Refrain at the 2 unblocked units. Actually, Skip gets to live here thanks to the Heroic Refrain. Force another spell out of Prism, and is actually going to use it to kill the Seraphine as well.
Yeah, I was looking there, really wanting to get the card draw off the Eye of the Storm, but this just lines up with Heroic Refrain so well. And again, this is my lack of knowledge of remembering what cards exist in Bandle Telestones, even though we cast it 2 games ago. But yeah, this is just such a good turn, and nothing really available. The High Note can take out the bird so that our Seraphine lives, or we could just let Seraphine die and then play the High Note to get another Seraphine, generate another spell. But it looks like prioritizing getting back the Sump Fumes so that we can deal with the 2-3 Bandle Commando. And that's, I think, looking at Uncle Muscle's hand saying, you've only got 2 cards. One of them's a discounted spell by Acorn. It's going to cost 1 mana at this point. Whatever. I can't worry about that. I just have to get my removal back and start dealing with this board.
Ultimately, there's not a lot of gas left in the tank for Uncle Muscles anyway, until at least they cast that Eye of the Storm. And if Prism Sword is hoping, banking on that it's something a little bit less useful, like a blowback with the reduced cost, you know, feeling okay about it. Actually goes for the Seraphine rather than the Sunken Temple, leaving open some mana for the Sump Fumes, which honestly works out pretty well because Uncle Muscles does top deck another Bandle Telestones, which could Yordle Contraption to kill a landmark if that's the mode they wanted to pick.
Yeah, that Seraphine top deck feels very good here. Just getting a little bit more value generation. Option to play Miriam here if we don't like any of our spells. I feel like our Spell Shield Shackles is not doing a lot, so I imagine that Miriam might be shuffling that back in sometime soon, looking for either spell mana or another card. And yeah, Sunken Temple just not really being something we want to develop until we've got a little bit more control. And Sump Fumes aimed here at Bandle Commando. Is that going to fire off the Heroic Refrain once again?
That is going to be the case, and Tidal Invocation can finish off this Bandle Commando, get another 1-1 over to Prism so that they have blockers for both of the units that aren't elusive Uncle Muscles is currently representing. And honestly, going to feel really good for Prism how that all plays out.
Yeah, Prism definitely drawing a very healthy amount of removal out of the correct half of the deck. And I don't know what card you said this Seraphine generated spell is, but I'm going to believe you that it's a kill spell. And yeah, taking out that 4-1 will definitely prevent a lot of damage coming through. The Heroic Refrain is going to wear off. Only 1 elusive damage left on the board. 3 when you cast this 1 mana Eye of the Storm. But, you know, you're going to 3 cards in hand. When you cast Eye of the Storm, you'll be at 4 cards in hand. Your opponent's at 12 life and is developing a Sunken Temple. How good does it look for Uncle Muscles at that point when that's the situation we're going into?
It's looking really bad. Uncle Muscles needs to find a Yuumi. That's the one scaling threat that they could possibly have to try to find their way back into this game. Otherwise, the problem that I've always had with the Piltover and Zonbandle City version of elusives is you run a lot of like low attack units. And so even if they're able to draw 2 more elusives here, you don't have access to additional card draw through something like the Shadow Assassin.
Oh.
Double Heroic Refrain.
The Celestial Wonder.
Could be 8 more damage, although like Prism's just going to hit skip block here. They're totally fine to take 2 damage and let you reduce some costs. Now that the Celestial Wonder's going away, though, Uncle Muscles has some real threats over the next couple of turns. Okay, never mind, there's a Rocket Barrage. That will force out one of the Heroic Refrains, which is, again, just going to make this a lot worse for Uncle Muscles. That was a lot of damage that they kind of needed to stick around. Mystic Shot even drawn to try and finish off one of these. Prism goes for the Burst Pass, though.
Yeah, I mean, I like try to find something. This is really, really weird here because you're kind of preying on Sunken Temple to get... You have 6 cards. It's very likely you find something to interact with this board, but there's a lot of opportunity for Uncle Muscles to push through a lot of damage. If we cast both the Refrains on the Acorns, that's 5 each, that's 10. Mystic Shot would be 12. It would put Prism to 1 if he can't find anything out of the 6 cards off the Temple, and that just seems so unlikely.
I think what Prism is going for here is they are banking on the fact that Uncle Muscles drew an Octo Adventurer and is going to kill the Sunken Temple, and Octo Adventurer would just make this the most beautiful rocket barrage anyone has ever seen in their entire life. But I think Uncle Muscles can just take the pass here and feel really good about that. There's no reason to develop the Teemo. You're not constrained on mana for the rest of this game.
The development for the Teemo would just be kind of like a soft pass. Like Prism said, I'm not going to do anything. If you spend 1 mana and 1 card, like how much is going to change out of Prism? If you just like, they might just offer the pass again, and then you're just like, okay, now I'll take this one, and then
that just ends the turn.
Yeah, no, I was saying if you pick the Teemo, then maybe, but we're going to take it, and now we're looking for some sort of interaction.
Okay, Caustic Rift.
Caustic Rift is going to be... No, wait, double Refrain is what we're looking at.
So Prism should be able to level Seraphine here, which will get a double Caustic Rift. Hush onto one of the Acorns makes it so it's not an elusive threat. It really kind of depends on... Yeah, Uncle Muscles is going to be forced to double Heroic Refrain the same units. But Uncle Muscle still has a little bit of like developing to do.
The Hush, I think, is what's going to really break it here.
Okay, I did not expect the Muscles to pass.
Wow. This is not great because Sunken Temple is just putting you further and further ahead with an extra card every single turn. But yeah, he just does not have the opportunity to find anything profitable there. So
Prism isn't really getting any closer to winning the game if both players are just sitting here passing. We saw that Seraphine's only at 6 out of 9, which means the Pursuit of Perfection is only at 10 out of 20. The chances of Prism being able to play 10 cards in a turn and then play Pursuit of Perfection is actually 0. No shot that that happens until both of these players have passed for like 6 turns and Temple has reduced the cost of a lot of cards down to 0 that were originally near infinite mana. Now Prism has a lot of cool options for cards to play this turn. None of them are like super impactful though. Obviously, the Hate Spike is going to be very good for taking out one of these units, but you have to sacrifice something a little bit larger than maybe you want to. Uncle Muscles just goes for the Surrender, actually.
I respect that. I mean, the Sunken Temple has just been online for so long. You pass that turn saying, I don't have a profitable attack, and then you're kind of thinking, actually, you've just drawn 3 cards. You still have 6 mana. I can't do anything in 6 mana. I am never going to have a profitable attack. Not even going to just throw it out there and see if it sticks. Just saying, okay, this is not the match I'm supposed to win. I'm supposed to get a win with Fistamira. You're supposed to get a win with your Morgana Seraphine deck. All right, now let's see if your Nilajana can stand up to the power of elusives, and that's a bit of a toss-up. I'm sort of in favor of Teemo Yumi. And Uncle Muscle just saving the mental in that instance and saying, nope, not going to deal with this.
The more I looked at that Stuttering Song Spinner, the more I was like, actually, yeah, this is pretty good. At first, I thought it was a little awkward. I was looking, because I always look at the stupid Piltover's on Allegiance spell, Sumpwork map, and go, yeah, that's useless. But then I remember you're playing against elusive, so actually giving your Radiant Stellacore an elusive, pretty good.
Really good.
And so, like you mentioned, we are going to see the Teemo Yumi up against the Nilajana, unless that was a DC, which is what is being speculated into currently. We're not 100% sure, but if that is the case, and Uncle Muscles just, there's no remakes here in the Runeterra Open because it is a fully automated system. If Uncle Muscles did DC, that is just going to be the end of the match and Real Prism Sword advancing to the finals.
I think there's something very interesting about the fact that we know nothing about Uncle Muscles as a player. He might just be some guy playing just on his couch, just like, all right, this is annoying, I'm done, I quit, and just doesn't want to play anymore. Because letting a Sunken Temple resolve against aggro makes a lot of sense. But you'd have to imagine, being in the top 4 here, that there's probably a bit more drive going on into this match, and it looks like we're not loading into the match, so it looks like it could be a DC based on the last couple of actions that we saw there.
That's One way to end a top 4 match, a little anticlimactic. We're still waiting for some final confirmation. Should only be another minute or two before we have a full, clear picture of what is happening here. Though I do love the idea of Uncle Muscles just like sitting on their couch watching some like Sunday Night TV and is like, oh yeah, my DoorDash is here. And just like closing their phone and being like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, my pizza's here. I'm going to go grab that. Comes back 10 minutes later like, oh yeah, I was in the middle of a match. Oh well. And just goes on living their life.
Is there... Now, I have no idea, having never topped one of these events, and I know that you haven't either because you're washed or you're a caster or something. Is there any way to reconnect to these games if you actually disconnect like this? Or are you just...
so, but your timing window is not forgiving.
Yeah, I think you have 3 minutes in between matches to choose your deck, but it looks like we're going to be switching over to the other side of the bracket. Or perhaps just to us.
Yeah, sounds like we are going to show you our pearly whites again. Here it comes, everybody. Be prepared. It's Boulevard and Ryan Miles. One of us is a professional caster. Can you guess which one it is? Not to harp on your whited out face here, but you got.
Yeah, we had to do some last minute.
We get you kind of last minute. So let me take a look at what we're going on here with our communication for production, which is that we are going to stall for a little bit. Which normally I'm not supposed to tell you all that, but now that I get to explain that, I told you that, even though we didn't do it, because actually the other match is already concluded, and it was ABG Rogio winning 2-0 over Rico Rex. So as funny as it would have been to have an EMEA player win the final Americas Open, that timeline has been avoided. We got a confirmed DC, so the finals will be ABG Rogio up against Real Prism Sword. I'm very excited. We are going to throw it to a rather long break because, again, fully automated system, and one of these matches just didn't really finish. So, yeah, we'll see you all. I would say don't go anywhere, but, yeah, go somewhere. Go take a walk. Go get some food. We'll be back in around 30 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final match of Legends of Runeterra Esports. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Ryan Miles, who is trying to do my stare, but he's smiling just a little bit too hard. Hey, you'll get there one day, buddy.
I have contact lenses in, so I can't just stare at my lighting setup with contact lenses. My eyes are dry immediately. This doesn't work at all. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it.
See me at family gatherings. So we are going to have ABG Rogio up against Real Prism Sword to see who is the winner. We're going to take a look at the bracket to remind you all how they got here, who they had to defeat on the way here, who took out Majin Bay, because it was ABG Rogio, who then also took out Rico Rex and will now be up against Prism in the grand finals. I do want to give a special shout out and hello to Real Prism Sword's dad, who I'm 95% sure is currently watching. Thank you for supporting your child, and they might just be able to go all the way.
I don't even think our dad is watching. We got two sons on here. Good shout out to dads.
What a weird shout out. And then ABG Rogio, I have no idea if your dad's watching. Maybe they are. Hello, Rogio's dad. You can show him this clip later. So we are about, somewhere in the vicinity of 35 to 45 minutes away from crowning our final champion. Both of these players are long-standing competitors. Wouldn't be upset to see either one of them take the crown. Rogio, like I mentioned, a master of Swiss, constantly getting these 9-0 runs. Prism Sword, not as smooth on the way to the top, but usually is finding themselves in the top 32, top 16 area, just not really able to make a big push until today.
And today's a good time to do it with the last one on the docket. And it is worth noting here that Rogio was able to take out Majin Bay, as we saw on stream earlier. And Prism is running a very similar, it's the same lineup. I'm not sure if it's completely a full 120 card copy of what Majin was playing. I would imagine not. I imagine they just came to the same conclusion that they wanted to play the same style of decks. But last time, like I said, Rogio taking it down, but it was off of the back of that turn 3 6-5 Jax. So a very, very close game. Very good draws coming out of Rogio. So he's going to have to do it again if he wants to take down the entire tournament.
And we're going to take a look at the decks that these two competitors will be going head-to-head with in just a moment here, give you an idea of the ratios. Well, we said, probably not the same 120 as Majin, but this is what Rogio used to take down Majin a little bit earlier on. We're kicking things off with Nar Darius.
And yeah, this was the one that just seemed like a complete blaster coming out of Rogio's side against Majin's lineup. We were talking a little bit before the match about whether or not do you ban the Elder Dragon Shyvana or do you maybe look for something else. This felt like a really bad matchup for what Majin had and obviously what Prism is bringing to the table. Do you think that Prism might switch it up and have this be the real threatening deck in the lineups?
It's hard to say. I think that the Galio Elder Morgana, I have to see if there is Mage Seeker Jr. in Rogio's list, but we're going to take a look at the Jax Ornn here real quick. Remind you that there are 2 Wild's Claw Ferocity, which I believe both copies were drawn in the game that was won by Rogio. Maybe it was the game that they lost. I know we did go to a game 3, but that card has been doing a lot of work for Jax Ornn, sort of the pivot that the deck has made over the last few months to just go, hey, my place in the meta isn't necessarily as the largest mid-range deck, so I do have to get a little aggressive in the mid-game, but we haven't really seen Ornn do anything so far today. Yeah, okay, so it is the Shyvana Morgana Elder Dragon, and that is why we saw this as the ban from Majin. Just the units a little bit too large. Also, the presence of the Rally in the Dragon Guard Lookout is a huge swing.
Yeah, Demacia decks have always been able to take advantage of the Ionia decks just by getting a Rally down. And correct me if I'm wrong, but is the Dragon Guard Lookout, you can't, it's not a skill, right? Like it's just
doesn't go on the stack.
It doesn't go on the stack at all. You're just going to resolve it immediately.
Yeah.
But looking over for what Prism Sword is bringing, we saw earlier when Rogio played against this lineup, they banned out the Morgana, I believe, wasn't it? Because it was the set Seraphine that the set Karma that ended up losing to the Overwhelm. So I think that's probably what we're going to see again. The Morgana is the most resilient against the more aggressive stuff. It's just got the Cosmic Youngling, the Morgana, able to come down the board a bit more early and play with the life total a little bit better. So I think this is likely what we're going to see banned. Obviously, Pursuit of Protection being the win condition there. And then this is Prism's take on the Karma set. 2 copies of Aftershock. Obviously not going to be too much of a thing here. But yeah, what do you think about this one?
This does seem like it is identical to the list that Majin was running, at least in the areas that matter in terms of no Unworthy Soul, which would pair very well into some of the more mid-range decks that Rogio has brought. So again, these players playing the field, making it as far as they did because they played to anti-aggro and maybe just catching up with them in the final hour. again, like the tag outs are there, the concussive bombs are there, but sometimes that's not enough. And then the Neela Janna coming through, Sunken Temple version, yet again, a little bit of burn here in the one of blowback, the double Eye of the Storm, the gotchas coming in for a little bit of board control. And ultimately, Neela Janna hasn't been looking like the strongest option for a lot of these players.
Yeah, it does feel like the weakest out of the three. Obviously, you do have some reduction in power when you're trying to get 9 of the same card into your lineup. You're playing your third kind of string champions to make this work. But yeah, the thing with the Neela Janna is that the removal is there. It is decent against some of the smaller stuff, but the Nardarius, the Jax Ornn, just being able to get so big so quickly. Again, that Jax on turn 3, just having a buff from Omenhawk, having a buff from the Snow Dog, having a forged weapon, just made it so out of range of the removal. There had to be 2-for-1s coming out. And just taking a quick look once again at the deck list for what Prism has, I don't see a heavy metal like we saw in Majin's list, so a little bit worse against what Rogio is doing.
And that's a really important call out because that heavy metal did a lot for Majin. A combat cook came down, a 5/4 fearsome suddenly completely invalidated for just 2 mana. Could have been used on that Jax, but that was a whole different story on how that one actually ended up playing out. So that the lack of inclusion for that definitely going to make things a little bit more rough for Prism on a deck that historically hasn't looked great throughout the day, so I am a little bit worried that that's going to be a weak point. But we'll see if Rogio can find that 6/5 Jax again. I imagine the bans are going to go very similarly. Prism maybe looking back at the Majin Bay set and going, okay, yeah, let me try banning something else. But I'm not sure that if they take out the Overwhelm that they're going to find the success they were hoping for against this Elder Shyvana.
Yeah, I think the Jax Ornn is definitely getting through, even though it did have that explosive start. It's not something you expect to see every single game. You just kind of have to take those lumps if they come through. The Nardarius, just being that fast, feels like it's super scary. But again, the win conditions from Nardarius, looking specifically at the decisive maneuver, that's something, we're expecting the ban to go towards a Morgana. So if your Ionia deck has left up, you have Deny against decisive maneuver, so you have a bit more play to that matchup. It's really the Shyvana Galio where the units come down and they're so big on their own that it can be really hard for this lineup to take apart, especially with the Neela Janna, all that removal being damage based. You don't have the Hush, you don't have the concussive palm. It's a lot harder to get those units off the board.
And the burn just being so expensive, both in terms of the cost associated with it economy-wise in terms of blowback and the cost associated with it mana-wise when we look at something like Divine Whirlwind. And the Temple just hasn't really been templing in that list as well as it has in some of these others. The stall turn's not there. Jax Ornn gonna be the ban. Prism saying, yeah, I don't actually deal with equipments particularly well. Maybe I will lose to the Nardarius, but I'm pretty sure I can take down that Dragon list, and we are going to see Rogio once again queuing up this Overwhelm Real Prism Sword on the Karma set for the final time, everyone. Welcome to the grand finals of the Fates Voyage Beyond Runeterra Open.
Yeah, and this might just be a factor of the differences in the deck list. Oh my goodness. Real quick, Rogio once again has Omenhawk in the Snow Dog, but talking about just Real Prism not having Unworthy Soul, not having Heavy Metal in the Neela Janna deck, he's saying, I don't actually have the answers I want to have for Jax Ornn, and that might be why it's going for the ban instead of the Elder Dragon Morgana. Or Galio.
And we're going to see the same situation that Majin Bay was in. The Aftershock onto the Snow Dog. Real Prism Sword going to fire it off this time around. No 9 lives to bank the mana into on the following turn. That is going to do a little bit to stop this top deck from getting out of hand. And if we see something like Glacial Saurian be the draw for Rogio, you're going to be very happy with that. Actually, Crimson Pigeon even, something that you would have hated to see, have +2/+2. Actually, that wouldn't have been how it worked out because this was the top deck, but whatever.
Yep, and this is going to be 2 mana off the back of it. Going to be...
I'm sorry, did Prism just draw the set that they just updrafted?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can do that, and that does mean that Prism's going to get that set down a turn early, and that's a massive swing.
I mean, RNG giveth, ROG taketh away. Rogio getting the win earlier with that amazing start into a big Jax. This is updraft your set, draw it immediately, play it on turn 4 with the attack token. Is there a better start that you could have for Prism here?
I don't think so, and it's funny because this is incredibly reminiscent of the World Championship where Telpinator did the same thing with the Neela boat, updrafted it away turn 1, immediately drew the single copy again, was able to get it down a turn early, and that swing is just unimaginably impactful, and we're going to see Prism with the attack token on evens here getting full advantage of it, really stuffing Rogio from just running out this red barbed Razor Mace and saying, yeah, that was my turn, I was so ready to just play on curve, jam units into us for as long as possible. Probably would have been like an Aftershock onto this 4-2 previously, which would have gotten stuffed by this Sky Splitter, and now Prism feels like they are in a rather strong position, especially with that Face Breaker on backup.
Yeah, I imagine the Sky Splitter will probably save whatever set goes after here. At this point, I think it might just be the Snow Dog that appears to be the biggest threat, just based on what we have on board here. Is that what you would agree with? Oh boy. Now the Sky Splitter gets a lot better.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to finish this off with the set. Set's ability is going to kick in. He is going to live. And honestly, I don't think this is like a terrible position from Prism anyway. If Rogio develops, Prism has the set spell. Otherwise, Prism might not even use the set spell anyway. They are getting a little low, so I'm a little concerned. But they do have the option to just like block the Crimson Pigeon with the set, play a second one, and go in for another challenge next turn. Use the Aftershock and potentially even the High Note here to clear out some of these units.
Yeah, definitely just a handful of everything you'd want for Prism. All of the interaction, you have the Explorer to heal up later, you've got removal, you've got extra removal, you've got stuns, and yeah, that turn 4 set just making this hand feel so functional. Do you want to see the Facebreaker fired off here, or would you rather just block with the set and then say, okay, here's another one?
So another option is to use the Smooth Mixologist on the set you have in play. Get it back up to a 4/4, have a 3/4 blocker, High Note mana still available. And
at 10 life, though, you want to leave the door open for Darius coming down on turn 6?
I think even if you heal face for 3, you are probably still going to be in Darius range. I'm not sure that that's something you can think too hard about. It is a cheeky play, though. I'll give you that. It is a cheeky play, and I think Prism just taking some time to math out the Aftershock and High Note for the turn. And yeah, it is going to be the Smooth Mixologist to heal up the set.
Yeah, no, this still definitely makes a lot of sense. I was looking at how the removal and how the blocks are going to line up. The Iron Ballista, or whatever the heck it's called, is going to push through enough damage to make sure no matter what happens here, you will be under 10 life at the end of the turn. But what was on board represented some stuff with High Note, and I think, yeah, this is going to be an easy pass from Prism into some combat math.
I think Prism's just debating if they want to coin and play their Explorer as a blocker, or if the High Note is better, if they want a High Note pre-combat. And it looks like the High Note will be pre-committed on to the Tusk Speaker.
Is there merit there to doing it before combat, just giving your opponent a bit more information about not having the extra 2 mana available? I feel like the attack is always coming. You're not getting anything out of just holding the pass there, or not losing anything by passing. But again,
the only reason you would do it this way is if you thought the Crimson Pigeon was going at the Tusk Raider. But I think it was always going on to the Ruthless Raider because it has the tough keyword anyway. So I think Prism maybe just getting a little jumpy there.
Yep, that didn't matter too much, but now we do have our set still alive. This lets us keep our Facebreaker for later, but we are at 6 life. So Darius is looking a little spooky. Plenty of removal in the hand. The Facebreaker being able to be pointed at Darius can matter a little bit. And just, oh, it looks like straight up pass from Rogio?
Yeah, Prism has already used the set ability, if I remember correctly. So if this challenges into the Ruthless Raider, it will just go down. Rogio just, hanging on to that Flash Freeze, saying I want to... Okay, yeah, so Prism going to go for the Aftershock first. I think just playing cognizant of, like, if Darius comes down, what can I do with that? And I believe currently level 2 Darius is a 10-7. So with the Aftershock committed, there's not going to be a way for Prism to actually kill that. But I do like going for the Aftershock first, because the only reason Rogio would likely pass is either they want to get down a hardier unit or they have a Flash Freeze for you, in which case Prism is very happy to pass because if Rogio develops on their own attack token, they get to hit him with the Facebreaker.
Yeah, I think Rogio is trying to find a way here to get the red barbed Razor Mace into play, and maybe thinking here about an Entomb or a Fury of the North. Like, do you ever... No, you don't Entomb your own Ruthless Raider because you won't have it for your attack token. So Fury of the North is, I guess, the consideration.
It's kind of awkward because if you go for the Fury of the North, then I believe it maths out that Prism will still be able to kill it with the set, and then you still don't have the mana to get down the Razor Mace.
You have 6 HP and you're tough. You take 2, go to 4. You're 4 and tough, so you're alive, is where my math is. It's just a matter of you're not developing the Razor Maw or the Razor Mace, but you're not doing it anyway because I don't think set's attacking.
Prism has some options. They can use the keyword removal to get the tough off of this and just go at it, or they can use the High Note to finish it off, but I think there are going to be higher priority uses for that removal of keywords.
I mean, the High Note right now already kills the Pigeon, so... You know your opponent only has 1 mana. They would have to play like an Omen Hawk or something with their last card in hand, and you feel like that would have already come down. So I think having the High Note next turn to point at the Pigeon when the opponent develops makes a lot of sense. And again, you still have the Facebreaker for any development anyway, and yeah, it is going to be removing the tough and just taking it off the board now.
Oh, actually, just going to...
it.
Yeah, just lets it
Okay.
rock and says, I'd rather not let you have Overwhelm for the following turn. Glacial Saurian now going to come through. Draw a card because the pigeon is a bird. Draw another Glacial Saurian. And this does give the Facebreaker over to Prism, but that is the second set, while this one has already used its ability.
Yeah, I think I think holding the Facebreaker and keeping the set on board was a respect for the Darius in hand, and that was just something that they had to do. And they also didn't want to take the open attack, so getting the Explorer spell down now to remove the Overwhelm was something that they also had to do. And that's where those decisions kind of came in, but this has to be the Facebreaker now because you just have too much damage coming at you, and you don't want to lose this set.
And I don't think... Yeah, that's what I thought. It's only 1 coin on the side of Prism, so they're not going to have enough to actually coin into Temple. They would have needed 3 for that. And the Ruthless Raider coming in anyway.
Yeah, offer the trade on the set. I think this Raider has kind of done its thing. You don't want the challenge, and yeah, just take the jump block. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay, gonna use the high note to take it out before the tough can come back.
All right. There's a lot of gas in Rojo's hand with the 2 Overwhelm cards, and there's always a potential to find more, but Prism needs to find something soon, and another Sunken Temple is not it. I feel like Prism has to play one of these Sunken Temples this turn.
Probably. They're gonna marry him to see what they can find first. It's gonna be a Mystic Shot, which is not much. Not much at all.
Can kill the pigeon, but the Sky Splitter off the top just doing a lot of work here. Oof. More units on the side of Rojo. Yeah, I think
Prism needs to get this set leveled so they can actually send it back into combat, not just for the ability to survive the challenge, but also for the +1 attack. And just looking at how the mana is mapping out this turn, Prism's kind of deadlocked on 37 out of 40 if they want, or 38 out of 40 rather, if they want to just pump all of their cards into this round. And it's not happening. It's going to have to be Sunken Temple, close your eyes, hope for the best.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of ways for them to survive this turn. But there's also a lot of ways for... Oh, that's a bigger Saboteur than I had expected. Forgot about the Glacial Saurian buffing the top of the deck on top of drawing a card, on top of being a very big unit. What a great card.
Certainly has put Freljord back on the map in a big way here in 2023, 2024, just the later stages of LOR. Now we're going to get 4 draws out of Real Prism Sword. Concussive Palm is great. Nopify's okay. Sunken Temple's pretty bad. And 9 Lives also not great. But that's going to be a decisive maneuver to end the game. No way Prism survives this.
Does the 9 lives level set, is my question?
Set is only... Well, yeah, it'll level set, but set only doesn't take damage or die when attacking, not when blocking.
But
so
we get the
Overwhelm will still come
Obliterate,
through.
or no?
You have to spend 12 mana.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he just got it when he leveled for some reason. It's been a minute.
No, that'd be a lot of people would love that a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not seeing too many ways to get out of here. The 9 lives and the Concussive Palm just not matching up at all into the decisive maneuver.
No, that is going to be game number 1 going for Rojo. Again, this Overwhelmed deck looking really strong on their side. Yeah, the Concussive Bomb can come out all you want. Fun fact about Red Barred Razor Mace, though, it is actually a complete non-bow with Sunken Temple, because Ichor triggers at round start, and so does Sunken Temple. So Sunken Temple will always shuffle it away before it can actually deal the damage to you, and then once you've drawn it, it has missed the round start triggers.
Sunken Temple is a really dumb card, I'm finding out. I'm sure we already all knew. But yeah, this decisive maneuver, not going to have a deny available for that. And that was kind of what we talked about before this match. Is like, do you ever leave up the Overwhelm and then just say, okay, if you're going to leave up my Seraphine deck, I might be able to get some denies on the decisive maneuvers and actually like have a favorable advantage there. If you don't have the deny, it doesn't matter, and you're just going to die to 27 damage presented against your 6 life.
I believe it is only 1 deny in this list for Prism Sword. We are going to get to see the cool set level up here. Soul Fighter set, the skin of choice for this player. And again, just seeing the flash of the 4-mana set there that did put them on, you know, sort of back into this game for a little bit, but it is going to be way too much damage coming through. 10 to the 6th life. That is going to be Rojo picking up game number 1. 1 win away from the... becoming the champion of the final Runeterra Open, getting that one on the trophy case before we sunset the competitive scene.
Yeah, we could have only one game left. It is going to be the Elder Dragon Morgana Shyvana coming up next, and this was what Majin Bay had banned. Thought it was not a good matchup into the lineup that Prism is currently piloting. So going into this one, which deck do you think has a better option? I'm inclined to say Karma because of the Ionia factor, and Nilogeno's removal just not lining up against this huge stats that they can do. But where do you feel like this falls?
I think, Neil, one thing you're going to find with Dragons a lot is that your early game is actually, like, horrible. You don't run a lot of early units, and that is something that Neilogena can really easily snowball on. Here, though, we see Rogio opening with a pretty good early game in terms of the Broadwing and the Dragon Allegiant, as well as the form up to protect it off of something. So, pretty lucky for Prism that they went for the Karma set here, as this early game, I think, would have stuffed a lot of what Neilogena was trying to do.
Absolutely. 8 2-drops in the list over the Shyvana deck. It's the 3 Dragon Allegiant, the 3 Broadwing, and the 2 Dragon Guard Lieutenant. So there are some things, obviously nothing too threatening in terms of like life totals, but you get some guys on board on turn 2, get some guys on board on turn 3, and start carving into your Shyvanas and your Elder Dragon stuff. But this is going to be 3 damage coming out nice and early. Nothing too scary for Prism just yet.
Yeah, but this hand looks amazing on the side of Rogio. Acorn, gonna knock Deny down to 3 mana.
That's the Deny nerf is undone after all this time.
That's not great, but could be relevant later on, as this is a deck with single combats and strafing strikes, and being able to protect your set or your Karma for a discount would be really nice. Unfortunately for Prism, the way that you beat the Shyvana a lot of times is just this deck runs an absurd amount of like 6+ cost units. And if they just draw, a hand of 5 of those to open the game with, you could probably smork them down a little bit. But this is just a great curve for Rogio. Has the Shyvana, which as a champion, always been on the lower end of the meta for the most part, but always has that potential to just sort of solo take over the game.
Yeah, definitely great for Rogio that they've opened the more aggressive half of the deck. You don't want to see all that top end. I'm sure we're going to draw on the top end in no time here as we're churning through our cards, but there's just a very clear path of cards to play for the next 3 to 4 turns, which is exactly where you want to be in a mid-range deck.
Absolutely, and Confront off the top. There is a main deck copy from this for Rogio. Confront was buffed to draw a card if you give Challenger to a dragon.
This is interesting. Challenging the Acorn with the Broadwing. I kind of felt like I just want to trade off my Broadwing for the 4-2, but we didn't take the block last turn anyway. So going to be some damage on the Shyvana, which opens it up to removal, but maybe just wanting to get the Acorn off the table, seeing that that's a really scary resource with the amount of spells that the Ionia P&Z deck has, and saying, yeah, okay, if you have other spells, my Shyvana can die, but I've got form up, I can fight over a little bit, and if it dies, I actually just don't care. My dragons are coming down in 2 turns, and things are going to be a lot scarier than Shyvana.
It would be a pretty big commitment on the side of Prism, who, it's kind of weird in a situation like this when you're playing Karma Set, and it's like, okay, yeah, obviously I need to get the Temple rolling as soon as possible, but then you look at Set and go, okay, well, like, Set is pretty good in this matchup. I guess I have to Set on 5, and then because 6 is such a power turn for the Elder Dragon decks, suddenly Sunken Temple has kind of missed its window, where you develop Set, they probably develop something else. I think in this instance, like, Shyvana would be fought over a little bit, Rogio would maybe come out on top of that. Maybe they would lose the Shyvana, but then Set would have procced his ability. Okay, here comes a Fire Spitter. I'm taking out the Set. I'm dealing some damage to you. You're already at 11. What are you going to do? Play Sunken Temple now?
Yeah, no, it just has to come down here on turn 5, not fighting over the Shyvana last turn, and it's going to be a single combat just to get a blocker out of the way, get the Shyvana up a little bit bigger, closer to leveling, and the Nopify going to come out and just say, no, I actually care about this blocker, I don't want you to do that. Now, does the second single combat come out, or is that being saved for something more like a Set, more like a Seraphine? Or, sorry, not Seraphine, Karma.
Looks like it's being saved for a Set. I don't think we're going to get to the stage of the game where the Karma is actually relevant. Deny now down to the level of a Nopify at 2 mana. And drawn Enraged Fire Spitter. This is what we were talking about, going to hit that 9 lives, deal a little bit of damage to the Nexus. And this is just so much. 2 challengers, a lot of damage coming through, impact available, and going to be the take here from Rogio. Prism has a couple of units, has the 9 lives, really importantly, I think. And Mystic Shot going to be put on the stack to take out this Petricite Broadwing. This leaves 9 lives mana still.
Yeah. Wonder here if Rogio is going to fight over it with the form up, or is just going to hang on to it, keep the single combat available. There is still 5 mana available for Prism, so that is the Karma Set threshold. Probably wants to hang on to the single combat instead of the Broadwing.
So
but
I am kind of curious.
A lot of damage.
Rogio has options here. You can either form up to save the Challenger, or I think the line Rogio might go for, if this Broadwing goes down, is actually confronting the Dragon Guard Allegiant and swinging through with a Shyvana, a Badger Bear, and an Enraged Fire Spitter at the 9 HP Nexus Prism Sword. Pretty likely to find a kill or force out a Concussive Palm, in which case I think it's one off of lethal if Conk Palm comes through. And so I really like this line from Rogio to preserve this extra Challenger, get some more sort of units out of Prism Sword, and honestly, Ryan, we might just be looking at lethal anyway.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Prism here. I wonder if there was any consideration to just point the deny at the Fire Spitter skill and keep your 4-2 alive so you can keep your blockers going. But no, so it can be throw out the blocker and then throw the 9 lives under the Enraged Fire Spitter, and not going to be lethal quite yet with the 9 lives, but that board is not getting dealt with anytime soon.
9 lives also not able to trade onto Shyvana, so this board is just going to survive entirely on the side of Rogio. Rocket Barrage is starting to look really juicy, but not quite juicy enough, as a lot of these important units are living with 2 HP, even 3 HP now that Shyvana is leveling thanks to this Enraged Fire Spitter.
Yeah, the heads-up play there to challenge the 2-attack unit out of the way, keep your Fire Spitter on the board, not offer the trade with the 4-attack with a 9 lives coming out or something like that. It seemed really good from Rogio. Just, you know, the P&Z deck just does not have the ability to deal with these wide, massive boards. And yeah, you can draw some Concussive Palms, you can draw some High Notes and removal, and just like pick off boards in combat, but you really, with 7 going on 8 mana to the next attack token, you're going to have 11 mana total to be able to deal with this board in combat, and like there just aren't enough spells in the deck that can handle the amount of, you know, health on these units that are going to be coming at you.
On top of that, Rogio has the option to actually pop this Sunken Temple and stop Prism from getting that cycling through. I imagine what Prism would want to do is run out their Explorer, run out their Merriam, maybe refill the spell mana, maybe draw a card that's up for debate, and then let the Temple roll the dice once again. But depending on how Rogio wants to pass this turn, maybe it is just throw down Cloud Drake and say, yeah, you know, it's really cool that you're going to cycle through some cards. Here's a 6/6. This one has Challenger or Deathless or some other relevant keyword. We'll see how you handle that one. It would tap them down below any other point of interaction, but I don't know if that matters when you are just throwing down the 6/6, and then you'll be able to throw down the Broadwing as well, thanks to the Cloud Drake ability.
We are going to potentially roll the Challenger here. Tough also an option, but probably not as relevant given that we're looking for a lethal attack next turn. But again, this is our biggest, healthiest unit. Maybe that's not the unit that we want challenging anything out of the way. That said, the two health units, the 2/2 and the 4/2, are going to represent lethal if we are able to challenge. It looks like that will be the pickup. What are Prism's options here?
Prism can make spell mana with Merriam, blank out keywords with the Explorer, and either take Challenger Impact off of Fire Spitter or take Formidable off of Broadwing. Unfortunately, that leaves them with only 2 cards in hand to ditch away to the Sunken Temple, so that's only going to be 4 draws, which I don't think it's so much. I think Prism needs like 3 to 4 cards to survive this next round of attacks. And if they're doing it with only 1 spell mana going into the next turn, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
We do have a Concussive Palm getting updrafted here, so that could be a 3-mana option coming back to the hand if we roll that high. But yeah, the chances of winning here for Prism definitely going down. And it was Hot Cocoa taken, it was not the keyword removal. So that means 2 damage likely represented from the Challenger on the Enraged Fire Spitter.
I think that Merriam's in play.
I believe so. But did we updraft to draw a card instead of spell mana?
I believe so. That Merriam's just hiding in the hand, waiting to come out.
Yeah, we would have had more spell mana if we had done it the other way. So a bit of a visual bug here, and this is going to be Hot Cocoa to target the Fire Spitter, or one of the other units just trying to play around a potential Mystic Shot or High Note here.
Yeah,
also
probably
has
looking to play around Mystic Shot.
Also another Challenger.
Not seeing a way out for Prism here, Ryan.
Yeah. Everything, we did find the Concussive Palm again, so that is there, but we are 6 wide. We are going to play 1 blocker. And
doesn't
we do have the
even
palm?
go... Yeah, there's just too many challengers for the keyword removal to matter.
I do see on the left side of the hand there is the remove keyword explorer card. So maybe that was the pickup and it wasn't actually the hot cocoa that I thought I saw.
No, it was. I think has Prism played 2 explorers?
I'm trying to remember honestly.
Because I also saw the heal explorer card picked up, and now suddenly it's in Rogio's hand. But they did that this turn.
He has played 2 explorers.
Okay.
Yeah, he has played 2 explorers. I do recall that. So interesting that he's not just firing that off either. Maybe taking out the challenger from like the taking off the formidable and the challenger from the Broadwing, and just going for the concussive palm first.
Yeah, I thought it might be like blank out Broadwing, play Smooth Mixologist to develop a blocker and heal a little bit, and then Conk Palm in combat. Single combat's going to come through. Okay, the Miriam is in play, and that's not enough. There's no fast speed or burst speed interaction in the hand of Real Prism Sword. They have made it all the way to the grand finals, but they are not going to be able to claim the title of champion. That belongs to ABG Rogio, going to use the Explorer Refreshments on the blocking Badger Bear. It doesn't matter. Prism doesn't have a castable card. As soon as that resolve button is hit, Rogio will be the final champion of Legends of Runeterra.
Wow, what a way to go. Rogio taking out this lineup twice, once against Majin Bay, once against Prism Sword. Prism just staring at his hand, giving Rogio a bit of a sweat here, waiting to hit that resolve button as the emotes fly. And yeah, there's just nothing here that they can do. Game number 2 and the finals going to ABG Rogio.
And that, everyone, is the end of the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. We can see here a solid 2-0 from Rogio, a little bit less of a fight than was put up by Majin Bay, but that's what happens when the Jax Ornn gets banned rather than the Shyvana. So yeah, maybe it was the correct ban on the side of Majin. Doesn't really... it looks like either way, it was going to be rough, right? It's just, is it a 2-0 or a 2-1? And Prism Sword saving us a little bit of time here. Just a really nasty curve out of Rogio in that game number 2. But that is going to do it for us for now and forever. This is the end of Legends of Runeterra Esports. We're coming back to camera so that you can see my crying face.
A very bad crying face.
Yeah. So, Ryan, is there anything that you want to say before we congratulate Rogio once again and let everybody get on with their evenings?
No, I've got nothing to say. I just want to thank you for having me on here to do the final cast, and congrats to Rogio for taking down the win there at the very end. And for everyone watching, it's been an absolute ride with Legends of Runeterra, and don't be strangers. Let's all be friends in whatever card game we end up going to. I know it's going to be a journey for some of us, but it's been a blast.
Yeah, card game communities are very small. The people that you run into now, you are going to run into later, be it a week down the line, 3 years down the line. These people are going to come back. There's not actually that many card players out there. You're going to see them again, and you're going to see me again. What that means exactly remains to be seen. I love Legends of Runeterra. I've committed the last 4 years of my life to it, starting off in February of 2020 with the Korean Invitational, and now sunsetting it here on the 3-year anniversary of my first seasonal cast, where I was put on as an analyst, and now that is it. So thank you so much to Aegis, to Riot Games, to Steve Rubin, to all of the devs, and to you at home for watching and going on this journey with us. Again, congratulations to ABG Rogio, to everybody who came out and competed, to everybody watching, and goodbye.